Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses, I, Richa Kumaria, welcome you all to India and the Arctic Prospects for Partnership seminar. This seminar is being conducted in collaboration with the Ministry of Earth Sciences. According to recent scientific estimates, the Arctic is warming at a rate 3 to 4 times higher than the average normal. The region is emerging as a space for competition as well as cooperation. At this critical juncture, how India proceeds with its national objectives in the region remains crucial. The seminar will begin with welcome remarks by Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan R. Chinoy. Ambassador Chinoy is the Director General of the institution since January 2019. A career diplomat from 1981 to 2018, he was India's ambassador to Japan, Mexico, and other countries. Ambassador Chinoy has recently been appointed as the Indian chair of the Think 20 core group during India's G20 presidency. Without further ado, I would like to request Ambassador Chinoy to deliver the welcome remarks. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished participants that are present here today for this very important event. And I particularly wish to extend a warm welcome to representatives of the Earth Sciences, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and the NCPOR, that's the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research. But I know that there are many others in the audience today from various think tanks, various government departments, and the armed forces as well. Our own scholars are present in great numbers. And I'm sure that we'll have a very, very good interaction in the course of the day. So it's my pleasure actually to welcome you all to this conference, which the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses is organizing in collaboration with the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. The theme of this event is India and the Arctic, Prospects for Partnership. It's a very pertinent theme, you'll all agree. Just this morning I was thinking about why just the Arctic. I think very soon we will have to also organize a similar conference on the Antarctic Treaty, because the Antarctic Treaty system ends in 2048. And I imagine things will come to a head by the middle of this century with regard to that region as well. There are growing strategic interests there. We have seen how states that are not necessarily directly involved as members in the Arctic Treaty system are showing undue interest in that part of the world. The reasons may be similar to the kind of interest that these states show with regard to the Arctic, and particularly with an eye to resources that are to be found in these parts of the world. But as far as the Arctic is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, it's a familiar research area for our institute. 10 years ago, in November 2012, as part of an institutional cooperation arrangement with the Peace Research Institute, Oslo, and the Fridtjof Nansen Institute and the Norwegian Institute for Defence Studies, we together did organize a workshop on global governance and resource use in the Arctic. That was organized by the IDSA. The following year, when India became an observer member of the Arctic Council, this institute hosted a conference titled Asia Arctic, which witnessed participation from the Asian Arctic observer members, including Japan, Singapore, South Korea, and China. Over the years, my institute has added critical knowledge on the Arctic through peer-reviewed publications as well. And we have a couple of our scholars here, Dr. Uttam Sinha and Captain Bisen, who are actively involved in this work, as you're well aware. The Arctic region, as we know it, has 6 months of light and 6 of darkness, where compasses go awry while nearing the pole. where at times it becomes hard to distinguish the sky from the land. That is obviously a very unique landscape that is both mysterious and enigmatic, a region that cannot be accessed without adequate knowledge of the region, the routes, the topography, geography, the weather systems, and for all that you need resources, particularly scientific and technical resources. The Arctic is crucial to maintaining the world's climate balance by acting as a virtual thermostat, reflecting sunlight and cooling the planet. This calls for a better understanding of the region's vast glaciers, mountains, coastal wetlands, and the sea itself that draws science and policy together quite intimately. Friends, the Arctic is a bellwether of climate fluctuations that we are witnessing today. There are estimates that the Arctic Circle has warmed about 4 times the global average rate over the past half a century. And this obviously matters a great deal at a time when at the COP27 we have been discussing about the overall goal of keeping the global warming to under 2 degrees by the end of this century. I don't quite know if there is enough confidence that that can be done. And certainly 1.5 degrees remains a huge challenge. Even 2 perhaps remains a challenge at this stage. So we have seen how rising temperature, its impact on snow, ice, and permafrost, along with oceanographic and atmospheric changes, these together are quite ominous today in terms of the message that they're sending out regarding the impact on climate systems. And we all know that what happens in the Arctic, as science tells us, does not stay there. It's going to have a huge impact on the rest of the world. Today, there is no escaping the consequences of decades of human indiscretion and indiscriminate materialism on the ecosystem. It also brings in a very noticeable conundrum, the great challenge of addressing this. The more the Arctic becomes sea ice free, the greater the economic and commercial attraction in exploiting the region's abundant natural resources and exploring alternative shipping routes for global trade. And the greater such activity, the faster the shrinking of the ice caps. Allowing this to become the runaway narrative by ignoring the urgent need for governance structure, both in terms of resource management and environment and cultural protection, will obviously come at a very great cost. And that is why I think the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, has also launched the LIFE initiative, Lifestyle for the Environment. For all this is interconnected. LIFE, as we all know, is a push for a global mass movement that places individual and collective behavior at the center of the efforts to protect and preserve the environment, to promote renewable energy and mitigate the ravages of climate change. India's Arctic policy is a matter of great interest to all of us. That's why we are here this morning. Climate change and its global impact, whether on the Arctic or on the Himalayas, is interconnected. There are no silos in which we can exist in any part of the world. On March 17 this year, India released its Arctic policy titled India and the Arctic, Building a Partnership for Sustainable Development. This document, which is a product of interministerial and interdisciplinary thinking, reflects at one level the broad understanding that developments in the Arctic need to be seen through the lens of diverse perspectives. I'm sure in the course of the discussions today, we will also hear diverse viewpoints. At another level, it marks the culmination of India's polar legacy. These include the long years of participation and expertise in the Antarctic Treaty System, to which India acceded way back in 1983, as well as the first scientific expedition to the Arctic Ocean in 2007, setting up of the Arctic Research Station Himadri in the Svalbard archipelago in 2008, as also India's election to the Council of the International Arctic Science Committee in 2012, And finally, India being granted permanent observer status in the Arctic Council in 2013. So as you can see, we've come a really long way thanks to the very diligent efforts made by our scientific community. The scientists are at the forefront. I do not want to give that credit, obviously, to the bureaucrats. They support. They play a very big role in giving you the right kind of infrastructure and the finance that you need. But it's our scientists who must be lauded for these achievements. India's Arctic policy lays down 6 pillars of engagement. These are science and research, climate and environmental protection, economic and human development, transportation and connectivity, governance and international cooperation, and national capacity building. And all these themes will be covered today. As part of India's ethos of treating the world as one family, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, India's Arctic policy expresses its intent and readiness to play India's part and contribute to the global good. So we are there not just for ourselves, but for the delivery of public goods, global goods, and for making a better world for future generations. We therefore wish to involve in our Arctic policy all stakeholders, including academia, the research community, and not to forget business and industry as well. Friends, the Arctic, unfortunately, is increasingly emerging as a theater for geopolitical contestation. This is antithetical to the very foundation of the Arctic as a zone of peace, which we envisioned at the end of the Cold War. The series of policy initiatives launched at that time in the form of, for example, a nuclear weapons-free zone in Northern Europe, restrictions in naval exercises in the Arctic seas, and the development of transboundary cooperation in resource development, scientific exploration, matters concerning the indigenous people, and environmental protection. I mean, these are all new beginnings of that time in our collective endeavor to build a sustainable architecture in the High North. Partnership has largely replaced confrontation and the divisions of the past. And I think we must continue to move down that particular path. The peace dividends are also evident today in the form of the establishment of the Council of Baltic Sea States in 1992, the Barents Cooperation of 1993, and the Arctic Council in 1996, and may it long remain so. It should be a collaborative effort within the global community. Today, the Arctic region is undergoing a classic security dilemma. States are taking measures to strengthen their own security, their presence in that particular part of the world, prompting other states to respond reciprocally. What we are witnessing today is a risky situation that can lead to unintended outcomes. And I hope that theme is also explored in the context of, for instance, the rise of China, its growing economic and military power, the fact that it is building not just a very big navy, but also icebreakers at a breakneck speed. And we must, at that point, question ourselves whether we ought to be building one ourselves, or can we, use something on lease? What kind of infrastructure do we have to back up our physical presence there without relying on others? That's the question that I ask myself. The interdisciplinary outlook that the Arctic Council has stood for is being tested today amidst geopolitical and geoeconomic rivalries. Will the Arctic Council fragment? Will that fragmentation lead to new groupings? These are pertinent questions that we must pose today. Yet another pertinent question is, how should India navigate its Arctic policy in the midst of this geopolitical reordering that's taking place in that part of the world? Our Arctic policy provides a pointer with its emphasis on pursuing cooperation and partnership. But are others ready for that kind of cooperation and partnership that we seek? Or would they rather do it in silos and keep the advantages to themselves? As an observer in the Arctic Council, India has strongly advocated sustainable resource development and management. It has also called for building structures that would propel collaboration in terms of capacity, technology, monetary contribution, and incentive based ecological management. The outcomes of these engagements can and will enhance India's regional role in the Himalayas, which are regarded, I think, as the third pole at a time when these mountains are warming at a faster rate than any other mountain systems anywhere else on the face of this earth. And especially worrisome from our point of view, from South Asia's point of view, should be the alarming rate at which the Himalayan glaciers are disappearing and shrinking. And this is backed by photographic evidence as well. This will have a huge impact on water resources, sustainable agriculture, and lifestyle in the region of South Asia. I'm happy to note that the scientific community, particularly from the Ministry of Earth Sciences and its associated institutions like NCPOR and the DRDO, have taken time out today, as I mentioned before, to join the discussions. I'm also happy to observe significant participation from countries that are members as well as observers of the Arctic Council. I would reckon that some of them are in the room as I see them before us, and some perhaps also joining us online. I simply want to welcome you all once again to this event. I'm sure that our distinguished panelists will deliberate on these many critical issues before us today, which have a direct bearing on future generations to come. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful remarks, sir. It is now time for us to commence the first session on science and climate change. May I please request the chair, Dr. Thamban Miloth, and the speakers, Dr. S. Rajan and Dr. Sandeep Oza, to kindly take the dais. The chair for this session, Dr. Thamban Miloth, is the director of the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Goa. Dr. Miloth has made pioneering contributions to the polar cryosphere and climate studies and was instrumental in setting up India's first ice core laboratory in 2005. He has undertaken several scientific expeditions to the Antarctic, the Arctic, the Southern Ocean, and the Himalayas, including India's first ever scientific expedition to the South Pole in 2010. Dr. Thamban has published more than 110 research papers and is a recipient of prestigious awards such as the National Geoscience Award in 2013 by the Government of India. I request Dr. Miloth to kindly introduce the speakers and commence the session. Over to you.
Mic is on. Yep. Good morning. First of all, let me thank to the organizers for inviting me all the way from Goa. And we have a strong connection to this institute. I can make out the name of this institution is starts with Manohar Parrikar, no, which is actually happened to be our chief minister earlier. So, and this institute, the most of the polar program happens to be working from Goa. So that's an important connection to us. And as the session itself is starting with science and climate change, we are very. I'll be rather introducing them a little bit later on once I just start giving the introductory part of it, because we have someone like an expert like Dr. S. Rajan who started the Arctic program at NCPR way back in 2007, and in fact he first visited the place and decided actually we can initiate this. And he has been also my boss, in fact, director of the institute, and guided the Arctic program well, because that's what actually Arctic program really took over. And now also happened to have a lot of his importance is actually that he's also India's representative to this United Nations Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, which is a very important, strategically important thing for the country as we, look forward to future, resources all around the, the limits of the continental shelf in the country. Before also, in fact, we also have Dr. Sandeep Oja from ISRO, which is actually the Space Application Center, which basically carry out a lot of remote sensing and other related studies in the polar regions and including Arctic and other areas. So it's a very nice to have the people around me actually before I just start talking about what could be set the stage for the this particular session. So if you look at the science of climate change itself, is now very clear, very obvious to us, all of us, that actually that the climate is changing and the warming is real, and this the warming has led to irreparable changes in some of the areas of the polar regions, especially in Arctic, for example. The entire almost the Arctic sea ice is drastically reduced, as most of you must be reading from the newspapers. Even the Greenland ice sheet also is drastically melting these days. So the reduction of these sea ice has a huge implications, of course, for the climate, for the environment, but also the sustenance of the people, because there is Arctic has its own indigenous population, so it has its own implications on the people over there. And more importantly, it will also have huge implications of the strategical as well as military goals, as well as the geopolitical goals. As the it is predicted by 2040, the entire summer sea ice in Arctic would be completely non-existent, which means it's going to be open for, of course, for the northern the sea route, which people talk about, the shipping industry, and that could completely change the geopolitical thinking, how we currently think about the northern hemisphere itself. That's why it's so much hue and cry happening around Arctic itself, for that matter. And it will also change the how we we actually look at the resources part of it. Currently, the most of the resources, if you look at even the petroleum resource, everything, we look into the Arabian countries or some of those areas where the shale gas and other thing. But it can again drastically change actually the ice-free Arctic has plenty of resources down below. And also the fishing industry will have a huge shift, because as you know that actually as world the population is drastically increasing, it's also leading to resource crunch. And the fishing has become a very controversial for the deep ocean. Fishing has become very controversial because there are countries which are investing huge into those large trawlers and large ships actually, which probably may lead to really the non-existence of a lot of fishing resource for the many of these oceans. So in that case scenario, again, Arctic is going to make a huge difference. So all this together actually will be making Arctic a hotspot, there is no doubt. But also equally, what I think if you look in way back actually in 1980s, actually what made the push for the polar program itself was Antarctica. Way back in 80s, the Cold War period, actually Antarctica was the heart of the all thing, because Antarctica was there for people for it does not belong to any country. It's just still therefore it was felt that actually there is a lot of opportunity for people in the future over there. And the important part is that at that time Antarctica was not really hotspot in terms of the climate change. But if you look at way back now after about nearly 30-40 years, actually now the Antarctic ice shelves and Antarctic ices started melting in a way that actually which was never predicted actually it could happen. Some of the large ice shelves are splitting away and getting into the ocean, which will change the not only the sea level as we go future words, but also it can drastically change the climate and the oceanic circulation systems around this Antarctica. So that's also going to be a very important thing, because let not people forget about the importance of Antarctica, actually the global system, because the global climate system itself have a huge impact from Antarctica. And as things are changing in the coming several decades, it will have an equally important, what you call this one from Antarctica. But although people's, focus is currently in Arctic because of the many other, the geopolitical, implications. So, and equally as actually, I think Ambassador Chinoy was talking about actually is about the Himalayan glaciers melting. And Himalaya and Arctic has a much more stronger connection because we are still both in the northern hemisphere, and it also happens to be the climate system which controls them has a very serious, connection. Like for example, Arctic climate has a serious impact on the Indian monsoons because, as most of us are aware, actually our life and lifeline and agriculture, everything is dependent on monsoons. One year you have less, the erratic monsoon or the less monsoons or more monsoons. All of these are actually problem for us. And as you must have seen for the last couple of years, actually the things are changing so badly. Actually, the extreme events are the fact of the day. As we see every year, actually, like whether it's in the Himalayan regions, what is happening is not only the extreme weathers are happening that lead to the many hazards, like. What we've seen, for example, in Chamoli recently, Chamoli disaster. These are all actually impact of the global change because actually as the globe is warming, we also have this, the some of the permafrost regions in the Himalaya is also, thawing, which has a serious impact on its safety of the slopes. So safety of the most of the Himalayan slopes, all of you, those who have spent some time in Himalaya would know actually this the southern part of the Himalayan mountain, that is which is facing which is part of the Indian, it's a very steep in nature as well as a very loose in material sediment. So it's highly vulnerable in terms of any small changes happens to it because of the thawing of these slopes, landslides, avalanches, and formation of, more importantly, as the glaciers are retreating, which we are now very much convinced actually they are retreating. Most of them are retreating forever, and more importantly, the impact towards the water resources, the people living over there, some of this specialized agriculture depending on the weather, the mountain weather, all this going to be impacted. And what I am concerned is more importantly, immediate. If you look at the immediate aspect of it, actually, the impact it's on the increasing number of landslides and hazards like this, the glacial lake outburst, which is happening because as the glaciers are melting, they are also leaving several, small lake formation of lakes, and these lakes have actually, start expanding as the glaciers are melting, and it's a feedback mechanism actually because these the formation of lakes lead to more melting of these immediate front of these glaciers, and also as the glaciers are melting, it is leaving more space for this lake to occupy. And you should remember actually most of this lake formation is actually happening in the areas which are very loose sediments because Himalayan sediments, all of you know, it's very loose sediments, and the dams of these lakes are absolutely not strong enough. They are absolutely just natural dams made of the what you call the material brought by these glaciers. So therefore they are very loose. So any small change in weather system, even extreme weather like a cloud burst, that's what happened actually in, if you look at Kedarnath case, actually, those kind of, you can have a cloud burst and that can lead to, this overtopping of these lakes, which can completely, create havoc, as you see, because most of our Himalayan, regions also have many people living in the floodplains or on the on the shores of these floodplains, as well as many constructions activities and hydroelectric powers. This things happening around the Himalayas. So this is where actually we will have an immediate as well as impact happening because of this what's happening to the Himalayan regions. So as we move forward, so what I was just trying to also give a idea is about is that since while I was talking here at the some of seniors as well as friends over here, they also felt probably it would be interesting for them to understand actually what exactly the as a representative of Ministry of Earth Sciences, actually we are basically earth scientists actually looking at Earth as a system, which includes not only the land we live, but also the air which we breathe, the water which we use, as well as the atmospheric system which actually creates our climate system, and the cryosphere, which is nothing but the glaciers and sea ice and all kind of things, for permafrost and other thing, and the biosphere, which is existing in all these areas. All this actually behaves as a system, and Ministry of Earth Sciences essentially look at how do this system functions, how this system is changing, and how it could impact our future. So various institutions, like each of our institutions, therefore actually various aspects of those system science. The institute in Goa, which is actually the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, are essentially looking at the polar regions. When I say polar regions, we mean all the poles: Antarctic, Arctic, and Himalayas. So Himalaya is considered to be the third pole. So therefore, actually, this institute also has a serious interest in that. So since given the opportunity actually that I have a couple of extra minutes, I was also planning to give a small. I have put a few slides over there just to give only a few pictures rather. Can you just put them on actually? So just to give an idea about what this institute does actually, so that as we discuss here, because most of you are actually strategical researchers, or the people who have relation to defense and other systems, which we think actually what exactly this kind of the institution does. So if you ask me in one word, actually, what this institute does, actually, the National Center for Polar and Ocean is essentially what we call actually Indian gateway to the polar regions. Any institutions in the country would like to visit the Antarctic, Arctic, this is or Southern Ocean for that matter. This is the institute which actually take care of those activities. And we are situated in Goa, in a beautiful campus, actually, in a place called Headland Sada. Just as you can see, we see the Arabian Sea all the time. And we look forward to Antarctica all the time, because to south. It's not moving. Or it's moving, right? So essentially, unlike many other institutions, so I think why this institute has an importance in this particular forum is also that we are not a research institute. We also an institute actually look at the country's strategical as well as the operational activities in polar regions. So that's one of the biggest strength of the institute is therefore actually the polar operational activities in the polar regions. That's an area of expertise which we have. And also we also have this yeah. So therefore the activities of NCPR is actually truly global in nature. I think that's where actually may again have this forum have some certain interest actually. We work all across the globe, although it's a small institution situated in Goa. We work from the southern hemisphere, that is in Antarctica, having 2 stations in Antarctica called this. Currently, there are 2 stations. There was earlier previous one station called Dakshin Gangotri is no longer existing. We have 2 stations called Bharati and Maitri, and there are 2 stations. One station in the north, up in Svalbard, called Himadri. From this year, we are also starting our activities in the Canadian Arctic, as the Arctic policy clearly mentions that actually we need to enhance our collaborative as well as research activities in these areas. So we have a pan-Arctic approach as of now. So as we go into Arctic, we realize actually the completely different aspect what you see from Antarctic and Arctic is that actually Arctic is basically there are no indigenous population. Therefore, there is no human beings involved. Actually, it's more of the nature what we are researching. When you enter into Arctic, it's also equally important actually to keep the people in mind, because the people who are impacted by these changes, as well as the people who have a say in those activities, what's happening there. So any activities happening in Arctic, therefore, need to keep this indigenous population in mind, especially in those areas actually like in Canadian Arctic and all, where this population is really depending on the changes in Arctic. So our activities, moreover, we are also very active in the Southern Ocean, which is the ocean surrounding Antarctica, because Southern Ocean controls a large, nearly about 40% of the global carbon intake. Because if you want actually that any changes happening to Southern Ocean will decide the future of this globe. Because currently we know that actually the current situation, actually the entire carbon dioxide increase actually we are worried about. The most of them is taken by the ocean. Out of the that what is taken by the ocean, about 40% is taken by the Southern Ocean. So that is the capability of that ocean sitting over there actually, who can control the climate change in future. And unfortunately, this what we call actually this the ability of this Southern Ocean as actually as a sink for the carbon dioxide is changing as the region is warming. So that will have a serious impact on its ability to intake, because the colder the waters, it's more able to take CO2 more, and it's get warmer. Actually, it start releasing more carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And also, as sea ice is decreasing, that also will increase its possibility to interact with the atmosphere more. So all this going to have a serious impact as we discuss in future how it's going to change the the what you call this geopolitical framework of the world. I would not leave here. So basically, we just only want to say here actually that we are, this institution also have a lot of partners. Most of the Indian institutions work in polar science are actually connected to us. So, and yeah, I think again I would not talk much about this expedition here. Actually, that Antarctic expedition started way back in 1981 actually, and then since then actually we have grown in terms of actually our ability to do operations in multiple places, as well as the number of people we can send, as well as the research programs we can implement actually, from the very simple ones to very complicated ones. So these are the two stations what you have in Antarctica, which actually because situated actually in two different, completely about 2,000 kilometers apart in Antarctica. Antarctica itself being a no man's land, it's a very complicated operational challenge actually to carry, have stations which goes through the, through the rigors of winter, darkness, and the bad weather actually. So you need to have those stations which can take care of it. And in Arctic, as you also been already told, we have a station already in Svalbard, and we are planning to have this, a little more activities actually in the Canadian Arctic side in Nunavut areas. So this, and of course, there are interests from the Russian Arctic region actually to have collaborations. But the current geopolitical scenario is so much that actually that the Russia is supposed to be is the actual Arctic Council chair at the moment. But unfortunately, they are unable to start many of these projects which they should have been able to do it. So although they do interact with the Indian, we have in fact a couple of meetings already with the Russian counterparts actually on, as they would like to have these meetings going on, but most of these online meetings are happening. But the sad part of it actually is that only very few countries are really part of it. Actually, of course, India is trying to be very much involved in that actually, just to give our perspectives. But the current scenario actually is also leading us to in a very difficult conditions where we are not able to take full benefit of those the Russian chair would have brought otherwise. That's something which I would like to mention here. So this is something actually, because as we say actually that this institute also have a station in high Himalayas actually, in a Lahore Spiti region, basically to support the glaciological as well as glacial-hydrological research. And I already mentioned that actually we have a very serious research activities going on in Southern Ocean. So that's basically just to give a nutshell about actually what we do actually, just to so that before I start introducing the kind of the our today's speakers. In fact, we have a very excellent presenters to start with. Actually, Dr. S. Rajan himself actually, who, as I mentioned already, who started the Arctic program in the country, and who also happened to have a lot of what you call the system memories with him actually, which when we started the program from the early Antarctic programs to the current situation where we are in Arctic, as well as actually our strategic importance to all this legal continental shelf and all that. So he has a lot of what you call knowledge, as well as those legacy important points with him actually, which he could probably make us learn much better things. So I hope actually that would you be giving about a brief about the speaker, or you expect myself to do that? Yes, right. No, but let's just wait. So on a formal note, actually, so as you know that Dr. S. Rajan was a former director of the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, and he had a PhD in geology and geophysics from the University of Hawaii in the US. And he had more than 40 years of scientific and administrative experience, starting from Geological Survey of India. Then he moved to this our Ministry of at that time it's Department of Ocean Development, and he was he was looking after the early part of the Antarctic Study Center at the which is the first name of our institute. We started actually as an operational center for Antarctic activities. At that time, it was known as Antarctic Study Center. And then he was there actually thick and thin of all these various scientific and research activities since then. And he was also the leader of the the legal continental shelf program from when it originated from 99 till he left the institute. And he also was elected representative of the UN Commission on the legal continental shelf, or the limits of continental shelf, from 2007 to 17. Then again from 2012 to 14, then he became, he was again recently been re-elected as that member of that commission for a 5-year term. So he brings in a lot of those expertise and knowledge actually for a very long period, which makes us actually, very, very right person for this, this forum. And he was also a member of, Antarctic expedition 4 times, because he was also the member of the, that committee which was identified the new Antarctic station, that is Bharati, which became Bharati later on, to identify the right place strategically as well as scientifically as well as operationally, which is the most suitable one. And he visited, in fact, he started the Arctic program. I just wanted to again emphasize here actually. And then since then he visited many times. And he was the one who actually gave a particular direction to the Arctic program, actually, how we should be actually growing. Because when we started, it was just a very small program, actually. Then now, if you look at our Arctic activities are quite large, and also it has a very important strategic, aspect to it. That is actually originated from his vision, I would say. And of course, he is a recipient of the National Geoscience Award in 2010, as well as actually the H.N. Siddiqui Medal for the Indian Geophysical Union for many of his contributions in marine and ocean resources. So without taking so much of time, sir, actually I would like you to give your thoughts and presentations to.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You
sir.
can go there and
Yes, sir. Right, sir.
instruction relax also.
You may need this for.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for the kindness they have extended in inviting me to give a talk today. And to start off with, I would like to compliment the ambassador for his insightful remarks. I was just, you've taken words from mouth, that means it has cut down my load. The kind of effort he has put in to put the whole thing in perspective, it's remarkable. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And then also to the chair, Dr. Tamban Malot, he has said so many good things about you. I mean, it's always good to hear about someone because it makes your day. But I really don't know whether I deserve all those things. But in that context, if you look at the title of the slide, it's a kind of depressing, it talks about an ailing Arctic. So I would rather reformulate in such a way that is there something which is happening in the Arctic about which we should worry about? That's number one. And if at all there is something which is happening in the Arctic which we should worry about, in what context? It's the climate, obviously, because when you say something bad is happening, we always blame the weather. That's a human tendency, So basically, we feel that there is something up there in the north which might have its repercussions in the tropical regions. So that's what I want to look at. I will just try to have a proper balance between science and the non-science part of it, so that at the end of it all, you're free to ask any questions. I mean, don't restrict your questions only to what I'm talking about. And you can ask any questions about the continental shelf or the India's Arctic policy or whatever it is there. To the extent possible, I can answer. And then otherwise, always the director NCPR is there to take over. And then he knows Arctic and Antarctic much more than I know. Anyway, so what I will do is that over the next 15 minutes or so, I would try to address a few questions, Number one, what is it that we really know about the Arctic for sure? Number two, what is it that we think we know about Arctic, but we are not sure about? Number three, what is it that we don't know anything about Arctic, but we still go around claiming we know? And finally, I will change track and tell you something about the Indian monsoon. When I say Indian monsoon, I always refer to the Indian summer monsoon. that period between starting from June to September. That is where, I mean, once upon a time, somebody called it as the finance minister of India. The Indian monsoon was called as the finance minister of India because the whole life of India is dependent on the Indian summer monsoon. So I will also try to address the question of whether there's a perceptible link between the Indian summer monsoon variabilities, or the vagaries of the weather, as people tend to call it, and the vagaries of what is happening in the Arctic. So that's the way I've structured it. If I don't know whether in between, if you would like to stop me for a while and then ask any question, or we can defer the questions to a later session, of course. And so that's how it starts. I hope it moves. Oh yeah, now it's moving. Okay. Right. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. What do we know about Arctic climate? This is from the SWIPA. So SWIPA is nothing but sea water, ice, permafrost over the Arctic assessment. It's a report which was made in 2017. Even now it holds good. It says that Arctic climate is shifting to a new state. It is becoming warmer. It's becoming wetter. And perhaps more importantly for us, it is becoming more variable. So how do you know it's becoming warmer, wetter, and more variable? Number one is that, yeah, because the air temperature has gone up. It doesn't mean that, we have reached a period of warmth that we can go around in wearing remove the sweaters, everything, go around in t-shirts and shorts. No, it's not warm enough to that extent, but still it's warming over the last 1 decade. So this is a graph which shows that the air temperature, this is not an actual temperature value, mind you. It's basically the deviation from the mean. The mean value is between 1981 to 2010. If you take the mean average surface temperature of the Arctic and compare those values to the global average, what you see is in the blue color, and the Arctic temperature, surface air temperature, is what you see in red. You can see right from almost to 1982 onwards, it has kicked up. It has almost become nearly double the world average. So that means the Arctic is really, really warming up. And it says that during the instrumental period, the Arctic was warmer at any time than during the instrumental period. So it's a cause for concern. Arctic is warming. So what is the most important implication for a warming Arctic? It's obviously the sea ice. Sea ice is very sensitive. Yeah, here we go. So when you have got a warming Arctic, the first signs of warming you see in the extent and thickness of the sea ice. Sea ice is the ice which covers, the Arctic Ocean, fringing the coastal areas. So this is a graph which shows the extent of the sea ice in millions of square kilometers for the period straddling summer and fall. See, fall is the period, mostly around September or so, the Arctic sea ice reaches its minimum from a maximum value in March. So when you look at this one, what you see in the dark shaded area with the black line which is going across is the average of the period from 1981 to 2000. So 1981 to 2000, if you look at it from summer onwards to fall, you have got a value of about 6 million square kilometers is the extent of the Arctic sea ice spatially, not vertically. So if we compare those values with what is happening in 2012 sea ice had become minimum from a value of about 8 million square kilometers, touching almost 4 million square kilometers. There's been order of magnitude has decreased, and it has been fluctuating between 2012, 2020, and now 2022. You see, it's even now it's much less than the average between 1981 and 2000. So there has been annual variabilities in the extent of the sea ice, but it's much less than what we would like it to be. Okay, so this graph also shows the same thing, only in a different context altogether. Despite the yearly variabilities, there is a gradually decreasing trend. It is decreasing. The sea ice extent in September, the fall in the sea ice extent is much less. So the rate of change or decline is of the order of about 12.3% per decade. So which is a fairly large number if we look at the total area of Arctic. And since 1979, the September sea ice has lost about 3.59 million square kilometers. So that means that the sea is not freezing over to the extent which you would like. So definitely it will have its own repercussions. The water has to be heated up. It has to go somewhere else. So what exactly would be the cause for that? The usual suspects, anything which is happening, we immediately blame actually, oh shit, Okay. Immediately we tend to blame the natural processes. Natural processes are responsible. See, we can blame the greenhouse gases to an extent. We can always blame that, oh, look here, because we are pumping in more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, that's probably because all these things is happening. So there has been a lot of ozone in the atmosphere we are pumping. We have a lot of aerosols, black carbon. We are always talking about the black carbon in the atmosphere is responsible for whatever is happening over the world. But apart from that, there are certain natural variabilities or intrinsic to the system which are equally responsible. Like, for instance, the variation of the atmospheric circulation pattern. The variation in the way the oceans transmit heat energy from the mid-tropics or the temperate regions to the polar regions. They are also having a major say in the whole process. For instance, this is one of the things which is a good modeling experiment which was done by Ding et al. In 2017. What he found was that if you have got more long-wave radiation hitting the sea ice, actually what happens is that it kind of moistens the surface. When it moistens the surface, actually the tendency for the sea ice to melt becomes much more. So when the sea ice melts, actually it opens up the ocean. And because it opens up the ocean, actually there is again a temperature gradient. It leads one thing lead to another. Before you realize it, you have started losing sea ice drastically. Next one is oceanic variable. So what you see here is in red. Can I show it? I don't know whether I can. Yeah, here we. Oh yeah, I can. This is okay. Oh, this red one is okay, I think. I hope you can see it. Yeah, this is the North Atlantic current. Every year, this is the oceanic current which transmits heat energy, warm saline water is going up north. As it goes north towards the polar regions, it becomes cold, too cold and too dense for comfort because more salt is added. Finally, it reaches a stage around the latitude of Greenland also, it becomes too dense and it sinks. And when it sinks, it liberates a lot of heat energy in the atmosphere. And that heat is responsible for keeping the most of the Western Europe warm. So it's a lot of heat is liberated. Supposing there is some by chance, this conveyor belt, as we tend to call it, it gets shut down, or if there's a variation, the amount of heat energy will be transmitted from the mid-tropical region as well as temperate region to the polar regions gets reduced. So when there's less of heat energy transmitted to the polar regions, naturally you will not expect that much of loss of sea ice. So the ocean, so these are happening. This is a multi-decadal oscillation, as the oceanographers tend to call it. It happens once in about 70 years or so. There is a reduction in the amount of heat energy which is transmitted from the temperate regions to the polar regions and vice versa. So next one is the combination of atmosphere. See, you cannot talk in isolation when you talk about the climate. The most important thing is that you have always to have a look at a picture where there's a coupling between the atmosphere and the ocean. And not because they are in contact with each other, because of several other variables and other things, ocean and atmosphere tend to get coupled. And here we have got a scenario of this coupling. We have got what you have this North Atlantic circumpolar current transmitted heat energy, plus also we have got what is called a North Atlantic oscillation. It is just nothing but a pressure difference between the tropical regions and the polar regions. Usually we take the standard sea level pressure at Azores Island somewhere in the tropical region and compare with the low pressure in the Iceland. So when the pressure gradient difference is more, usually when you listen to the weather broadcast, they talk about low pressure, depressions and whatnot. It's nothing but a difference in pressure. When the difference in pressure is more, naturally it tends to carry more heat energy actually. It takes more moisture from the water, ocean, because there's a difference in the temperature gradient between the ocean and the land. What happens is the more water gets evaporated, it's carried to the land. And then we have got this so-called physicist would tell you that adiabatic cooling and everything, finally you get a lot of rain. So when you have got a combination of these two factors, atmosphere plus ocean acting in tandem, what happens is the westerlies, which are responsible for keeping most of the heat energy in the atmosphere, it becomes more vigorous. So more vigorous westerlies coupled with the Atlantic meridional oscillation, which you call as the oceans transport a lot of heat energy, the westerlies tend to be very vigorous. So the net result is that the heat energy which will get trapped in the polar region tend to be much more than before. And when the temperature gradient is more, when more heat energy is stored in the atmosphere, in the polar regions, it tends to affect the CS. Okay, so now I go to the next way. I look at the link between Asian monsoon. I see when I call Asian monsoon, see, there are several kinds of monsoon. There are Australian monsoon, there is a North American monsoon, African monsoon, Asian monsoon. When I say Asian monsoon here, I'm particularly focusing on Indian monsoon. That is the one which is focused on the Indian landmass, west of about 103 degrees meridian. And several interesting studies indicate there has been an overall decline of Indian summer monsoon rainfall. People talk about the decrease in summer monsoon rainfall since the late 1990s. We always talk about, although there have been period of drought, there have been period of excess rainfall, by and large, starting from the mid-90s onwards, if you look at that graph, there is a drastic or there's a perceptible decrease in the intensity of summer monsoon rainfall every year. So corresponding to that, if you remember, recall the earlier slide, which said the sea ice also shows a drastic reduction. From 1990s onwards, mid-1990s to the present day, there's a decrease in the annual sea ice extent in September during this period. So corresponding to that, there is also a drastic reduction in the intensity of summer monsoon rainfall over Indian landmass. So one thing can lead to another. So the by corollary, you will tend to think that, okay, there is a link between the two. There is a link. And what exactly is the link? Okay, so this, I think I will not discuss much. I'm sure Dr. Rahul and others in the afternoon, I'm sure you'll be touching. They are the paleoclimatology. They look at this. This is what, see, basically what the scientists, they look at is that they look at the calcium of the oxygen isotopic composition in the calcium carbonate, which makes up the stalactites and stalagmites in the caves, the speleotherms. So looking at that variation of the isotopic composition of the calcium carbonate preserved in the stalactites and stalagmites, it shows that as the del 18O, as they call it, as I forget about the fanciful terminology, and the oxygen isotopic composition, if it becomes more negative, the monsoon is said to be more strong, as opposed to a more positive value when you say the monsoon is weak. So if you look at this graph spread over the last 10,000 years, what you see here is the yellow ones. The yellow ones are basically what you said, the cold episodes in the Atlantic. So cold episodes in the Atlantic correspond by and large to a weakening of the monsoon over the ocean. So that means there is a correspondence, there is a robust relationship between what is happening in Atlantic vis-a-vis what is happening in the Asian region. Okay, so I now want to okay. See, this is a very interesting study which was done by some scientists from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology in Pune. So what they found out, they looked at the Arctic sea ice variability and Indian monsoon. What is the linkage? So these are not, again, absolute values. These are not absolute values. These are standardized values with respect to the mean. So anything above 0, what you see on the y-axis is only, but anything above 0, we tend to call the rainfall is more, and sea ice is less. And down below, we have got the drought periods. When they found, what they found out was that about 8 to 10% of the monsoon variability has been attributed to Arctic sea ice melt. So there is a linkage they brought out. If you look at this graph also, you can see there's a gross correspondence between the summer monsoon intensity as well as the sea ice extent. So when there's a sea ice is minimum, then the summer monsoon rainfall over the next year, see, sea ice is actually its minimum, I said during September, October. So the next monsoon peak is actually starting from June, July, August. So there is a gross correspondence. When this is low, this also tends to be low, and vice versa. So they found that there is a perceptibility. However, they have not been able to point out. This is one of the deficiencies which I always found out. We don't know the mechanism by which one is related to another. So this study was taken up to one more step by scientists from NCPA or Goa, Chatterjee and others in 2021, last year. They found out that what they did was that in the same modeling experiment which the scientists from IITM did, they also plugged in the sea surface temperature anomaly of the Arabian Sea also. What they found was very interesting. They found out it's not the intensity which is a robust correlation with the sea ice extent. What I found is the frequency of extreme. See, when we talk about the summer monsoon, we have got the periods of extreme rainfall periods. So extreme rainfall periods are different from the intensity of monsoon rainfall. So these extreme events can be correlated with the drastic lowering of the extent of the sea ice, especially in the Kara region, that's the Western Arctic region of things. Okay, so there is a relationship. They have been able to, and now, in 2013, the late Professor Krishnamurti and others from Florida State University, they came up with a very elegant hypothesis. See, we always think that, Arctic is related to monsoon, Arctic is related to monsoon. He said that it's the other way around. It is actually the Indian monsoon which is controlling the sea ice variability. So it's a really different look at the whole thing, and he has got evidence to prove that. It says that how does it happen? When you have got Indian monsoon, naturally it will liberate a lot of heat energy. So any raining out is meaning the liberation of heat. And when the heat is liberated, it has to go somewhere. And where does it get transmitted? It gets transmitted to the Canadian Arctic. So more of Canadian Arctic receiving more heat, naturally it leads to the lowering of the sea ice. Sea ice starts melting. So it is actually the other way around. It is something which is happening in India which is controlling what is happening in the Arctic, not the other way around. So that's one thing. So, and then recently, it's about 3 months back, only Sujitra and others, Sujitra, Sundaram and Holland, they came up with another model. They tried to find out the mechanism. So what Professor Krishnamurti and others lacked was that they were not able to pinpoint a mechanism by which the heat energy could be transmitted. But Sujitra and others, what they found was they had a mechanism in place. What they found was that it strengthened, when there is a strengthening of the Indian summer monsoon, it leads to North Atlantic Ocean. I told you, I remember that I was talking about a pressure difference in the Arctic between the temperate region and the polar region and everything. That tends to intensify. When it tends to intensify, what happens? It affects the whole wind pattern in the Arctic. The whole thing goes all over the place. It goes all over the place. Finally, what happens is that it causes more sea ice to build up. So increase of ISM, Indian summer monsoon, because it leads to a gradient, and that gradient is responsible for building up the sea ice. So it's looking at the other way. See, these are all modeling experiments based on some observational data also plugged in, with a caveat saying that there are certain loopholes to this. So always you take it with a pinch of salt and some concluding thoughts here, of concern. I'm just trying to flag the issue so that you'll have some food for thought. Number one, of concern. We know for sure the Arctic climate is shifting at an alarming rate to warmer, wetter, and more variable state. And over the past 15 years or so, the aerial extent of the sea ice has reduced by about 40%. So about 40% of the sea ice built up we have been losing over the last 1 decade. So that's a matter of concern. But we don't know with certainty what exactly is responsible for that. Is it greenhouse gas? Is it the black carbon in the atmosphere? Is the natural variability, which you are talking about, the transfer of heat energy by the oceans or the atmosphere, or coupling of all those things? If it's a coupling of everything put together, do they add up to 100? Or is there any other element which is responsible? See, we are talking about only 4 variables. We are talking about a natural climate variability. We are talking about the man-made or anthropogenic variables. But can there be other elements also which are responsible for the variations which are seeing it? Or the jury is still out. But we know for sure atmospheric ocean telecommunication connections can affect the Western Arctic seas. But what we do not know with certainty is the forcing phenomenon. What is responsible? What is the degree of intensity by which one player, see, it's like in a football, soccer field and everything. Who is responsible for the goal? It's a combination of all effects. But ultimately, it's the guy who nets the ball. He is known as the guy who scored the goal, not other people. So and that guy is not a save. It goes on changing. So we need to find out with certainty that the forcing functions, as we call it, beyond climate change. Now coming to the monsoon. Again, what we are sure about is that there is a link between the Indian summer monsoon and Arctic climate variable. That we know for sure. There is a link. But again, what we fail is that we also know that about 8 to 10% of the variability can be attributed to Arctic sea ice melt. But what we are not clear about is that the mechanism of linkage. Is it the Arctic controlling the Indian summer monsoon, or is the Indian summer monsoon variability is controlling the Arctic? We really don't know. Question: can there be physical link? Is there a physical mechanism like Sujitra and others? They did it in a thing. They have found out there is a physical mechanism. So we are not in a position to quantify the mechanism, forget about even qualifying it. We are just now, we are on the fringes of something which is happening, but we feel that we are on the right track, we are going to handle. What is the major challenge when it comes to climatologists in trying to link with Arctic climate variability with our lack of knowledge about the processes in the climate system? There are so many other variables which we may not know right now. Tomorrow they might become the critical components and other things. And the inability of climate models to reproduce the observation. See, okay, that's all right. I built up a wonderful model which works for me. But when I go to take the observations to the field, there should be correspondence. Otherwise, the whole thing falls flat. So the basic project, the inability of the climate models to reproduce the observations accurately. How do you do that? We need to collect more data, more observations, and more models, more physicists put together to come up with more coherent results. I think I'll stop with it. Thank you so much. And as the chairman pointed out, we can take the questions afterwards and then if it all.
Right, sir.
Or
I think
any.
we'll have a combined question and answer session.
Okay, thank you very much. There was
Yeah.
right.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for that very illuminating perspective on the what's happening in Arctic and what looks real variability, what looks an internal variability, and what looks actually what we still do not know. Because most of the time it so happened actually that we try to simplify things. That's what the most of the time what in the general media what you get mostly simplified versions of those actually what the research finds. So what he's trying to say that actually that things are not so as simple as what you think. And I'm really glad actually even now he's very much updated on those research activities going around and then trying to update us. So thank you so much, sir. I think it was a very excellent way to start this session. Now we move on to the next speaker of the day, that is Dr. Sandeep Oza. He's a very senior scientist actually from, he'll be speaking basically on the Arctic and Antarctic cryospheric sciences as well as its applications, especially using remote sensing and GIS technology. So Dr. Sandeep Oza is, of course, a very good friend of ours actually, as he's a very senior scientist at the Space Application Center in ISRO, Ahmedabad. And he's also heading the Cryosphere Science Division at the SAC currently. He has nearly 35 experience with the ISRO itself, and Vern actually has been using the space-borne data for resource applications, including vegetation dynamics and glaciers and other cryospheric areas, as well as including using geographical information systems, how best to utilize, to interpret them. His contribution, especially into the field of remote sensing as well as the polar, cryosphere in India, is especially noteworthy. And to understand how remote sensing can be optimally used to answer the certain, cryospheric science questions, he was also, participated in because your remote sensing data is only as good as you really have ground truthing. Means you really take the real observations. So he was also part of the expeditions to Antarctic as well as Arctic. And he is, what you call supervises several students in those areas of research. And considering his contributions, ISRO has also, he has been part of the ISRO Team Excellence Award twice in 2008 as well as 2012. Over to you, Dr. Oza, for for another 20 minutes. We'd like to complete it here. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? Yeah, I think so. Good. First of all, I would like to thank IDSA for giving me this opportunity, and definitely my senior Dr. Rajan, because this is a happy moment for me to share my views here, but in presence of him, yeah, that makes the difference. That makes the difference for me. So I'm representing Space Application Center of ISRO, which itself is a one of the most diverse center of ISRO, because just briefly I will touch upon that. It is not simply remote sensing activity, but all these micro and optical and thermal sensors, satellite sensors. It is being designed and built engineering model part, that is at Space Application Center. Then antenna part for spacecraft. Then this data product, wherever satellite is there, payload is there, naturally standard data products should be there. So standard data product generation software, that is also being developed at Space Application Center. And yes, it's GNSS, all these sensors, that yes, that is SEC, and its application, that is SEC. So in a way, it is one of the most diverse center of that. I'm just representing very small component of that SEC, and I will try to touch upon this remote sensing part because as we started, DG sir explained all this Arctic and Antarctic and our Indian their importance for India. Then later on, Dr. Thamban discussed something about science part, and naturally in a detailed manner. Then conceptual part, Dr. Rajan already explained. So now that is based on data, na? So from where we will get data, because that there this remote sensing plays the role. As DG sir mentioned, this area is experiencing a darkness for majority of the year. Okay, majority part of the year. So only remote sensing is the way to know something about this area. As I mentioned earlier, this part, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, great. So our role is here, SEC. How spaceborne data help to derive something, or to know something, or to infer something which address the bigger issues of our Arctic or Antarctic science. So let me start with this ice sheet or Greenland ice. And we are having two major ice sheets as discussed earlier, Antarctica and Greenland. And as we also know, the Greenland ice sheet is the losing the mass, and it is well known, but well known thing needs a proof. Okay, so these from our these are the studies from India itself, rather than depending on say other researchers, or I will say other than India. India should have our own solid research either in Himalaya or Arctic or Antarctic, because there are many other things are also there, like if I touch upon Himalayan part, Himalayan glacier, yes, they are losing the mass, that's true. But other than that, Alps and all those things, they are also losing the mass at the same rate. Himalaya is not the, we'll say rate is not higher than those things. But the thing is, yeah, one thing is sure, Himalaya is losing. These, from where we are getting this data, we are getting this data from the altimeter. That is our ISRO CNS, India CNS, that Saral Ertiga mission is there. It has an altimeter. So altimeter is sends the radar pulse. Then two-way travel time it measures. Many of you might be familiar with radar, so I am not saying. So two-way travel time it measures, and depending on that two-way travel time, we are deriving the say range, and from the change in the range will give me the change in the elevation. So once we get the change in the elevation, if we say at 10 years difference, we will know, come to know that how much mass it gains or losing the ice part. So the confirmed thing is Greenland, it is losing the mass almost at the this much is the value, and if we convert it into this equivalent sea level, then 0.5 millimeter per year sea level rise, that is the contribution from the Greenland. And we are still continuing with the same part, whether it is the acceleration is there, or whether it is reducing. One thing is very sure, I will discuss later on also this part. This is the region where even surface melting is also high, and why it is some surprising part, we will see later on. Yeah. So one from altimeter, we can say it is the losing the mass, change in elevation. Now, whether is there any change on the surface? When surface will have a change because of the environmental changes. Okay, So if warming is high or cooling is high, it will the surface melting is an indicator of all these things. Here we are using either radiometer or say our spectrometer. Even recently, 2 days back, we have launched India launched that OceanSat 3 on board EOS 6. That itself is one spectrometer. It is continuity of our two earlier spectrometer. So we can see this part is melting, but the inner melting on our inner region, that is a concern, because it is at much higher elevation. Okay, so at much higher elevation, this spread of this warmer air is going. That is the concern, and when we say concern, means why it is going there. That needs to be investigated. Same way Svalbard. Okay, and this part I was saying that this northern part, northern Greenland part, it is warming. It is showing warming. Surface melt it is showing. You see, significant melt is here, and here multi-year sea ice region is there. So just nearby multi-year sea ice region, if land is facing this warmer part, naturally it will have impact on multi-year sea ice part, and that is what we are observing also. And thereby in Arctic, you see, exterior part, okay, multi-year exterior part, it is losing the mass because of the nearby warm ocean, that is known. But here in this fasten ice between Antarctic, Greenland, this land part and sea ice part, that bond is now weakening, and this will accelerate the that multi-year sea ice loss from this Arctic region, and that is indicated by the surface melt pond. It is being observed over this nearby this region. You can see point is there. This is somewhere here, and you can see here every year these are the number and say volume, this ice depth, lake ice depth, using optical data. Okay, so the volume which is being observed over these lakes, that is because of the surface melting, and number of lakes, its depth and distribution, that change from year to year. It will give me the indication whether prevailing weather at that time, whether it is say worst or helping for freezing. But helping from freezing, we are not able to observe till now. Even over a Greenland period, we are since many years we are observing, and with profile also you can see this is the profile. This how data is there, how to investigate and how to say infer the unknown things. That is what we are trying to do. We means entire cryosphere community. Thank you. Now, from Greenland, let us come to Svalbard. Okay, Svalbard surface melting we can see here. Now, another thing is these are the all the glacier maps, boundaries that we have mapped for Svalbard region. Naturally, it's a different say glacier features. They also marked from year to year how it is changing. That is also there. But the major thing concern is the velocity by which it losing the mass, surging glacier which is losing the mass into the ocean. The beautiful idea is there. Idea means if we say, I don't know whether Dr. Thamban will agree with that or not. But when I realize Arctic, it is like our Himalaya. Okay, glaciers are there. But if we say from snow line to high elevation, if you cut that Himalaya and squeeze it 0 to 500 meter or say 0 to 700 meter elevation and place it near the ocean, so that is a Svalbard. Same kind of this glacier, all those things will there. But there are many other things because of the this we can say that nearby Arctic, it is a subarctic region. almost Arctic, 80° north. So there, what we are getting is the surging glacier. Surging glacier, it is directly feeding to the ocean, okay, which we are not having in Himalaya. Then small glaciers are there. Another thing is there are two kind of glaciers. One is moving with 5 to 10 meters, or say 3 to 5 meter per year, and just nearby that, it is in fact our annihilation nearby this. One is 3 to 5 meter, and another is 3 to 5 meter per day. That is Congressman and Kroner Bean. They are moving 3 to 5 meter per day. Just say few kilometers away from that, we are having 3 to 5 meter per year glacier is also there. So this much difference why it is having. Both are losing the mass. One is because of the dynamics. Another one is because of the thermodynamics. Bottom and surface freezing. Yeah. Another one is what sea ice we can see. Sea ice part is there. Na? You can see this is animation, how it is a seasonally varying part. In winter, it is full of Arctic. Summer, this much region is also just remain, and there is multi-year sea ice. And the decrease in multi-year sea ice, that is alarming. It is there, but it is alarming. Why it is there, and how much, and when it will vanishes. Now, when it will vanishes means it is the modeling part. So we should move with the model part, how to include that. These from same CN, our ISRO CNA Saraltica data, we are trying to derive this CS concentration also. These are the maps. Another thing is this part. Earlier it was not there, but now we have started this drifting also, sea ice drift. And how sea ice drift is important because it is the basically moving ice. Okay, it gives the velocity. Number one, velocity. Number two, concentration. Number three, thickness. That is what we are getting from altimeter. So concentration, area, thickness, and velocity will give me the flux. How much is the outward flux from Arctic towards lower latitude? That we will come to know from this data. And the same CS drift we will try to implement for our CS advisory for our Antarctic expedition. And the thing is, at many of the places, we need the models. Number one, we need the collaboration with those countries like Nansen Institute, those things which are having a long experience of this CS dynamics part. One thing is very sure, what I observed from my thing. As we do something and as we come to know something, we will come to know we don't know many things. Okay. Earlier it is very easy that we okay, now we are knowing this. But when we come to know that thing, we will come to know, oh, much more we don't know. So now what we know to what we don't know, we are trying to do. One thing is what discuss sea surface temperature and this sea ice decline. Both are it is well documented with the research also, and these also known as polar amplification. And once this ocean is ice free, it's very because ocean is ice free, atmosphere and ocean will interact with each other, temperature of ocean will increase, and that increased temperature of ocean will not allow it to freeze for next year sea ice. Okay, so thereby it is we can say the sea ice days, icy days will decrease. Sorry, can we go back? Yeah. These see these are the regions where red color is there. Na, their icy days is declining. Total number of icy days in peripheral areas. Total number of icy days that itself is having a declining trend. And this declining trend indicates that almost it is the majority of the year it is ice free. Now ice free is blessing or say not blessing. That is blessing for transportation, but otherwise it is not blessing, definitely. Yeah. And this is the exercise which we are implementing for Antarctic. We means ISRO and NCP are both, and we have developed a decision support system for safer ship navigation. And for that we are using satellite derived altimeter, thickness, concentration, area, then extent, and SAR derived CIS condition. So near real time SAR derived CIS condition is really found useful for say during the worst condition of while navigating the ship. And the same thing, this is okay implemented over an Antarctic region nearby Indian stations, but the system is independent of the location. The same thing can be implemented for our say Indian navigation during for this Arctic region. Whenever required, the same thing can be utilized. Only finer modification is required. Now, that part was already discussed, and we know also there is a linkage between Arctic and Himalayan region. Okay. One thing is observed and proven as far as European part is concerned, the sea ice melting and summer decline of summer sea ice extent. Okay, that will increase the evapotranspiration ET part over the ocean in Arctic region, which is reflected in the increased snow precipitation over the some of the Canadian regions or European regions. The same thing is also observed by Chinese researchers over Tibet. Okay, so now we should also think in the we should think means I'm not having solid data right now, but we have already studied how to know between the linkage between this Arctic change and Himalayan snow precipitation, because Himalayan snow precipitation is very crucial for our many of the strategic and social applications. We are having Vedas for visual data archival and dissemination part is there. There we daily say snow cover data it is being disseminated, and from there simply if we overlay the roads, we will come to know which are the road blocks are there. Glacier information system entire for 5,000 to 6,000 glaciers we are having for 2 time frame, that is there. Only the thing is this is there, but it is not enough. Why it is not enough? Because snow is there, but the avalanche part that needs to be modeled. And as far as snow part is concerned, we were since back long back we are associating with SASE and now DGRE. And for this avalanche modeling also, we are in process to formulate a project between DGRE and this ISRO, SEC ISRO, that is under part. And both of the basically linkage part, that is the things which needs to be understand. As we see here, you say this is the I think 27 means 2 days back, na? Just this system, this decision support system displaying SAR data with CS conditions. That is this is a 27/11/2022 available on the Vedas portal. I will say this is just beginning. This is just beginning. We have to road ahead is much more, much longer, and for that we need ground truth data, as Dr. Thamman mentioned earlier. For that we are visiting Antarctica also, we are visiting Arctic also, and we are visiting Himalayan glaciers also. We are trying to derive the in situ data collection with different instruments. Many of you are already familiar with all this, either GPR or AWS or Snowfork, etc. And nowhere it is a simple. This glacier, you are compared to me, you are much more aware about this, how harsh the Himalayan glaciers are. Okay, so it is not easy to get data from that. And now everywhere, what we need is how to get the data, how to compare them with the satellite derived data. Okay, because for derivation of technique and improvement, we need in situ data. In situ data is for the development of the technique and validation of those technique for further improvement. Yeah. Now, other than earlier launch satellites, we are now recently launched C-band SAR just few months back. EOS 6 OceanSat 3 having optical, thermal and scatterometer just few days back. And in the pipeline, we are having NASA ISRO SAR mission, which is L and S dual band, and having quad pole capability. So HH, HV, VH, VV, this quad pole will give us the better snowpack characterization. Then resource set 3, which is optical sensors and stereo sensors, and hyperspectral sensor mission, it is also there. Particularly area, this is in planning stage, but airborne already flown. Now, we need to utilize this data for our cryosphere part. We have to prove that yes, it is useful, and sensor point of view, quality point of view, and our purpose is also being solved. Another requirement is there, because we are having high number of sensors we are having. We means India. Its downloading is also now we are whatever download facility we are having right now, we need to increase that part. So we need to have downloading stations somewhere in the Arctic, somewhere in the Antarctic. We are having Antarctica, but in Arctic, number of downloading stations we need to increase. So that I think that discussion is already there, but requirement is there. Now, in this domain, advanced instrumentations we are having, or anybody is having, we need to install it over this region. Greenland particularly, we need to have, other than this Canadian part is also there, Greenland also we need. So whatever we have carried out, the road ahead is much longer for that. Okay, we are having a solid work over Antarctica. Really, since long back we are contributing for the Antarctica, but for Arctic we need to have a similar kind of strong output from our India in research part also. We are having, but compared to Antarctica, less. And similar kind of things we can have in future. We can have a joint say report or publication on the what are the science part we have contributed in the Arctic joint. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oza. Yeah, I think we will have now another, we are exactly on time, and we have nearly about 30 minutes for this question and answer session. So while we can also have some kind of discussion, but I would request, I would rather like to have this more interactive, as well as more, suggestions as well as questions coming from the audience. And you can just tell me actually to whom to addressing, so accordingly as we can. Go ahead, sir.
Much for that scintillating presentation, the both of you, all three of you rather. My first question is for Dr. Rajan. It's a very basic question. What happens to research stations in the Arctic when the Arctic melts completely or alarmingly, and if the glaciers are also non-existent? I mean, what happens to that physical presence there? Secondly, question to Dr. Oza. So what is the forum for reconciliation of the scientific data that you generate? Like there is an Indian set of data, there is a Chinese set, there is varied sets. What is the node for reconciliation without science per se? And
You said you need more stations for downloading data in the Arctic. How do you propose to, perhaps that could go to the chair, how do you propose to set these up through strategic partnerships? Do you have some kind of a lien, a birthright to go there and decide where you want to put your data station? Who decides?
I think yours is second.
Hope you can hear me. Yeah? Okay. Thanks, sir. Thanks, Ambassador, for that. That's actually a good question if you look at it from a different angle. See, what we need is a platform to do science in Arctic. The part right now, what we have got are the platforms are on terra firma. Not exactly on sea ice. We need a land. Because most of us, oceanographers, they don't need a terra firma to do science. They need a ship. So right now, all the stations which you got in the Arctic are in and around the Arctic Ocean only. Mostly out of the eight Arctic countries, or I would say rather 6 of the Arctic maritime nations, most of them have it on land. And it's not, see, what we are projecting is the loss of sea ice, not the loss of the glaciers per se. So when the sea ice loses over a period of time, over the next 50 years or so, definitely you would also expect any warming would also affect the glaciers. Obviously, one goes with the other. But then it's a moot point whether it will really affect our research base, the Arctic. The only thing which people are worried about and which they have been talking about is that it will open up the passageways. The Northwestern Passage and the Northeastern Passages will come open, allowing us the ships to fly back and forth. It's almost, they say, almost about 40 days of sailing time. You save if I travel along the Suez Canal and down south. Instead of that, if I go across, and I will reach China much faster. But again, that's it's easier said than done, I would say. Frankly, as a pragmatic thing is that if the sea ice avenues open up, let us assume that over the next 10 years, we are losing so much of sea ice and other things that the passageways open up. There are political, the most important political implication is, to whom does it belong, to the passageways? If I take into the Northwestern passageways, immediately Canada claims it is in their backyard, it's the internal waters. If I take the northern passageways, Russia says it is their backyard. You cannot have a free transit along these two lanes without their permission. That's number one. From the logistics point of view also, you need an icebreaker. You need an ice class vessel to take anything across Arctic. So it's not a regular transshipment container cannot do the work which when you are talking about Arctic. So two things. One is that the Arctic research bases may not get affected to the extent that we are feeling. Number two is that the worst scenario is that the Arctic Passage is opening up, allowing a free for all kind of attitude, which people have been clamoring. Let's open it up, and then we'll be able to reach China much faster than before. I think that also might be a bit too tough to think right now. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for that response. I think now I am leaving to the next question, which is actually the data itself. Actually, we all have so much of data which is being generated over the decades, and in fact, it's keep changing. The quality of data keep changing, so the interpretation, of course, going to change, and also the quality of data come from the the Indian satellites, and maybe what's the Chinese satellites and other things that could be maybe also they are doing in a similar area. So how do you reconcile it? That's what the ambassador was trying to ask you. And the second part of that question is also that actually what do we do about that? How do we get those data from the right places from Arctic and Antarctic? So I can also add to the last part of it. I think I request you to start.
First of all, we need to have online data available online for our own database what we have generated. Number one, sir. So for that, earlier it was not there, but since past few years, we are putting it online, available from the ISRO portal. So now it is accessible, and link can be shared with any of the other say data portal also, so that the common database can be have a in a common forum, like what NASA JPL is, NSIDC dataset is there. That is National Snow and Ice Data Center. It has a database of Arctic, Antarctic, and many of other their experiment part also. It is not simply satellite derived data, but all those in situ data part also they are putting it on online. So similar kind of the on a similar line with our own perspective, we are putting it on the this ISRO portals. So that database, either it is many of the like the glacier inventory of the two time frame, almost at 10 years apart, that is available on now. It is on Vedas portal, and with all this quality check part. Second part, this what about the Chinese database, etc. That is again a other thing. Is it is a but we can have, we can say about our own database. Okay, that is because first of all we should have access, anyone from the India should have access for this Indian database, and that is there now. It is there. Second part, can I say about data? Yeah, just data downloading part. This data downloading stations, that discussion is with ISRO. They are taking up to ministries. I think Dr. Anurag is also knowing much more about that, and they are in dialogue base. But I think this Arctic policy and partnership part, it may help that to accelerate and to fruitful implementation of those things. But though I know that part, but naturally the proper forum is from ISRO headquarters.
Yeah, thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
Roja. So, Ambassador, I would like to just add a couple of points to it. One is that actually NCPR itself has a National Antarctic Data Center, which actually means basically currently it is just Antarctica. No, in fact, Polar Data Center, actually, but it is actually NPDC now, National Polar Data Center. So basically, all those institutions which have some connections to these PORA programs are now expected to share the data with NPDC, and then we are actually archiving as well as, so there is an access to that data is there at the moment. But the question of what you are saying, actually, the kind of the earlier data, which is because each of them have different quality, and as far as the data downloading part is concerned, Antarctica, now we have a very strong relation with ISRO. ISRO has, created, is established its ground station in near the Bharati station, and now they are expanding it to, for the new remote sensing satellite they're being launching, actually, including the Ka-band and other stuff, actually. So they basically expanded that, base, actually, the ground station in Antarctica. Question is about Arctic. I think in Svalbard they have some, which is currently they have a certain thing, actually, but it's not actually on our own in complete way. I think they are actually still looking forward to that kind of thing. So I think with that, actually, I think we move on to next question. I think, so yeah, go ahead. Sir, he has been requesting me just once more. The mic is not on, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. My first question, of course, to Dr. Rajan, and that is, first, I'd like to compliment both the speakers for the very insightful presentation. The extreme events in the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal are on the increase, especially in the Arabian Sea. They are in the increase. How are they connected with the sea ice or the melting part? And is there any method by which we can forecast, because they affect, as we see recently, at least in the Arabian Sea, there have been major increase. Bay of Bengal was a happening. I'm a Navy man, so I can tell you, 1970, the Bay of Bengal cyclone actually wiped out political, the events that happened. And so there's some correlation between the extreme activities in the Arabian Sea and of course the Bay of Bengal. Then in the continental shelf, so you are an expert in the continental shelf. What are the sort of the developments that we can see in terms of increase in the EEZ and how far that is going on? We would like to have your your opinion on that. And of course, I see that the seamelt region, the concentration is not near Novozemla and in the Russian Arctic in front of that. There are two concentrated zones as you shown on the slide. And sir, you said jet streams also are affecting the. In that, I may like to say, I don't know how you get data about the actual strength of the jet stream, but as a pilot, I can tell you that all the aviators are using, the civil aviation is using jet stream very, very effectively to reduce their fuel consumption. So, but that data which they are, there's tracking data which is going on, is that tracking data being used to calculate the jet stream intensity, if that is being used or not, because that data is now available. You can see those flights, going and coming. So that can be used. And I also see that we have no collaboration with Russia because the long Arctic coast, but there's no collaboration with Russia in terms of the stations to get data. Whereas only we got Greenland and the other part is, I think, Swaziland. So why we are not able to use the Russian coast to get data from the Arctic? I was just trying to put across to you. And as far as the correlation with your depth of the Greenland ice. Now, are you measuring that Greenland ice from the change from the last time or from the actual physical, the surface, the ice, the ground surface? That is that you're measuring the height of the this, or you're measuring the change in from the air? That is the key question, which sort of involved in that. And of course, to get the snow for the army, would like to know what is the depth of snow in the road, which will also be helpful. Gentlemen like to say rather than, and because that will help in terms of how soon it can be cleared. Thank you very much.
Rajan, would you like to start?
Thank you, sir, for those sequence of questions. I was just getting lost by trying. I mean, the thing is that it sees that, the amount of interest you have taken in, and grasping that itself shows off, it's remarkable. And I'll just go through the one by one. One is the extreme events in the Arabian Sea and the extreme events during the summer monsoon period. See, when you talk about extreme events, there are two kinds of extreme events during the summer monsoon period and the so-called extreme events, which are not that great during the retreating monsoon period, which is more obvious in the Bay of Bengal as compared to the Arabian Sea. Also, by extreme events, I take it that you are looking at the extreme events which are focused on the Arabian Sea sector much more than what you see in terms of cyclones and storm surges in the Bay of Bengal. There has been a study, in fact, I'm glad you asked this question because this study has come from the stable of NCPAR. I mean, as recent as last year, what they did was they looked at the CA's concentration and its extent in basically in the Kara area, that is western part of Arctic. Why western part of Arctic? That is another question which you asked, which is related to this one, is that the CA's variations are much more perceptible in the western part of our Arctic as compared to the eastern part. I'll come to the reasons again. Right now, what they did was that they looked at the CA's extent over the last 70 years or so. They did the modeling and they plugged in the sea surface temperatures of the Arabian Sea into the equation. And what they found was that the frequency of the extreme events are correlatable with the CA's variations in the Arctic. So now if you ask me whether by looking at the CA's variation, whether I'll be in a position to predict whether there will be a storm surge in the next 24 hours, no, it's too early for making. What we are doing is right now an educated guess based on modeling. there is a robust relationship between the sea ice variation in the Arctic with the extreme events in the Arabian Sea sector. That's the modeling results they say. But however, when you are looking at the observational data, there are certain gap areas. That's exactly what Dr. Oja was mentioning about. There are gap areas in our observations also. So unless we have a one-to-one relationship between what we model and what observations tell us, the predictions sometimes, we have to take with a pinch of salt. But still, I defend the modelers because they set the tone for the whole thing. So there is a relationship. But when it comes to the Bay of Bengal, things are quite different. Because one thing we are always forgetting, because this is a forum for the Arctic, which I have not highlighted, nobody has highlighted, is that there is a major third player also in the equation. That is the Southern Ocean. They also affect the Indian monsoon. We have got the so-called ENSO, we talk about Indian Ocean Dipole. There are several other variables which also have a say in the variability in the Indian monsoon as opposed to Arctic also. So when it comes to the Bay of Bengal, I would say it's much more to do with the sea ice. It's not a sea ice variability per se in the Arctic, which is a major say, but there are certain other variables like in terms of the variation, the sea level pressure between the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, which you call the Indian Ocean Dipole, which has a say. I hope that answer is okay. Now coming to the continental shelf, where do we stand? That's basically what you looked at it. See, one clarification which I need to provide here is that the delineating the outer limits of the continental shelf. Let us say that I'm extending the outer limits of my continental shelf, but I'm not extending the outer limits on the EZ. My EZ remains the same. It remains at 200 nautical miles from the baseline. No question, all over the world is the same, just 200 nautical miles. But what we are aiming, what we are extending is that the seabed and subseabed beyond 200 nautical miles. So not the water column. Above beyond 200 nautical miles, the water column belongs to the common heritage of mankind. But the seabed and subseabed beyond 200 nautical miles is something which a country can claim. So that is the difference between a continental shelf and extension of continental shelf vis-a-vis our exclusive economic zone. The third thing is quite a good question you asked, because you are talking about the jet stream data. See, when we are looking at the North Atlantic oscillation, what we look at is it's a kind of a decadal oscillation. It happens once in 8 to 12 years or so. The difference, the why it happens is that the sea level pressure difference between the Azores Islands. Why we take Azores Island? Because in the pressure is the highest there. In the sea level pressure difference between Azores Island and Iceland. When the Icelandic sea level pressure is low, the Azores Island pressure tends to be high. Because from the land to the ocean, again, we are looking at the land to ocean transmission of heat energy, the pressure difference. So a jet stream which we are looking at is seasonal or diurnal variations. What the modelers look at is annual to decadal. So it gets added up. It's ultimately it turns to almost like an algebraic summation of the whole thing. You have a jet stream which is very vigorous, which is actually affecting the air transport on a day-to-day basis, on a monthly basis. So October, November, I was told that it's so difficult to fly across in the Arctic and other things because of this stream variability is so high. So from Florida, people refuse to go across in the rock. I mean, the jets, actually, the fighter jets and other things, they tend to deviate from their path. I'm not an aircraft person, but that's the message I got it. Basically it has something to do with the jet stream, because the jet stream on the oceans is affected by the jet stream on the surface also. Okay. And why we are looking at the sea ice variability in the Western Arctic as opposed to the Eastern Arctic. There are a couple of areas where the sea ice concentration is much high, like for the Karachi, Beaufort. These are the areas where, not because the sea ice per se, because you have got stations also. There is a logistics also is involved in any Arctic expeditions. Ideally, I would like to go all over the Arctic, look at the sea ice measurements just about everywhere, which is not possible. That's where people like Dr. Roja come in, because they have got remote sensing tools. But yes, where I can access, where it's easy for me to mount my stations, observations, and everything, that's on the Western Arctic as opposed to Eastern. Final question is why not with Russia? It's not. It's a $1 million question, because we have got a lot of collaboration. I mean, not India. China has got a lot of collaboration with Russia. They are the Great Siberian Line and other things. You're talking about transportation of natural gas from Siberia all the way to Eastern China. That they are doing it. But why not India? I think Dr. Sampan is the right person to answer, because it's much more geopolitical than, and he's at the ham right now.
No,
Thank you.
yeah, thanks, Dr. Rajan, actually. So, but yeah, I just like to add one point to it, actually, that the Russian relationship has been actually increasing in Arctic of late. But the cost has happened to be, there have been several proposals actually to work with their, icebreakers and all that. This cost is so expensive with Russians, because they have this high nuclear powered, icebreakers and all, which tend to be very expensive. But however, actually, we have a recent visit of this director of this RE, that is Arctic Antarctic, the Research Institute, actually in St. Petersburg, actually. So we are entering into a MOU now. So hopefully some research will come out of it, or some collaboration will happen out of it. Thank you so much. Dr. Rosa, would you like to add the next question, which Sas-
I would love to answer. Yeah.
Now time
Uh,
is getting short. So
No, but it is really just in a brief, though it is a science question, and involves how we are compensating the, say, errors, inaccuracies, and the seasonal changes. What your question is directly linked to that. First of all, we are not measuring the depth, total ice sheet thickness, because we are observing from the space. So surface and subsurface. How much depth of the surface, the subsurface, that depends on the frequency, radar frequency, which we are utilizing. So here, this is the carbon altimeter, so we can say surface roughly. And what we are measuring, the say change in elevation. Okay, sir. Change in elevation we are measuring. So now the question will come. Before you ask, let me supplement that part also, because seasonal changes that will also will be get accounted for all these things. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to take the average of entire, say, 2 to 3 years, average of 3 to 4, say 3 years or 5 years, but basically average elevation of 5 years. Now after 10 year, again take the average elevation of the 5 year. The difference between these two average, that will give me the effective the loss of this ice sheet. There is also this how to seasonal variation, how to compensate, or say how to correct it using backscatter data. That part is there, but again it will have some side effect on measurement part. So the robust method is taking the average of 5 years, another 5 years at, say, certain time interval, and that will give me the loss within that 10 or 15 years, so, and divide it, so we'll get the per year approximate thing. That is what.
thanks, Dr. Oja. I think we need to move on now, because already 12:30. There are many questions coming in, actually. So I request, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, so firstly, thank you for a very enlightening talk, all three of you, sir. My question, two of them. First is addressed to Dr. Rajan, sir. You had brought out a very interesting relationship between the Indian monsoons and the Arctic, and then you also in your course of talk brought out that there's another researcher who came up that it's the other way around. It's the Indian monsoons which are affecting the Atlantic. So ultimately, sir, is the jury out on that? What is actually affecting that you left us for us to, which I'll request you to. Second, sir, in response to the question asked by the ambassador and the DG IDSA, you had mentioned that the once the Arctic Sea passages opens up, there would be lien on that passage by Canada and Russia, but you did not mention Norway, Finland, and the other Scandinavian countries. Is it so? Would they not also be having a lien on them, sir, on the passage once it opens up? And my third, sir, in response to the question you gave to the previous speaker, you said that access to the assets on the seashore beyond the continental shelf, that is it again, does it have any, is it common for all nations, or do the nations which are in proximity to the sea lanes which open up, do they have some specific rights? That is one. And only question to the chair was, sir, when you had given your presentation, you'd shown various presents where we have, but you'd also mentioned two places. One was in the Southern Ocean, one was the Deep Ocean Mission. So is it some specific area, sir, or is it anywhere where the that ORV Sagar Nidhi does this? That's it, sir.
Let's go ahead.
Thanks for your question. I wish I had an answer for the first question. The jury is still out. I agree with you because see, why do we have the link? Why do we think that there's a link? Because we need to have a thermal anomaly or thermal gradient between the land and ocean when the temperature. See, oceans get warmer. I mean, land gets warmer as compared to the oceans and other things. When the ocean temperature difference between land and the ocean, I mean, this is elementary rainfall modeling. So more water gets into the atmosphere, then it cools up in the surface, and then it just rains down. So one way where when you're thinking of having melting of the sea ice, you need to have temperature difference. Where do you get the temperature from? There are two ways. One is the oceans themselves can transport the heat energy from the tropics to the to the polar regions. Our atmosphere can transfer. And the third thing is because ocean and atmosphere are connected also, this ocean transport can happen from anywhere. Atmosphere transfer can also happen from anywhere. So what Dr. Krishnamurthy, the late Dr. Krishnamurthy and others, they did was that when they did the modeling, they looked at this aspect from this angle, saying that if there's a heavy rainfall, let's say in the northwestern part of India, the temperature drops down drastically. So that heat energy, what happens to the heat energy? It gets transmitted along the desert, across the desert of northwestern India. It goes all the way to the Canadian Arctic side because the atmospheric circulation carries it across. And when the heat energy gets dissipated, it gets dissipated in the process definitely, but not to the extent that it becomes zero. By the time it reaches the Arctic, Canadian Arctic and other things, it cools. There's a lot of precipitation. Sea ice buildup. So that's one way. Another way of looking at it is that because when the sea ice melts and other things, the heat energy again has to be lost. Where does it go? It goes to tropics. It gets carried by the circumpolar current, I mean circumatlantic and the thermohaline circulation, it carries it across. So the model works both ways. But which is the ultimate one is what scientists are really worried about. But my gut feeling, if you ask me from whatever has been happening, is that it is the thermal energy release from the tropics which is keeping the sea ice variability at its peak in the Arctic. So I tend to support the hypothesis by Krishnamurthy and others because I feel much more logic to that. I mean, I don't say that the other one is illogical and other thing, but at least the modeling experiments tend to support this view rather than the earlier view that it's the sea ice melting which is responsible for what is happening in the Indian summer monsoon. Coming now to the next question was concerning CLCS, right? The commission, other thing, it is applicable to see basically a coastal state or any coastal state which has got a maritime limits can submit its claims to the United Nations. So let's say India as a country is a coastal state. India has got an exclusive economic zone. India, it goes up to 200 nautical miles. So it's a territorial rights, 12 nautical miles, where the airspace, the water column, the seabed, subseabed, everything is territorial rights belong to the country. If I go further, I enter the exclusive economic zone, which goes up to 200 nautical miles, where I have got rights only over the water column and seabed and subseabed. I have got it's an exclusive economic zone. Beyond 200 nautical miles, let us say I've got, because the continent, they don't stop at 200 nautical miles. Ocean don't start where the sea starts. From the scientific point of view, the continents go all the way beyond 200 nautical miles also. There can be specific instances where the seabed can extend beyond 200 nautical miles. That's what the extended continental shelf is all about. So it's not intrinsic, or it's not intrinsic only to India alone. Any country which can demonstrate that they have got a continental shelf which goes beyond 200 nautical miles can provide its scientific data to this 21-member commission on the limits of the continental shelf. They sit in judgment and they provide a recommendation which are final and binding on the coastal state. Again, I repeat, it doesn't mean that we are extending our exclusive economic zone. Exclusive economic stops at 200 nautical miles alone. Beyond 200 nautical miles, the fisheries resources for that matter, it belongs to the whole world at large. But the seabed and subseabed belongs to the country. So that is the difference between the two. Was there anything else I missed out, Doctor? I think I said.
Thanks, Dr. Rajan. The last point, I think probably my presentation was very last minute, as well as it was just a matter of fact. I just utilized the opportunity. The DOM, the Deep Ocean mission, which was seen actually, are essentially, it's a new mission mode project of the government of India, which is a part of the blue economy, the scheme of things, wherein actually they want to explore the deep oceans with a kind of technology which we never have. So there are different verticals to that deep ocean mission, like the vertical which actually goes into making the technology. That's for example, Ministry of Earth Sciences is the overall body, you look after that actually, and then like National Institute of Ocean Technology is supposed to build what you call Samudrayan, which can go to as deep as 5,000 meter altitude. And the vertical which the NCPR does is actually in the exploration of the deep ocean, especially around the mid-oceanic ridges of Indian Ocean. The mid-oceanic ridges are those parts actually where the new crust is created or new land is created in the ocean. And because the new land is created, it's also in a place where the new mineral resources are created. And the hydrothermal minerals are considered to be one of the potential future energy resources in terms of especially mineral resources actually, where you get all these rare kind of minerals as well as elements do form. So this is that particular study is about actually studying the deep ocean for these new mineral resources. As a matter of fact, actually, since 2016, International Seabed Authority has given a license to permitted India actually to explore that particular given area, and we are as party to we need to also do all kind of survey, including a environmental impact assessment of the region, supposing you go beyond an exploration to the exploitation stage. So, and after certain years, actually, you are also supposed to give back certain area to the Indonesian Seabed Authority. Okay, this is not a potential area for us. We want to focus in further on smaller areas. So that's the kind of research the exploration carries out actually in the Southern Ocean, in the Deep Ocean mission. Being nearly about 5,000 kilometers away from the Indian subcontinent, actually, it's also quite challenging in terms of operations, actually, because a lot of time get lost actually all the way, traveling there actually. So the Southern Ocean expedition itself is a different thing actually. It is actually purely scientific interest of understanding how the carbon cycle of this Southern Ocean is currently, what is the status as well as how it's changing, how it could impact actually our future as the globe is warming and we have more CO2 increase actually. What is the ability of that ocean, because Southern Ocean being the major area where it can absorb more carbon dioxide currently. So that this particular project is all about understanding those current variability as well as trying to model them for the future. So I hope with this actually we move on to, I think, so please go ahead. Yeah, right.
First of all, I must point out, brilliant present. I especially enjoyed Dr. Rajan's presentation. Just a very basic question, Dr. Rajan. If I understood you correctly, you said 8 to 10% of monsoon variability was linked to Arctic sea ice melt, right? You did mention that which is the independent variable and which is the dependent variable is debatable. But my very basic question was, what about the 90% that we don't know, the X factor? Do we, at the level of speculation, have any idea what is causing that monsoon variability?
Thank you, sir. Basically, what we have done is a series of modeling experiments, plugging in some of the observational data also. And we find that about 8 to 10% of the monsoon variability on a decadal scale can be linked to the variations in the Antarctic sea ice. Okay. So the question was that what happened? What about the remaining 90? See, monsoon per se, especially Indian monsoon, people have been asking, why is it difficult to predict Indian monsoon when an American can do it for North America? When they say it rains, it rains. But here, when we say it rains, it doesn't rain. Why? I mean, see, that is the usual approach that as a layman, even before when I was a student also, I used to wonder when the IMD says it will rain, I will just know, I will not need an umbrella today because it will not rain. The reason is that the monsoon, Indian monsoon, is not actually modulated by just one variable, as opposed to the more simple way in which the North American monsoon is modulated. We have got about 16 variables playing in tandem, some opposing each other, some going parallel to each other. So when you have got, if 16 is not enough, yeah, I stand corrected. It's not, there are umpteen variables which have a say in our monsoon variability. So with the kind of data that we are churning out, you need a supercomputer. Now we have got several supercomputers working on that, but our predictability has improved by leaps and bounds over the last 10 years or so, because we are able to get a handle on the kind of variables which are actually causing the monsoon. See, finding out the variables itself was a major task. Now that we feel that we have got a good handle on what are the causes for the monsoon variability, now we can pick them one by one and find out. So putting it on, and again, the caveat there is that it's the monsoon, that variable need not be a constant factor through and through. 1 year, that will play a major role. Next year, that may not. And then we have got seasonal variability, seasonal oscillation. We have got decadal oscillation. We got interdecadal oscillation. We got multi-decadal oscillation. We have got millennial scale oscillations. All this put together, what we are getting, it's almost like a masala kind of thing. We don't know whether it's more spicy today and it will not be so spicy, sweet next day. So the net result is, I think I'm answering in the question, the 90%. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to predict that. That's why.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. I think we are almost close to the time. In fact, we crossed the time limit. Just there's one question, actually, the gentleman from back. Just a brief, please.
Sir, I have a question for you, Dr. Milot. So, sir, India, it's been around more than 3 decades that India has been engaged in polar activities. Sir, of the icebreaker or a research vessel that was being talked about, and in 2014 NCPR also floated tender for that. Could you please comment on the status of India's polar vessel? Thank you, sir.
Yep. Yeah, I will give a very brief answer to it. Actually, I think of course, we started since 2014. It got into financial difficulties actually of late, and we are again pushing it actually now. Currently, that's where our aim is without a polar, what you call the icebreaker. I think as our own, we are chartering them actually. So we are never going to reach those countries where actually you have the big say in the polar affairs. So we are very clear about it. So it's only a matter of time now. I think there is one more question actually. Right.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Rekha Dikshit. I'm from the media. So all your presentations did speak about a link between the sea, especially the Indian monsoon and the melting of the ice, all kinds of changes. Now, how much of this does your data, because your data is all, from the 80s or whatever, but do we have enough data to show that all these changes are anthropogenic, or they could be in the natural course of the Earth's movements, because the Earth goes through periods of cold and freezes and warming, and you do have these mini ice ages and mini melt ages and stuff like that. So do we have data? I mean, since this is a scientific forum, do we really have data to prove the anthropogenicity of these changes that we are talking about right now?
Excellent question, Mr. Dishit. Actually, I think it's I would say it's a very, very good question actually, because when we look at it's a perspective question actually. If you are looking at the long-term climate data, we all, as many of us geologists, keep telling actually that there have been large variability in the past actually, which has been much bigger than this what we are seeing today. The difference is actually the time scale. Difference in the current what we are seeing actually, what we are seeing in last for example, from last glacial maxima to the Holocene, which is a warm period, it has taken 10,000 years. With a similar temperature variability, what we are seeing today are taken only less than a few decades. The scale of variability is so high, and that cannot happen only with the natural variability. So because it's a natural variability alone cannot this one, and most of the studies have clearly shown kind of it is it is due to the what you call the anthropogenic activities. That's why more or less actually now currently the jury is very clear about it. Actually, anthropogenic activities does have a much more bigger role in the current state of affairs. So we are not talking about all variability as due to that. There are, of course, within underlying with this, there is a natural variability to it. We have, because why we are also able to say actually we have taken this long data using ice, drilling into various other things. We have therefore have a very long-term data. And all this natural variability we know very well, from a large glacial period to when it comes to warm interglaciers, how much it varies, how much was the carbon dioxide at that time increased. And what we see today are several folds of that. And that's all happened since 1980s or 90s. So that's why we are confidently putting that into this one. Dr. Rajan would like to add something to it?
No, I think we have.
Thank you. So can we, I think we have already taken extra time from the session. So thank you so much. I thank the speakers for valiantly putting their face to answer also the questions, not only the presenting it. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'll request all our guests to join us for lunch. From the institute, all the interns, please meet me in the reception room. All other scholars, please join us for lunch. Interns, please meet me at the reception in 5 minutes. Check.
इसमें आ ही जाएगा। ऑन हो गया ना? ये ऑफ और ये ऑन। देखना इसकी स्पेलिंग्स ठीक है? अच्छा ओके, ठीक है। डू आई हैव टू इंडिकेट यहाँ पे करना? नहीं ना, कोई जरूरत नहीं। ये ऑन, ग्रीन ऑन है ना? आ गया ना? कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है इसमें? या 25
वो दिखेगा नहीं बट वहाँ पर स्क्रीन पर। अच्छा
नहीं हो रहा है ये कुछ, है ना? कुछ उसमें सेल की है कुछ इशू। लंच कहाँ पे है? ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे जाना है। बैग नहीं रखने? बैग्स, लैपटॉप्स, नो इश्यूज। ठीक है, देख लेंगे फिर बाद में। अदरवाइज आई थिंक इट्स फाइन। नहीं, वो फिर सारा मोमेंटम टूट जाएगा। एक बार अच्छा, हाँ वैसे देख लीजिए। इसीलिए बनाया। हाँ ठीक। आप यहाँ से शुरू करें। ऐसा करो, इसको गूगल अलर्ट थोड़ा। नहीं, इसको भी पूरी स्लाइड यूज करें। अच्छा पूरी स्लाइड, हाँ वो नेक्स्ट पे वो सिर्फ उनके यूज के लिए, उनके जो आप यूज करो। ठीक है, व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन? मैपिंग ऑफ विंडोज सेटिंग ऑफ। ठीक है, ये पूरा भी अब इसको करेंगे तो कौन स्क्रीन आ जाएगा? आ जाएगा। इसको लास्ट में कर दें विपिन, इस स्लाइड को लास्ट में कर दे. Yes, sir. I think this slide can go with the last. Okay. After talking for 5 articles. I don't know how many of us know that Parliament the Tilak wrote as article. Translate about knowledge and advantages. Because our policy talks about capacity, but I want to argue and negotiate that knowledge is defined as capacity, capacity to imagine, ability to act differently. That's what India did in that. I hope our German colleague comes. I didn't see my visa. It took it over the afternoon. That's central office. Vipan, start करने वाली करेंगे क्या सर अभी बैंक पर अभी पौने 15 मिनट का शिफ्ट प्लीज अंदर चलो एंड उनका नहीं है वो आए नहीं आने वाले ओह अच्छा मैं कुछ भी कह सकता. लंच कर लिया सुरेंद्र लेके आया हूँ जा रहे हैं नीचे जाओगे ना अपना ही करूँगा नीचे कहाँ जाना नीचे तो नीचे हाथ में से प्लेट ले लेंगे भाई आप किधर
नहीं है कि ये पीस है सर। हाँ सेल मिल गया, लगा दो इसमें। ठीक है, फिर मैं अभी खाना खाने निकल जाऊँ सर। खाना लेके नहीं आया हूँ। हाँ यहीं छोड़ दूंगा, ठीक है। ठीक है।
யாரும் क्या प्रॉब्लम है
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now commence the second session of the seminar on geopolitics in the Arctic. May I please request the chair, Dr. Uttam Sinha, and the speakers, Dr. Arvind Gupta and Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi, to kindly take the dais. The chair for this session, Dr. Uttam Sinha, is a leading commentator on transboundary water issues, climate change, and the Arctic region. He is currently the Center Coordinator of the Non-Traditional Security Center at MP-IDSA and is the Managing Editor of the Routledge-published journal Strategic Analysis. Dr. Sinha is a recipient of several fellowships and leadership programs, including Senior Fellow at the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, Academic Visitor at the Harvard Kennedy School, Chevening Gurukul Leadership at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and a Visiting Fellow at the Peace Research Institute, Oslo. I request Dr. Sinha to kindly introduce the speakers and commence the session.
Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Always a difficult task post-lunch, but I think the topic is exciting enough to delve into it. In fact, it's geopolitics, so obviously there would be plenty to discuss as there is plenty happening in the Arctic region with Russia and with the other Western NATO members. I think this session in particular, the geopolitical, is intended really to provide, sort of an overview of the very crucial geopolitical and security challenges that are emerging from the Arctic region. In a sense, I think this session is an antithesis to what the Arctic is all about. In the last 3 decades, we have seen a whole emphasis on Arctic governance based on cooperation, based on jointmanship, based on scientific sort of collaborations. And that's how the Arctic Council came about. And to a great extent, the Arctic region remained quite stable. But I think now the fissures have emerged. And I think we're actually seeing the real side of the Arctic, if I can put it like that. And so it's interesting because it also comes at a time, and the changing dynamics that is happening in the Arctic region also brings to the fact that the politics is always there. It was, beneath the ice. And I think that ice has cracked, the fissures have emerged, and the politics have come forth. How the landscape will change, what will emerge, what will be the role of Russia, for example, what will be the role of non-Arctic members or, the Asian observer states, for example, China, Japan, Korea. How will they look at the Arctic region? Will there be a remilitarization of the region, which for the last 30 years was, kept at bay? I mean, these are some very challenging questions that will emerge. And in midst of all this, India has, in March, as the DG pointed out in his opening remarks, we now have the Arctic policy. So that's there. And I think the emphasis of our Arctic policy is more on science, on environment, and also on strategy. In fact, there's just one word mentioned in the Arctic policy, India's Arctic policy, which says security. And it's basically to maintain and promote peace, security, and stability in the Arctic region. That's how the word security is really used in the Arctic policy of India. So there's no mention of security at all. And it, in fact, in some sense, reflects what the Arctic Council is all about. Because if you read the text of the Arctic Council, the Ottawa Declaration which came about, there's no mention of the word security at all. So in fact, there's a reference to security in the footnote of the declaration that says that states should avoid military security, discussing military security in the Arctic. So I think it's a bit of a turnaround. That's why I say it's an antithesis to what is happening today. And to discuss all this, we have 2 eminent and prominent speakers who had a long interest in the Arctic. On my right, Dr. Arvind Gupta, who is currently the director of the Vivekanand International Foundation, and whom I remember almost 10 years ago having traveled with him the Arctic region, the Arctic Circle and above, the Barents region and the Barents cooperation with Russia. And we took in a lot of insights from there. And he was, of course, the Director General of IDSA before he went on to become the Deputy National Security Advisor. So welcome, sir. It's like coming back home, I guess. On my, is my left? Yeah. On my left, I have Professor, this is post-lunch effect, sorry. On my left, I have Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi, who is the Dean at the South Asia University. And again, long years of experience on Arctic issues, but not only on the Arctic, I think polar issues. And he's written some very important work on the Antarctic Treaty System in particular. And I have followed his work quite regularly, and he's been a good contributor, a meaningful contributor to our volumes that we have produced from IDSA. So welcome both of you, and let's crack open the session, as they say. So let me first ask you, Dr. Gupta, to speak for about 20, 25 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Autam, and I want to thank Ambassador Sujan Chinoy for inviting me to this wonderful conference, a niche area, something that has given me personally a lot of pleasure following over many years. But I must admit that last 2 years I haven't really followed it very much. So I may be a little disjointed in my remarks because I hurriedly put together something in my mind, not in a written form. So I'll just, I'm glad that it's more like a discussion and not a proper, so I don't have any script, ready-made script. So it's good to be here. Yes, it's a homecoming, something that I will never forget. It's always very nice to come back to the IDSA. One place, I think, which over the last several decades has been the hub of intellectual discussions and generated, I don't know, many ideas, influenced policy, and of course gets influenced by what happens outside also. For, excellent international cooperation, and of which I think Arctic was one such area. I remember when we were doing non-traditional security work, that time the Arctic came up with Norwegian institutes. We had some good cooperation, and that's how it all started. And I followed some commentaries which have appeared on IDSA website over the years. I think you still maintain the lead on the Arctic thing, which is very good. And I'm glad that you are doing this. And now the policy which came out earlier this year is also a result of many things that were discussed here in this forum. I do remember when we started writing our first articles and commentaries and discussions on the Arctic, there was this skepticism amongst some of our very senior people. And they wrote publicly, why should India get involved in the Arctic and mess up with the Arctic, etc. So in those days, it used to be our effort to establish the importance of Arctic for India. Unfortunately, there was this long history of Svalbard Treaty, etc. So it wasn't very difficult. But to get into the mainstream, particularly in the security side, geopolitics, that was still a kind of a people were not very happy, keen, etc. And I think part of it is reflected in our policy even today. We are a little shy of engaging with the geopolitics. But it was very clear to all of us that geopolitics is the main thing. In fact, even when we went to, in our interactions with Norwegian institutes, there's some institutes who would not look at the politics. There's some who were actually looking only at politics, particularly because of Russia-Norway relations. But Arctic has been during the Cold War years, you imagine how important it was. It was all frozen, but there used to be, during the Cold War, even Second World War, Arctic was a main, even in the First World War, there was a lot of activity, military activity, which was concerning the Arctic and the long-range flights and spy planes, etc., flying over, the missiles being placed there. So Arctic has never been away from the geopolitics. So this is something that we have to understand. Then, of course, as the ice started melting, then you had other issues which took prominence, hydrocarbons, minerals, and so on and so forth. But earlier it used to be all military. So we should never forget. And now that the ice is melting, has melted more or less, particularly during the summertime. So a lot of these areas have become accessible to the militaries. And now with Russia-Ukraine war, I think the whole scenario has changed completely. And the Arctic Council, which was an effort to bring some kind of a Arctic governance model there, keeping security out and talking about other issues, is going to now face headwinds. And we have already seen that Russia holds the presidency of the Arctic currently, Arctic Council, and Arctic Council, the other, how many? I think there are 7 countries. The other 6 are all NATO members or going to be NATO members. And they have decided not to participate in any of these Arctic Council meetings in Russia or the subsidiary body meetings. So for the moment, Arctic Council cooperation is on hold. One doesn't know how this will go. So I think the Arctic governance, structure that was being thought, that is now probably is under severe stress and strain. Whether it will collapse completely, we'll have to see. The other factor in the geopolitics, which has become extremely important, is the China factor. Chinese are now in a fairly big way in the Arctic in many ways. They have very good relations with all the Arctic countries, whether it is Iceland or Finland or Denmark or all these countries. I think they have been investing. Russia, of course, Russia, China. In this new Cold War that is setting in, Russia and China are now quite close with each other. And I'm sure this is going to have, as Russia gets isolated and the NATO tries to isolate Russia, Russia and China would come together. And a lot of Russia-China cooperation was in the Arctic. Russians many years ago had come out, when Medvedev was the president, they had come out with a northern policy to develop all these areas, which are all, in the Siberia, north part of Siberia, and also these 5,000 kilometers of the northern sea route. So they were developing that areas, and the Chinese had come into a very big way. I remember attending one conference in Arkhangelsk some years ago, and that was, I think, 66 degrees or 67 degrees north, and there was only Chinese visible there. Every hall, they had come with a delegation of something like a hall which was only twice as big, not very in a university. Half the seats were Chinese, and they had come and put their flags there, so that nobody takes the seats. So Chinese were there in a big way, and I do remember at that time, a lot of there were at least about 15, 20 provinces of Russia who were represented in that conference at the governor level, and they were all singing the Chinese tune, and they were criticizing Kremlin openly that you don't give us money and we are getting it from the Chinese. So they were left, right, and center. They were giving connectivity projects, build this, build that, all the infrastructure. And this I'm talking about 2016 or 17, 2016, 17, 5 years ago. And I'm sure in the last 5 years, the Chinese have gone, their presence has deepened. And now with this Russia-Ukraine war, Russia-China will come together. And the Russians will, because for them, this part is really the next driver of growth. For Russia to survive and to remain, this is the driver of growth, and they will have to deal with the Chinese. Even when we went to Norway, I remember that point of time, the small town of Kirkenes, the local, there was, I think, shipyard, a small shipyard there. The Chinese had 20-25% of equity there. And there was a local repair something facility. Chinese had equity there. They were doing everything that, they were there. So in this new geopolitics, how Russia and China coming together will impact the Arctic is going to be one big question that we'll have to follow. And I think reflections of this are already there in the US national security strategy and also the US specific Arctic policy and the statements which have come out recently, where they are talking about Russia and China and the growing Chinese influence in the Arctic. So the new factor, which was not there earlier, which is now the China's emergence as a geopolitical player all over the world, but certainly in the Arctic. So what are the implications for us? That also, I think, we'll have to look at. The next point is about the military balance there. Arctic has always been a militarized place. Now that militarization will increase. And now if you look at the NATO and the statements coming out of NATO, I think this Stoltenberg had visited Canada recently, and Trudeau and they had some kind of a discussions. The Canadians are putting in some $3-4 billion in modernization of their Arctic Canadian Air Force and other facilities. They're also saying that this was, I think, the first visit of a NATO Secretary General to the Canadian region. So NATO, so Arctic will now become a, because 6 of the 7 are now NATO countries. So this will become a very important area for NATO, and I suspect that there will be a huge amount of militarization that is taking place. Already they're talking about the modernization of NORAD, which is very important, this aerospace, what is called Northern, what is it called? NORAD, Air Defense, Aerospace Defense. So I think modernization of NORAD is going to take place. And one feeling that we used to get earlier, and now it has been confirmed, even in the American and Canadian circles, that not enough money had been put by these countries in the modernization of their military facilities and their military capabilities. So we expect that a huge amount of money will come into this, which means militarization will happen. So Arctic will and can emerge as a next hot spot, flashpoint, whatever you want to call it, because of this increased geopolitical tensions the world over. So Arctic will be a part, even without the Russia-Ukraine war, things had been changing. More and more of geopolitics was coming in, but this is certainly a game changer, and we are into altogether a new territory. So we have seen now more regular exercises between the Canadians and the US. They recently had some exercises in Alaska, and they're going to go elsewhere also. One impact I think that we will see is, you see, Russia was the local superpower in that region. And they had this, 4,000-5,000 kilometers of the northern sea route. And that is what had developed, and some, the traffic had started there. The Canadians were lagging behind in developing that part of the route. So probably now there will be a greater focus on developing that alternative route, though it is more difficult, but that might happen over a period of next 10, 15, 20 years. Because when we look at this Cold War, this is going to be there for some time with us till something else happens. So the Arctic will play an important role. Now, what impact it is going to have, or how we should look at in India, I think that is still an open question. We came up with this policy in March itself, this year, after several years of discussions. And I'm sure when Sujan was there, some discussion had started in the NSCS at that point of time. Pankaj took it forward. We also at that time contributed last 4-5 years with some ideas. So all these ideas are reflected. But there had been this strange reluctance in the establishment to confront the security issues. Partly the reason probably was the same. I think it was far away. Hamara kya lena dena se. But more important, perhaps we didn't have the capabilities, don't still have the capacities and capabilities. And last few years, we have got involved with China on this Galwan, etc., then Indo-Pacific and so on. So our focus continues to be on what you mentioned, on science, on environment and climate change and research, etc. And our nodal point also happens to be that Earth Sciences Ministry Institute, what is it called? I think somebody is.
Ministry of Earth Sciences.
Yeah, so they are all there here. So, but if that is the case, we have to think through, and I think IDSA is a good place to think through whether what is the impact of this Cold War and Arctic on us. Should we be a little bit more active? Now, Arctic Council is more or less dead. So they will have maybe a parallel Arctic Council with some smaller meetings, some plurilateral kind of arrangements will happen. But Russia is out of this in the sense that they're still formally the chair, but nothing is going to happen there. So Arctic Council gone, NATO getting very interested, militarization happening, with new technologies also happening, and all this, 3-4 million people, the indigenous, which were used to be a strong pillar, which also I think is going to get fragmented. So there's going to be a fragmentation. So should we get interested in this and take some interest or no? Earlier, we had one strong point. Of course, one strong point was that we had good relations with all the Arctic region countries. But Russia was very important for us, and Russia could have provided to us a entry into that region. And we were, whether it was hydrocarbons, Yamal, etc., we could invest. And the Russians were also interested. Then there was also some, they also invited some of our naval officers, NSC officers also went and attended some seminars which on the Russian ship in the Arctic. I think on a couple of occasions, people had gone and so on. So there was this potential of growing I was always in favor of Indo-Russian cooperation on the Arctic. And also our Navy, etc., has been, for historically, a lot of our weapon systems have come from there. They've been tested there. Our warships, etc., have been made there. They have come to us. So we have these links. But I think the challenge before us will be, as is in the other spheres, how we maintain our cooperation with Russia in sensitive areas, strategic areas, and also with the other countries. So I think some little thinking will need to be done. I think we should remain engaged with all of them. That is, we should not take sides in the Arctic divisions that are taking place. And of course, science and other, climate change and that kind of a thing gives us a good entry point into the Arctic, and we should develop that. That goes without saying. But whether we should articulate a little bit more about our concern, how Arctic could impact the whole international environment, etc. That is, I think, something that we have to think through, and we should take note of it. And I think we should be a little bit more participant, because India today, when we are now G20 and we are talking about Vasudev Kutumbakam, when our engagement with everyone is going, we are talking about globalization, which is humane, reformed, and so on. So there's no region we should leave out, and there's no reason why Arctic should be left out. So we should be more bold, and if you're really taking the leadership position in the world, we should have positions on every major global issue. So from that point of view also, Arctic becomes important. And so many countries that are there, whether it is US, whether it's Russia, China, they're all very important for our security point of view. So there's no reason why we should not be involved in it. And I think NSCS, which started and which spearheaded this Arctic policy, should also, and you are also, dealing with some of these issues. Navy is very important. So let us get some initiatives going, some visibility for India's involvement with this Arctic policy. One idea that we used to talk about during my time in the NSCS was about the Indian Navy should, do a pass-through the entire north-south route and maybe take help of Russia at that point of time during the summers. This idea was actually welcomed by some circles in the Navy, but maybe there were some operational issues and so on. but I think we should push forward that idea, and our Navy should be seen more. You go all over the world, so why not through the Arctic? How you do that, of course, is a issue, whether you have the ships and whether you have the capabilities and so on. That's why we thought, Russia and India could do something joint, and you could be part of their activities. But certainly something can be worked out. And I think this idea should come back, because we cannot be away from the geopolitics, and the military is a very important part of it. Of course, on climate change and so on, you have all discussed it, and you'll be discussing this issue. I don't want to go in. These are all very important areas. And I was seeing, I think in one of the, probably it was in the Arctic policy, then more number of institutions now are, some capacity building is happening in our Indian universities, etc. Number of papers that have been produced has grown. I do not know whether we're still the members of the Arctic University or no, that we had recommended at one point of time. But yes, the academic research, both which is also in the social sciences, etc., should grow. Whether we should, I'm not fully aware as to what is the India-Norway discussions on our presence in the Arctic. At one point of time, we wanted to upgrade our presence. That may have happened. Somebody will tell me. So these are very important hooks into our Arctic, but we should raise a little bit of, on the security side, we have to work. So I'll stop here and then we'll, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I think, indeed, what you've said really reflects what the Arctic is in its current format. I've often argued our own approach to Arctic is not only contemporary, which is based on rising temperature and sea ice melt, etc., but I think our connect to the Arctic is also very civilizational and also very colonial, which we often tend to forget. And I think together, the civilizational, the colonial experience that we had in the Svalbard Treaty and the contemporary influences on the Arctic, which is shaping our policy, I think we need to bring all these three together when we look at the Arctic. It's certainly not distant from us. It's certainly not far and away from us. It's very much interconnected, as the first session quite clearly evidenced that there are scientific interconnections between the Himalayas, the coastal oceans, the Arctic and the Antarctic. And in some sense, I think India is uniquely a tripolar nation. And I think that needs to be strongly emphasized. And Sanjay would probably elaborate a bit on that, because I think India is very central to what is happening in the Himalaya, its own involvement in the Antarctic, and its own scientific footprints in the Arctic. So I think India is a tripolar nation. I think something we need to emphasize and articulate in our research for the future. Just to add something to which Dr. Gupta has been saying, is that the region is also a very energetic treasure, which we can't miss, especially from the commercial and economic angle. And the region, in fact, the studies indicate that 13% of the world's undiscovered oil is in the Arctic. 30% of the undiscovered gas is in the Arctic region. So I think this has great commercial value, and it's one of the critical drivers of states' relationship, politics, and the divisions that are happening. So on this note, let me ask Professor Chaturvedi to speak about 20 minutes, 25.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I feel deeply honored and privileged to have this wonderful opportunity. I'm very grateful to Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defence Studies and Analyses, its Director General, Ambassador Chinoy. Also very grateful to the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, and you, Mr. Chairman. What a privilege it is also to have Dr. Arvind Guptaji here on the dais with me. What I intend to do, and ladies and gentlemen, what I intend to do this afternoon is to take a look at this connectivity conundrum, so to speak. I want to focus on geopolitics of connections and disconnections in, you would notice, circumpolar Arctic. And I am emphasizing the circumpolarity of the Arctic to make an argument that in the Arctic, there has always been a remarkable ecological integrity. Arctic has always been an integral part of the Earth system. And this circumpolarity has also from time to time faced the challenge of political disconnects. As you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, very rightly, that beneath the surface, the history of the Arctic is also the history of a very complex interaction between integration and also this mismatch between the ecological integrity and geopolitical orientations. I remember early 90s when I was at the Scott Polar Research Institute doing my book on the polar regions, how excited we were when we heard the Murmansk speech of President Gorbachev. And I also remember that that was the time when several of us started engaging with the Copenhagen School of International Relations, and we started saying that along with securitization, we should be looking at de-securitization, because that was the moment of de-securitization. Fast forward, I think we have come to a point where we can now say, as Dr. Arvind Gupta ji said, with some wonderful insight for all of us, it looks like we are already into this very vicious cycle of re-securitization and maybe also leading to militarization. And it is in this particular moment of interregnum, when there are profound transitions and transformations that are taking place, that India, located as it is on one side of the rimland, Euro-Asian rimland, has to now look at the other side of the rimland, which is the northern part of rimland, and see what kind of profound transformations are taking place there. So this is my starting point. And as I try to move forward with the slides, let me also share with you very quickly my understanding of what geopolitics is all about and how I plan to sort of place my presentation within this larger definition. As John Agnew points out, it's a very remarkable way of looking at geopolitics, that the world has always been spatialized. We keep on dividing it up. We continue to label it. This is sorted out into a hierarchy of places of greater or lesser importance by political geographers, academics, political leaders, think tanks, government establishments. And it is this process of spatialization of international relations which provides the geographical framing within which political elites and mass publics act in the world in pursuit of their own identities and interests. Now, for today's presentation, the reason I decided to begin with this definition is that we have been so used to Mercator projection and also Peterson's projections that we have forgotten another very important projection, which is the azimuthal polar projection. And I think the time is just right, especially for India, which is a tripolar, as Mr. Chairman very rightly pointed out, a tripolar country, also with some remarkable civilizational links. I'll come to that civilizational link later in my presentation. After all, how can we forget Bal Gangadhar Tilak's book, Arctic as the Home of Vedas? So there are these remarkable links, and I think India is very rightly placed to introduce in our geopolitical visions of the globe, in our geopolitical narratives, the azimuthal polar projection. And if we do that, the world starts looking very, very differently. So you see now Antarctica, the centered map of the world. And the moment you look at it from India's point of view, we can see this very important link through the Indian Ocean. So if Antarctica forces us to look southwards and underline our maritime orientation, our same location forces us to look northwards towards the other side of the Euro-Asian rimland, which is now alive geopolitically. I'll come to that. And this is where I think we are, in a very interesting way, we have that geopolitical, geostrategic link. I want to take you back to 1904. Why? Because I think this was a moment quite similar to what we are witnessing today. Of course, the world has changed profoundly. But what is common is that when Mackinder theorized his heartland theory, in 1904, Royal Geographical Society published that article in Geographical Journal. He looked at the Arctic and dismissed it in a way because there was no climate change taking place. It's frozen. He talked about the north-south direction of rivers. And we know that the narrative, geopolitical narrative that ran very long durée, and also took us to 1979, when the Soviets marched into Afghanistan, we were talking about Russia's quest for access to the warm waters. And I think what climate change, and that is one reason as to why climate change is such a profound geopolitical issue, is that it is now proving Mackinder wrong. In some ways, it is proving Mackinder right. I'll come to that part a little later when he started engaging with China factor. But this is, in my view, a remarkable transformation. What happens in interregnum, 1904 was interregnum, and as we speak today, I think it is another interregnum, is that geopolitics becomes very anticipatory. This is one. A lot of geopolitics is an anticipation of what might happen and how India is likely to or should be responding to that. Another risk, if I may use that word, that anticipatory geopolitics runs is the risk of amplification. And sometimes what we forget is the complexity of the situation with which we are dealing. And that is one point which I want to highlight by relating this notion of complexity, anticipation, amplification, by focusing on one particular aspect which does find a mention in India's Arctic policy. And I'm very proud of the fact, and I'm very pleased with the fact that this has happened, and hats off to the remarkable efforts, outstanding efforts that IDSA has made, and Dr. Arvind Gupta ji and many of you are sitting here have made. So there is a mention about connectivity. There may not be a mention so much about security, but I think connectivity itself is a very important part, the flip side of what we call the security aspects. Now, something was happening in 1904. When Mackinder was theorizing, Mahan was also talking about, and Nicholas J. Spikeman was giving his rimland theory. And what I want to argue is, I know I'm sticking my neck out. I'm looking forward to 2050. And earlier there was a mention of 2048 for Antarctica context. And that is the time when the mining ban on Antarctica is going to be lifted in 2048. 2048, how would India look like? How will the world look like? So I'm also sort of becoming somewhat anticipatory in my approach. But one thing is there, that by 2048, as I look at the trends, we will have another very important rimland, which is the northern part, northern Euro-Asian rimland opening up, right from one corner of that rimland, or one part of the rimland, East Asia, Japan, the eastern side of Siberia, to the western side. Arvind Gupta ji made a reference to the Canadian part of the slogs. So that transformation is going to happen. So Mahan said, 1897, China may burst her barriers eastward as well as westward towards the Pacific, as well as towards the European continent, by its nearness to the scene and by the determined animosity to the Chinese movement, which close contact seems to inspire the United States with its Pacific coast, is naturally indicted as the proper guardian for this most important position. Had I been in the conversation with Mahan, I would have asked him that what about the northward expansion of China? If that were to happen, now ably assisted by climate change, then what would be the geopolitical implications? And Mahan, of course, then also went on to talk about the connectivity issues, about the security of sea lanes and communications, and so on. But here, as I said, my key contention, if I may repeat myself, is that we are going to see Spikeman, Mahan, and Mackinder at play. Their geopolitical theories, along with the China factor, much more pronounced around the mid 21st century. Of course, the world between now and then will continue to change. It's very difficult to really predict. It's very difficult to predict in social sciences, but that is the kind of take I want to, I'm very inclined towards that kind of a positioning. Now, my key argument is that Arctic geopolitics is a historically contingent but ongoing project of scripting, staging, and projection of the northern polar region. Now, looking at it from India's point of view, and that is the reason I have inserted circumpolar in my presentation, title of my presentation, is that we are looking here at Gandhi's oceanic circle vision. We are not looking at the conventional scale. Conventional scale does not work in the case of the circumpolar Arctic. So whatever approach, whatever diplomacy India is going to adopt, India will have to keep, in my view, Gandhian notion of the oceanic cycle and look at the geopolitics, geostrategy, and geoeconomics from that particular perspective. So what is going on in the Arctic? Now, I know that my focus is on connectivity, so let me just raise a few questions before I venture out and show you, share with you a number of slides as response to this question, what is going on? Now, I want to argue that there are a number of questions which India's foreign policy and diplomacy, India's approach towards the Arctic will have to bear in mind. One is, what is being connected to what, where, why, and how in the circumpolar north and by whom? What constitutes the Arctic's extended or extending neighborhood insofar as there is a complex geography, political, social, cultural, and economic, and history to the Arctic neighborhoods and its extensions to different geographical directions? What kind of logistical visions are emerging in the Asian Arctic and its extended neighborhoods? Who, for example, actors, agencies, and what? Logics, hopes, fears are driving these logistical visions. What is the extent to which these visions converge or diverge? What is common to them? Can we take the translation of these logistical visions into strategic spaces for granted? Can we assume in an unproblematic manner that these logistic visions, after being turned into logistical spaces, will lead to reconfiguration and rethinking of Arctic borders, both the physical borders and the mental borders, as well as the conventional understanding of Westphalian territorial sovereignty? So I think these are some of the questions. Now, these questions, in my understanding, have to be approached in the larger context of the Anthropocene geopolitics. Now, we know that we have made that transition from Holocene to Anthropocene. We had absolutely outstanding first session earlier this morning. So I need not say more about the Anthropocene, but one thing is very clear, as Simon Lewis says, that if we have to fix the problem, we must know what the problem is in the first place. Now, just a few shots, because we are talking about, we are discussing Arctic in the wake of the pandemics. And the issue of connectivity and disconnections is also quite visible in the way in which the narratives and the reality of pandemics has evolved. We have been talking about monsoons. We have been talking about these connections. But I think some of these slides that, which I have, some of these slides I find very, very intriguing. Can the zombie apocalypse happen in the Arctic? The zombie disease of climate change? Could more deadly dangers like zombie anthrax lie beneath the Arctic Circle's melting ice? Alien discovery, subglacial Arctic lake could hold key to life on Europa and Titan? The new great game in the Arctic Ocean. So see how the Arctic in change narrative is being approached in such diverse ways. The climate refugees of the Arctic. Now we know that climate change is a very incremental phenomena, and how it is being embodied in the figure of the polar bear. Obama administration warns of climate refugees due to rapid. And then a point which is, I think, a very important point is that when we talk about the Arctic in change, when we talk about the issue of connectivity and disconnects, we have to also appreciate, if we are just focusing on the Arctic Ocean, that Arctic Ocean is perceived and used by a variety of social actors. So who are the audiences of India's Arctic policy or India's Arctic diplomacy or Arctic foreign policy? My submission is that we are looking at whole range of diversity of actors in the Arctic world. As a matter of fact, some social scientists have even argued that there is not one Arctic. Of course, there is in a geophysical sense, there is one Arctic, but there are several Arctics that we are talking about because there are different social constructions. So it is being used by diversity of social actors. Each actor might favor certain ocean policies, which in turn would imply further perceptions and constructions of the ocean so as to strengthen their specific security interests. If each actor were to pursue its strategy, the result would be a set of social institutions, attitudes, and norms that would reproduce the construction of the ocean as an unclaimable transport surface, claimable resource space, a set of discrete places and events, and a field for military adventure. The moment I look at the Arctic from India's point of view, the importance of pluralizing the Arctic, in my view, becomes extremely important. It is not just India's engagement with the Arctic Council as an observer, engagement with Arctic Rim states, indigenous peoples, civil societies in the Arctic, and as Gupta ji made a mention of the Arctic University, we are talking about multiple connections at multiple scales in order to see our vision of the Arctic being realized. Now, Klaus Dodds and Mark Nuttall make a very interesting point. And they are saying that the polar regions, I quote, remain subject to different, often conflicting and contested representations, images, and ideas, which fashion the ways we think about circumpolar worlds, imagine them, live in them, venture into them, and seek to exploit or protect them. So my contention is that India's engagement with the Arctic through its Arctic policy will much depend on how India imagines the Arctic as a space place and what kind of diversity of actors and agencies we can imagine and we would like to engage with. Climate is changing, yes, no doubt. IPCC reports, I need not spend any time, IPCC 6th assessment report. All these have already been discussed, Mr. Chairman, earlier in the morning. We are aware that about 20 meters of global sea level rise is locked up in highly vulnerable parts of the Antarctic ice sheet and is already beginning to melt. This is the SCAR report. So I will not spend more time on these slides. But it is important to remember that climate is not the only thing that is changing. And perhaps there are things which are not changing the way we would want them to change. So what is also happening is that we have the fear of climate change unfolding in a climate of fear. And I think we have already received some wonderful insights on this point in the earlier presentations. This is the map of the tipping points, right from the Arctic to Antarctica. This is what Stephen Hawking will say. We are close to the tipping point where global warming becomes irreversible. And James Lovelock, who we have just lost recently, said, billions of us will die from climate change, and the few breeding pairs of people that will survive will be in the Arctic, where the climate remains tolerable by the end of the 21st century, unquote. Terror only kills hundreds of thousands of people. Global warming could kill millions. We should have a war on global warming rather than the war on terror. So if we are looking at routes as Arctic climate change takes place, no need to talk more about that. But one thing is very clear. As we look at these routes, Northern Sea route included in particular, we should also be looking at the anti-routes. So there are connections and there are disconnections. For example, accessibility, which is a very geopolitical factor, is the key to the future. We are looking at physical, technological, economic, and political. We should also remember that Arctic is a very complex map of maritime jurisdictions. So, popular to sometimes contrary to the popular imaginations that we have of the Arctic space and place, we sometimes tend to undermine this remarkable diversity. And in this book, International Law in the Arctic, there's a very fascinating reference to the question of what happens beyond the spaces of national maritime jurisdictions. It says, no country will ever own the North Pole, which is located about 400 nautical miles north of Greenland and the northernmost islands of Canada and Russia, although the water and seabed close to shore belongs to the coastal states, the surface, water column, or at least some of the seabed of the Central Arctic Ocean belongs to all humanity. At the same time, many of the challenges there, including life-threatening accidents, oil spills, and overfishing, will necessarily be addressed first and foremost by geographically proximate Arctic states. These challenges will increase rapidly in the years and decades ahead as the climate changes, the sea ice melts, and the ships of all kinds gain access. So India's narrative, which we have heard from time to time, that Arctic is a global commons, is not completely out of place. So this is another very important space and basket of issues with which India needs to engage, because after all, as it says, no country will ever own the North Pole, at least legally speaking. If we look at the maps of these Arctic connectivities, right? We have Arctic Ocean, so I will just run through them, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, because I'm running short of time. So just if we take a look at these maps, we can see what kind of complexity we are talking about. I will come to some of the Arctic narratives and myths a little later, but if you look at the Arctic Marine Shipping Assessment 2009 report, it also gives us a fairly good idea of what kind of complexity we are talking about. What this report also does is that it looks into the future. It talks about scenarios 2020 and 2050. And in this scenario building exercise, India also figures in a very important way. I'll come to that a little later. But look at the uncertainties that surround the whole issue of Arctic marine transportation. Each part of this complexity is a challenge for India. If India has to engage with the Arctic, I think each one of these issues areas, basket areas, will have to receive a lot of attention. And that is the reason I'm so happy that Guptaji talked about the importance of, when he asked how many of us are really partners with the Arctic University, because at the end of the day, India's engagement with the Arctic complexity will also depend on the kind of investments we make into research. That, again, will be closely linked to what we talk when we say capacity building. Now, there is a great Arctic paradox, which we can't overlook. And that great Arctic paradox is that the resources, the conventional energy resources, which are now responsible for global climate change, which is leading to these profound transformations, are also becoming a catalyst for this renewed interest in the Arctic. So that, in my view, is some kind of a paradox that we need to address very, very carefully. These are the maps of what lies there in the Arctic. These are the US Geological Survey maps. And just this particular map, again, gives us a clearer picture of the kind of political, legal, social, ecological complexity that we are dealing with. Yet another map showing the complexity. I will not talk about that. But now I come to the concluding part of my presentation, and that is that among all these geopolitical churnings that we see, it is not just the material part of this transformation, but it is also the ideational and emotional part of this transformation. We see mutual mistrust. We see a lot of fear. We are also a witness to all kinds of cartographic anxieties in the Arctic, which has led some scholars to say that we should be very careful about the possibility of creeping polar Orientalism. As India engages with the Arctic, India also has to keep in mind that particular possibility. And therefore, as far as we are concerned, the social scientists, it is very important for us to engage in relentless interrogation of uncritical scramble resources while resisting the temptation to exaggerate, to simplify, and to marginalize. We know we have been talking about China's growing presence in both the polar regions, 5 stations in Antarctica so far, an icebreaker. And then, of course, that certainly raises the question of when India engages with the Asian factor, in a context which is characterized by the rise and return of Asia, which is not just China's rise, but we are looking at the rise and return of Asia, including India. We are looking at another possibility of quest for energy security. And this is where Anne-Marie Brady's work on China becomes very, very interesting. I will not spend more time on this. We have been talking about China's Silk Route and the Arctic. We have also heard a narrative which says that what we also see, and Arctic is no exception to this trend, where geoeconomics, which is using economics means as a tool of geopolitical influence. So this trend also seems to be unfolding in the Arctic, and that probably will remain the case for quite some time. As we engage with the Arctic, and I'm very happy that in the Arctic policy document there is an acknowledgement of this, that we are also talking about circumpolar Arctic homelands. If you look at this map, it clearly shows us that it's not an empty space. It is the homeland of First Nations, indigenous people, Arctic communities, and local communities. They have their own concerns. And when they look at the observers in the Arctic Council, including India, they also have their expectations that how India would engage with the civil society, with the indigenous peoples and indigenous communities will also become. Arctic Council, I will skip because I think I fully agree with Arvind Gupta ji on this, that Arctic Council is facing a huge crisis. But at the same time, we also have to remember what Orin Young has to say when he talks about the Arctic regime complex. Maritime regionalism in the Arctic demands Arctic Council or needs Arctic Council. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But there is also a fact, as Orin Young says, and I will simply quote him one after the other, the landscape of Arctic politics is shifting. Transnational issues have taken on increased prominence. The links between the Arctic as a region and the overarching global system are becoming more and more prominent. So it's not necessary that Arctic discussions will happen only in the Arctic Council. They might take place in IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association. They will certainly take place in the Antarctic Treaty System, although we have seen resistance within the Antarctic Treaty System not to engage with the Arctic issues. But I don't think we will be able to stop that trend as Arctic becomes more globalized, as all these linkages, climate change, pandemics become more pronounced. We will hear more and more narratives about the Arctic far away from the Arctic. And that is the reason Oren Young says the links between the Arctic as a region and the overarching global system are becoming more prominent. There is a growing gap between the reality and the rhetoric of governance in the Arctic, challenge of political will and mutual mistrust. We have seen that Russia, USA over Ukraine, more recently, complex interplay between regional and transregional issues. And then he makes a very important point. In the Arctic, there are issues which are too big to handle, like bilateral disputes, and there are too small to handle, like high seas and climate change, which means that we are going to see in the Arctic unilateralisms, bilateralism, multilateralism, minilateralism, whatever you call. So there would be several levels and layers of this engagement. So I'm sorry, Sandy, but it will never work because we are just poles apart. This cartoon, I think, is a very profound, gives us a very profound insight. The fact of the matter is that nothing is poles apart in the world anymore. Now, that does not mean that the polar regions do not have their polar attributes. I still remain a big champion of exceptionalism, polar exceptionalism being maintained, because when you go to Antarctica, when you go to the Arctic, you realize that these three poles are very special places. So they must not lose, as they get globalized, as the rest of the world gets connected to them, we should ensure that they do not lose their polar attributes and their exceptionalism. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I was very intrigued, and I think that is one reason as to why we need the Asian, Euro-Asian, Southern Asian rimland trying to rise together. I know I'm building up a utopia here, but the reason is that this is what the Arctic Council 2009 report says. I'm just quoting. By 2025, China and India were developing navies that could guard their networks of secure marine transport routes from energy states to the airports of Hong Kong, Shanghai, Calcutta, and Mumbai. Russian-Chinese trade increased, with both countries making use of the Northern Sea route with well-publicized demonstration voyages. Norway, nervous about future Russian plans, reluctantly decided to invest in more naval forces to protect its own Arctic interests. Japan did the same. Mariners began calling the Bering Strait the Bering Gate, with US and Russian patrols on continuous deployment. Now, how geopolitics will work out, we do not know. But my last concluding statement is that knowledge is for action. As we build up our knowledge of the Arctic, for ourselves, for enlightened national interests, it will be important to bear in mind what Nico Stier says in this remarkable book called Knowledge Politics, that how we put this new knowledge to use will also be a very, very important and critical question. So some of the key challenges to conclude that are there before India's polar diplomacy, one such challenge in my view is how to translate India's globally acclaimed polar science achievements into geopolitical influences in pursuit of India's enlightened national interests and the underlying geopolitical vision of an open, inclusive, rule-based, non-hierarchical, multipolar world order or multipolar global order in the best interests of humankind. And that is the commitment we see in the preamble to the Antarctic Treaty of 1959. So this is knowledge politics. And finally, lastly, I think as we engage with the Arctic, we have to be very careful about these 5 Arctic narratives. We need more research to avoid any kind of climate reductionism or polar reductionism. And that is, the Arctic is an uninhabited, unclaimed frontier with no regulation and governance. It is a myth. The region's natural wealth is readily available for development. Myth. The Arctic will be immediately accessible as sea ice continues to disappear. Another myth. The Arctic is tense with political disputes, and the next flashpoint for conflict cannot be called a myth, but a narrative which certainly would invite very close assessments. And climate change in the Arctic are solely of local and regional importance. I think the earlier presentations today have clearly shown that that's a very, very big myth. So philosophically, I conclude, last slide, we look at the Arctic as global knowledge commons. India can and India will, in my view, contribute to new maritime regionalism in the circumpolar Arctic. Prime Minister Modi's Sagar vision is as much relevant for the Indian Ocean as it is for the polar regions and the Arctic. Sustainable development and growth for all. And geopolitically, I think India will continue to demand a multipolar polar world, whether it is the Antarctic Treaty System or it is the Arctic Council or any other international fora. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry I've taken more time. I beg your pardon, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. That was scholarly, pedantic, intellectual, and you brought out the strands of geopolitics in a very nuanced way. But if the geopolitics is going to play around, there's going to be nothing nuanced about what China is going to do in the Arctic. It very cleverly and carefully defines itself as a near Arctic state. I think there's a lot of thought gone into it as to why it defines itself as a near Arctic state. It doesn't want to be seen as interfering, but it wants to be seen as influencing many of the outcomes in the Arctic region. And quite naturally, I think geopolitics is increasingly going to gravitate towards China-Russia relationship. I think this space is something that we need to watch. Facts clearly suggest that China consumes 23% of the global energy consumption. Therefore, it requires that energy, and the Arctic is that area of that energy supply. If you see China's trend in the last 5 to 6 years, it has been trying to buy a lot of land masses in the Arctic region, obviously with the interest to influence some of the outcomes there. So watch China on the Arctic, watch China and Russia on the Arctic. And for us, I think what you quite clearly say is an emphasis on the 6th pillar of the Arctic policy, to enhance and build our capacity and capability. And I think here it requires a greater interdisciplinary, inter-ministerial approach to do that. I don't think it can be done in silo. And one of the reasons to do this conference was precisely to build in this inter-ministerial, interdisciplinary spirit. And that's the pillar which we should move forward with. So we have about 25 to 30 minutes of time for a question and answer session. So let it be open, put forward, put some comments. It's on geopolitics, so, right. Let's start from the back.
Am I audible?
Yes.
My question is for Dr. Chaturvedi. Sir, you mentioned about the polar Orientalism and in the ideational and the emotional aspect of it. Will this idea of polar Orientalism be only limited to the Asian continent, or will it also add up to the Eurasian aspect of it? And when I talk Eurasian, the other part of my question is, where does Russia fall into this entire debate? Is it because it is an Arctic superpower, but the West may never accept it as a European power? They will always see, historically, they've always seen it as an Asiatic power. So where does Russia fall into the entire debate as well, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My question is to Dr. Gupta here. You mentioned, sir, that India has always been close to Russia in the Arctic. We've had several partnerships and engagements, and Russia is also becoming very, very close to China. So, given this new dynamics, where do you think India's position lies? Where do you see India going forward, especially with view of Arctic and Arctic Council? Thank you.
Down to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. My points relate to two aspects of the Arctic Circle, and that is related to security and transportation. The first point is that we saw a slide of the nuclear submarine surfacing in the ice. The security point in the Arctic is that the SSBNs, which can hide inside the Arctic Ocean with very much of safety because no ASW can penetrate the ice. So China may like to have its limited SSBN capability in due course of time to evade US patrols in the Pacific, and the ranges of the missiles are enough to reach any part of USA. Therefore, as a bastion of hiding, the Arctic Ocean is a very much a place where Chinese can hide their SSBN below the ice pack. Secondly, on the contrary, all the routes to the Arctic Ocean are through narrow straits, and these narrow straits are possible to be fitted with listening devices where people can, trigger responses as far as entry and exit goes. So there's two dimensions of the same issue. The third point is regarding the transport, communication and connectivity. All the voyages that have taken so far have been with ships which are roughly about 25,000 to 35,000 tons. In real terms today, to make economic sense of a long passage like that would require much bigger ships. And those ships which have been doing these transportations have been far and few to be able to make a meaningful sea lines of slot as established route. So it is in a very much of a visionary stage at this point of time. Yeah. So I would just say that this connectivity part is a little premature, but we need to invest in our polar icebreakers. No matter what it is, we need to have some capability on that. Thank you.
To respond to these three questions, Professor Chaturvedi first, and then Dr. Gupta.
So, thank you for asking this question on polar Orientalism. It's a very intriguing question. And I deliberately raised it in reference to the slide that I shared with you from that particular report, where it becomes very speculative and very anticipatory and looking at India-China rivalries, and then they are getting extended towards the polar regions. Now, the point is that I think a lot would also depend on what kind of geopolitics we see among the Asian countries themselves. I mean, from one perspective, I don't think anybody would disagree with my contention that I think the hope has been in the history of geopolitics that when the Euro-Asian rimland rises, it will rise together with mutual trust and working together, because a united rise of the Euro-Asian rimland would really be a moment of great, huge geopolitical transformation. Now, that has not happened. We know the kind of problems that many Asian countries face with each other. So that vision, that dream has not happened. But we have also seen aggressive behavior on the part of some Asian states. I did not have time to read through that slide, which talks about Anne-Marie Brady's book, Cambridge University Press on China. And the fact of the matter is that we have seen very aggressive behavior by China in South China Sea. We are witnessing that behavior elsewhere. China could have proved this polar Orientalism narrative wrong or right. I mean, it's a matter of the kind of choices which countries make. So where do you draw the line between Europe and Asia is also a very intriguing question, because if we look at the Euro-Asian continent, there is no boundary, geographical boundary between Europe and Asia. Europe is as much a subcontinent of Euro-Asia as the Indian subcontinent is. And yet we see a very profound, this I think is, as John Agnew says, one of the biggest geopolitical cartographic conceits of all times, that when you ask anybody how many continents are there, Europe and Asia are always being counted as two different continents. So I think the point is that this is where the constructivists come into play. The whole question of identity is being rolled out. And I remember, I will close with this, but I remember in one of the international conferences in Canada, I was asked a question which made me very, very thoughtful about this polar Orientalism. Can we trust Asia? And when that question was being asked to me, my counter question was, can we trust the Arctic Rim states? And I said, it's not a matter of whether your question is right or wrong, but it's a matter of perception. And I see no reason as to why we would see reasons for not trusting Asia when it comes to the Arctic. So we know that we are observers in the Arctic Council, but I think we can do much more than simply observe what is happening in the Arctic, and there can be a much more meaningful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think the rise of a new rimland is a very enticing concept, thanks to climate change that is happening. So we certainly need to evolve some new thinking on this. This is work in progress, but India cannot be out of it. That is, in my mind, I'm quite clear. But the fact that there are so many major powers, in fact, many of them are engaged, all of them, in fact, are engaged in a Cold War. The engagement will obviously pose challenges to us. But if we are now taking a view that this is Vasudev Kutumbakam era, it's not an era of wars, that it is one earth, it is one family, and it's one future. And that's what the message of climate change is. Of course, geopolitics is just the opposite. Geopolitics means fragmentations, alliances, fighting, etc. But this is a challenge which will come to India as to what new narrative we form. And I don't think we should be defensive on this narrative. You have the G20 presidency. After G20 also, you will always be remembered for having chaired the G20, etc. So some of these issues as to how do we live as one earth and one family and one future, that's where I think new thinking is there. And our engagement with the Arctic has been of that nature. I mean, these 6 pillars that are here, they very much enforce our thinking, which is reflected in our general civilizational thinking also. But the missing pillar here is security. And we need to, because stability, security is very important. So that's where I think our cooperations with Russia, with US, with other thing, I think it opens up a new opportunity. And also looking at the Arctic as one region where there are people living there, real people, indigenous people, very important, and 4 million. And of course, Tilak's book was also mentioned, which is a very original thinking, actually. That kind of original thinking we haven't done even in this age. So we have now new opportunities. As to what will be the specific areas, that depends upon how the situation develops. But we have already working climate, environment, human development, transportation, connectivity, etc. So those are very solid bases on which we can develop our cooperation. The problem with any policy is that it tends to become a statement. So where are the resources? Where are the resources? Where is the review? Where is some fresh ideas? Those are the things that we need to work on. Policy, I think, is good. It is in place, but it will very much depend upon what resources we are doing, and that's why the national capacity building becomes so very important. So the short answer to your question is continue to engage with Russia as we are doing in so many other ways, and Arctic, to the extent it is possible. We still don't have much Indo-Russian cooperation in the Arctic. I mean, there's no clearly stated project that has not come about, but that is, I think, we can work on. And at the same time, the other members of the Arctic Council, or rather, let me say, other members, other countries in the Arctic region, because I'm not sure how far this Arctic Council, now it's kind of a deadlock thing, and new structures will emerge out of this. Because Russia is isolated now, so they will make their own Arctic, so we should remain engaged with them also. And there is a lot of appetite in these other countries, whether it's Canada or Russia or, sorry, US or Iceland, Finland, etc. We should, Nordic countries are very important for us. In fact, the 5 Nordic countries, they want now some special relationship with India. And we could bring in some of this. You see, this, what's that fellow's name, that Finnish president who, third poll that he does, the Himalaya. He keeps coming to India. Huh? Grimson, yes. So Grimson, he does a lot of these conferences, etc. Our problem has been that there's so many Arctic conferences taking place, but our people are not there. It's a story in many other areas as well. So at least on track to universities, businessmen, people should keep attending this conference and see what is happening. That itself will send a good message. So in this new Cold War which is erupting, we cannot be a bystander. That's what the short point is making. And I think his point about China, very good points made. The China using the Arctic as a hiding place for SSBNs and so on. I mean, Arctic has always been used for that purpose. Submarines have always lurked in the Arctic all the time. The China being a big player now, becoming a big player, is the difference from the earlier times. You're the new actor. Yes, one point on connectivity. This point has not been taken up, but off and on we have mentioned this. You see, you have the INSTC. So now there is some life in INSTC. Now INSTC takes you right up to in Russia. Now, if you connect, Russia has some inland waterways, etc., which connect to the Arctic. So, can this INSTC be connected with the Russian waterway system for you to get right up to the Arctic? This becomes important if you're going to invest there, if you want to, be part of Russia's development, the development of the Russian North. It's worth looking at it because it will open up some new markets, and if you are investing more. And here, I think logistics become important because Russian companies probably are amongst the best in terms of the logistics in this region because they are the part of the region. And now with the INSTC, Russia's interest in INSTC growing. So let us also discuss how the United, what is called, some name is there, United Russian Waterways or something. Huh? The waterway system, yeah, here, there you are. My former colleagues in the NSCS are correcting me. We used to talk about this. So that's where I think we should also look at. Then, because of your capabilities in space, etc., and there's a mention of it here. So that also opens up many opportunities. And now with India in the last few years, having given so much, made so much progress, which is directly, whether it's direct direct transfer of this DBT schemes, whether it is your United Payment Systems, etc. Every country, जितनी छोटी country है, उतना ज़्यादा उसका इन चीज़ों में interest है. तो आर्कटिक के पटल के ऊपर इसको भी आप लेके आए. ऑलरेडी ये बिकॉज पॉइंट इज कि आर्कटिक काउंसिल एजेंडा इज देयर एजेंडा, हमने अपना एजेंडा क्या उसमें डाला है। स्वावलंबन टीडी पुरानी चली जा रही है, आप करे चले जा रहे हैं, ठीक है आप कीजिए उसको, लेकिन आपने अपना एजेंडा जो है जो कि उन लोगों के लिए भी इस्तेमाल के लिए इसमें महत्वपूर्ण हो सकता है, उसमें कुछ सोच विचार करना चाहिए। आज जो भारत में हुआ है पिछले कुछ वर्षों में, इसके कम से कम 5-6 ऐसे पहलू हैं वो हर रीजन में इंपॉर्टेंट है। आप यू टेक अफ्रीका, यू टेक लैटिन अमेरिका, जितना ज़्यादा अंडर डेवलप्ड रीजन है उतना ज़्यादा उसका इंपॉर्टेंस है। और अभी तो ऐसा हो गया है कि आपकी जो कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं, खासकर ये पेमेंट सिस्टम्स एंड सो ऑन, ना जर्मनी के पास उतनी कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं, ना यूएस के पास उतनी कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं, ना चाइना के पास उतनी कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं। You have reached out really to the last post. So these are the strengths which we need to bring on the Arctic also. Arctic is another region, where people are living. They also need connectivity. But हम लोग जो है वो एक पुराने ढर्रे में सोच रहे हैं। तो नए ढर्रे में आई थिंक आर्कटिक के, और उसमें हमारा भी अपना बढ़ेगा, हम अपनी क्षमता भी बढ़ेंगी। तो ये सब एक नए ढंग से मुझे लगता है कि जो आर्कटिक पॉलिसी आई है, इसका वर्जन 2 जल्दी आ जाना चाहिए। ये वर्जन 1 हो गया यार, मार्च में किया, अब तो 9 महीने हो गए, 8 महीने हो गए, अब कितना आप इसमें वो करोगे, क्योंकि इसमें रिसोर्सेज डालिए, ये वर्जन चलेगा। और साइंस वगैरह में माफ़ कीजिएगा, आपका अर्थ साइंसेज मिनिस्ट्री के पास कुछ पैसा नहीं है। नहीं, मुझे मालूम है, तभी मैं इनको देख के मुझे याद आ रहा है, बिकॉज आई हैव बीन टू देयर इंस्टीट्यूट। ये हम, और अभी भी वो अभी शैलेश नायक जी से हमारी बात चल रही थी, वो भी शायद आ रहे हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ना। हाँ, तो उनका भी यही कहना है कि भारतवर्ष में अभी कल परसों इनके जो आपके साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर है, वो ये कह रहे थे किसी को मालूम नहीं है कि अर्थ साइंसेज मिनिस्ट्री का दफ्तर है कहाँ, और उसके इंस्टीट्यूट का दफ्तर कहाँ होगा वो तो वैसे ही किसी ने मालूम होगा। वैसे भी आपका एंटार्क्टिका से, आपने एंटार्क्टिका की चूँकि उसकी एक हिस्ट्री है, सो आर्कटिक को उसको पुश करना एंटार्क्टिका के ऊपर बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, अभी नहीं है। और इसमें मुझे लगता है कि नेवी और इनके बीच में ज़्यादा कोऑपरेशन होना चाहिए। सो नेवी शुड ऑल्सो कम आउट विद रिसोर्सेज। प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि सब everybody will sign on to a policy but nobody will sign on to the resources. Now this is a very big problem. So कोई प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो छोटे मोटे प्रोजेक्ट, तो स्केल भी देखना है ना, आपकी आर्कटिक पॉलिसी का एक स्केल भी आपको देखना पड़ेगा। एंटार्क्टिका में हमने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन अब इसको एक दूसरे लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए तब आप जियोपॉलिटिक्स में एक बनेंगे ना आप, कोई प्लेयर। अदरवाइज क्या जियोपॉलिटिक्स है? अब जियोपॉलिटिक्स यही है कि जो दूसरे लिखते हैं आप उसके ऊपर एक फुटनोट उसको डालिए और अपना उनको कहिए कि साहब हमारे पेपर में सब आ गया है। दैट्स नॉट जियोपॉलिटिक्स। So concept is fine, but how do we put, and I think you should become a part of geopolitics. Thank you.
Let me remind the audience, one of the first papers circulated in NSCS 2012 was something that you made a note and circulated, and it picked on thereon, and now we have eventually, after 10 years, an Arctic policy. So it's 10 years, but it's still remarkable that we have a policy. So, okay, questions from this side, front to back, or back to front. Yes.
Not a question, but this one thing came in my mind. One linkage between Arctic feature and China. That sea ice जो है, it is Bohai Bay. December, January जो होता है महीना, उसमें it is a full of sea ice. So sea ice feature is common between Arctic and China.
NATO cooperation here, China. Yeah.
Sea. It is a 38 degree long, 38.89 or something like that. It is the northernmost area where we are finding the sea ice.
That's why it's called the near Arctic.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is, that is culture going to play a role in all of it? When we talk about security and growth for all in the nation, we are projecting a very peaceful peaceful ocean strategy. Be it Indian Ocean, be it Bay of Bengal, be it the Arctic or in the Antarctic. So culture, security is not mentioned as told, but cultural linkages like Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Vivekanand ji. So how can we mold that into? Because China has been utilizing both hard and soft power very instrumentally in every aspect that it deals with. So how is India capable and will we be able to implement it? And how far then we can like project this? Thank you.
Okay, so quickly on this culture bit, just to add something to this, when we went, sir, to Svalbard, Nye Allison, the research station, one of the suggestions we gave to the ministry was, why don't the entire scientific community in that small archipelago do yoga on Yoga Day? Science and meditation. It's an expression of soft power. It's an expression of something which is beautiful. I think that suggestion did went. I don't know what's happened to that, but cultural aspect is something interesting to explore.
I think a very important question. Culture is not just about Arctic. Culture is about yourself. So cultures will give you the strength. That is how you should look at the culture. If you are acultural or non-cultural, you do not have the strength. Okay, you may have a missile, but missile के साथ culture भी चाहिए. So once you figure in or incorporate culture into your thinking, then geopolitics also, you will have your approach to geopolitics will be different. So I think culture is very important. And खासकर इंडिया के लिए तो बहुत important है. I mean, our culture, one point that comes out so clearly when you look at your culture is your tremendous engagement all over the world. When you say the world is a family, you are able to reach out to everyone, you are able to listen to everyone, you are engaged with everyone. And that itself is a strength in your foreign policy. Or even in security policies, if you have a cultural understanding of why wars take place, why people go to war, etc., it gives you a certain advantage. So I think culture has to be incorporated in our foreign policy as a whole, as a very strong, अभी सिर्फ material और technological etc. उनकी बात होती है, culture की बात थोड़ी कम हो जाती है. Then we have, of course, the whole idea of who we are as a nation, the cultural nationalism, jiski baat. So culture, I think, plays a very important role. And that is why, the fact that Bal Gangadhar Tilak could think of a far-off region, or Vivekananda could go and take on the West confidently. And not only that, attract people. So these are, I think, important facets of culture which we have totally neglected. So I do not know, Chaturvedi Saab, I have always admired your work. I remember you were in Punjab University earlier, if I'm not mistaken. तब हमारी आपसे बात भी हुई एक आध बार. Geopolitics में culture का क्या हो सकता है कि कुछ writings वगैरह हो तो आप बताइए. I think that's one area that we would like to.
Has always been drawing on cultural resources historically, and these have been uses of cultural resources and also abuses of cultural resources. Now, one commonality when I was traveling in the circumpolar Arctic, in the Sami lands, and talking to Inuits for my own work, I was struck by one very important commonality between Hinduism and, now please don't, I'm not framing it in narrow terms, but between Hinduism, human nature relationship, and the worldview of indigenous peoples of the circumpolar Arctic, whether they were Samis or they were Inuits. When they looked at nature, they never looked at themselves as out of the nature. They always looked at themselves as part of nature. That is one. So there is a lot of scope for a very deep philosophical, intellectual conversation with the indigenous peoples of the Arctic. The second point is, and I think Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, sometimes we tend to forget that it is not homocentric concept, not at all. It is about the humans and the non-humans both. I think the world is not just homocentric, because if that is the case, then I'm reminded of Professor Oren Young telling me in one of the conferences, I think it was in Germany, he said, I'd failed to understand that migratory birds, the birds that migrate all the way from Arctic region to India on their way to somewhere else, why they are not a subject of intellectual Indian intellectual engagement. And I was quite struck. I was quite struck by that. So I think you asked a very, very important question. Thank you.
This is a request to all the academics sitting here and others who are doing research. वो ये है कि अभी हमने this is a very big step in my mind, intellectually and very forward-looking step, that we have brought Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam right on the top of our agenda. Prime Minister has been talking about it, of course, in his various speeches, etc. But now at a global level, people will start thinking, पूछेंगे वसुधा क्या होती है, कुटुंब क्या होता है. इसको बैकअप करने के लिए we need proper research. A theoretical, conceptual framework of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and how it interacts with international relations theory. Because international relations theory is all dominated by Western ideas, which are totally inadequate to deal with today's problems, as you all know. So here is an alternative framework, but we don't have that theoretical research. So Sanjay ji, in your university, South Asia, etc., and other universities, so academic circles should pick it up, and very quickly, when you have next 8-9 months, please start writing about it. And I must make note of one article which I read recently, and I congratulated the author also, and that was Amitabh Mattu's article, which came in one of the newspapers, and then he sent me which we talked about dharma and international relations. Although our article was about how to deal with China, how not to deal with China, something like that. But there was one section which I thought was a serious attempt to engage dharma, the concept of dharma with international relations and how it can contribute. The concept of a little bit of morality, etc. I know in international relations theory, morality is a no-go. No area. But I think when you talk about a non-homocentric view of the world, which Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is talking about, climate change, environment, and so on, I think we should get some good theoretical, if nothing else, some documentation. We are doing one book which will come out, and I'll request the chairman of T20 also to please do something about it. We'll come out with this book. This book puts together only from the Rig Veda the various hymns and verses in Hindi and English and Sanskrit, which talk about peace, which talks about welfare, and which talks about environment, etc. Something you mentioned. Now, these should become quotable quotes, which should be quoted in our research so that people start talking about it. So hopefully, in the G20 season, we will be able to talk about these things more. Thank you.
Since you're raising it, Arvind, I wanted to mention that there is a piece that I had written. It might be of interest to you personally on Vedant, the spiritual canon guiding India's strategic thought. This was a piece that I wrote over a year ago.
Very good.
And it is also on the Prime Minister's personal website. It's been there since I wrote.
I would suggest that you are making I think a collation of articles on G20, etc., which will be on our website, G20 website or something. Such pieces and other such things which are related or even related at a distance, but connected in some way, they should be put on this website so that the G20 website also is enriched. So please put it on that website as well.
India assumes leadership of the G20 on 1st December, so there's a lot to do in that front. Let me just quickly conclude in about 30 seconds. I think this has been a wonderful session. Geopolitics is always exciting. And I think four, maybe five quick points on what has come about in this session. There is unprecedented attention on the Arctic globally, I think, because of the climate changes, because of temperature rise, and because of the interconnection and the risks and vulnerability. There is, I see within states in the Arctic and non-Arctic state, there seems to be a desire for cooperation, but there is the resolve to protect your national interests. So this sort of swinging fortune is quite clear. There is also a potential scope for remilitarization of the Arctic with Russia and the NATO, China coming in. I think these are three quick points. For me, I think the non-Arctic states and how they play a role in the Arctic region, which has been largely dominated by the Arctic states, will be quite interesting to see in the future. So with this, let me conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you. Both the speakers and the audience who've been very interactive. Thank you. Tea is served.
So we will begin the final session at 3:20 p.m. Thank you. So I'll invite them. I request you all to kindly be seated. We will begin the final session soon. For a final session on capacity building in the Arctic, I welcome the Chair, Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, Director General MP-IDSA, and I request the speakers, Captain Anurag Bisen and Dr. Rahul Mohan, to kindly take the dais. I also request Ambassador Chinoy to kindly introduce the speakers and commence the session. Over to you.
I am very happy to commence the session after I have my speakers seated. We are missing Mr. Rahul Mohan. You're here. So good afternoon and welcome to the last session, that is session 3 on capacity building. And I have the pleasure and privilege of being the chair for this session. We've had 2 wonderful sessions today, and a number of things have been covered in the course of those 2 sessions. So some of what we have to say now may appear a little repetitive, but that is the hazard of being the last chair and among the last speakers here. In the forenoon, we covered science and climate change. And so we went through the anthropocenic aspects as well of climate change. And there was considerable discussion on whether it is the dog that wags the tail or whether it is the tail that wags the dog. But I think the gist that came out of that is the great connect that exists between the Arctic and no matter where you live, whether in the Indian Ocean or anywhere else. I think that is a common thread that has come through. We had a scientific view this morning, and some of that was very technical as well. Credit must go to our scientists for actually having led the charge of the light brigade, so to speak, with regard to the Arctic. This too came through when we were discussing the kind of policies that we have towards the Arctic. But also what came through was that we perhaps are not doing enough, that there may be a very large number of events that take place around the world, but that we are not necessarily there, seated at every conference. And if we are there, we are not there in adequate numbers as compared to the, for instance, the Chinese who may come and fill up a hall with 20, 30 people. May I also say that this is something that is not just true of perhaps the Arctic, but also with regard to, for instance, the International Seabed Authority and deep sea mining. And that is also an area where we similarly have great interests, which are maritime, oceanic, which are to do with geopolitical issues, strategic issues, resources, and there too, I think we have generally got a lot more to do. So overall, it seems that it's time to take a strategic view. We have the scientific view, we have the geopolitical view that came through in the second session. It's time to also take a broader strategic view at the national level. And that view must obviously include capacity building. Capacity building or the capacity to be there in the Arctic and to sort of deliver on our interests there is based on our capacities. So I think without capacities, we will neither be able to do the scientific bit nor the geopolitical bit. And so we need to look at apart from the fact that, there is a geopolitical sort of friction, contestation afoot in the Arctic Council, apart from the risks that the Arctic Council faces today of running into the ground, its inability, like other multilateral institutions, to accomplish much at a time when there is contestation. That is a given. But what is in it that we can do to promote our interests? One of the questions that strikes me is whether we should therefore be looking more closely at doing a tandem with Russia at a time when it may have been isolated or abandoned by the West. If it is likely to go it alone in the Arctic, is there a chance here, some more scope here for us to do a tandem with the Russians in the Arctic? Will it alienate the others? Or should we be doing it through the 5 Nordic countries? Because that has also been, something that's come up quite recently, that we have close links with the Nordic countries and that they're quite willing to host us and to collaborate and cooperate with us in matters to do with science and technology and including the Arctic. So I think we have to make our choices very carefully and in doing so, not really alienate one or the other. So it's like, the ice there is getting thinner and we are also walking on thin ice there in terms of choosing carefully between, our interests with the Russians, our interests with the Nordics, and all the while remembering that we have friends on both sides. Arctic as a global commons also came through. And I think that's very important because of the sheer quantum of resources that are still to be, explored there, whether it is oil, whether it's gas, whether it is other precious metals, quite apart from the potential of the Northern Sea route and its impact overall on global shipping. The role of China has come up quite frequently. And when we speak of China, it's not only in geopolitical or strategic terms. We must also look at the kind of capacities that others are building. So when I look at this as a novice to this particular subject, by the way, I must also, without sounding immodest, accept what Mr. Arvind Gupta said by way of a small compliment, that the first Arctic paper, the first cut, the first draft was prepared by me with the great help and assistance of an able colleague from the Navy, then Captain Golaya, now I think Commodore Golaya. And this was way back in 2011. And I think Admiral Khanna, you were then in the naval headquarters. We used to see you quite often out there. So I do take a little bit of credit for what came about earlier this year. Obviously, it has undergone a lot of iterations and has taken into account the fact that much water has flown under the bridge or out of the Arctic, so to speak, due to the melting of the sea ice. What kind of investments are we willing to make in capacity building? This is the main question, which I hope our 2 speakers will address. When we look at, for instance, the simple sort of idea of an icebreaker, I find that basically India has no icebreaker that it can call its own, as in made in India, though I understand that there is some effort to build one for deep seabed mining called Varaha 1 or something like that. So as in the case of deep seabed mining, we also need to look at the possibility of perhaps building one icebreaker of our own, not just leasing it from Spain or somewhere else, you know. For deep seabed mining, I remember the first one that we leased was from Korea, if I'm not mistaken. There was a vessel from Korea that we had hired long ago. Before we came down to allocating 4,000 plus crores for this Varaha one for deep seabed mining. Likewise, we need one for, you know, by way of an icebreaker, and I think it'll be a huge boost for our, you know, confidence because we've just built the INS Vikrant, and there's no reason why the Naval Design Bureau, given its excellence and past record, no reason why it cannot actually build an icebreaker of its own. It will really put India front and center, symbolically also, right there among the top nations. It's true that the Americans, with one of the largest navies in the world, does not have a very large fleet of icebreakers. I think they have only 3. In fact, they have only 2, with one scheduled to be completed by 2025. And when you look at Russia, for instance, it has up to, I think, upwards of 40 icebreakers, 10 of which are nuclear. And then you look at the Chinese and you find that they've built 2, Xuelong 1 and Xuelong 2. And they're building a third one, much larger one, which is also going to be ready by 2025. So between 40 with the Russians, we're not quite desirous of building so many. But between that and the, you know, 2 or 3 that many of the others, like the US and China might have, can India have one? Will it do good to our Atmanirbhar in defense, so to speak, as in broad definition of defense here being, you know, a strategic outlook towards the Arctic as well? And I would fit the icebreaker in that. The Chinese are looking at the polar silk route through the Northern Sea route, etc. So it's for them, it's the polar silk route. It's part of the Belt and Road Initiative. And I think it's also time that we began to anchor our Arctic policy in a much broader vision of global connectivity and global economic and other strategic sort of embedding that we seek for ourselves. Sagar, security and growth for all. I think it's what's good for the goose is equally good for the gander. And so if it's good for the Indian Ocean region, amidst the tensions in the Arctic Council and the regional scrimmage that exists for resources there in the Arctic, we can also look at promoting our vision of Sagar to be co-opted, made applicable to other regions. I think that allows India to take on a more emphatic role as Vishwa Guru as well. So I think we need to do that. And I also want to say that when we build our Arctic policy, we also need to start looking at what's going to happen with regard to the Antarctic treaty system. As I said before in my remarks in the morning, by 2048, that appears kind of open-ended and up for grabs, and all kinds of noises are being made by the Chinese and others, and it becomes no man's land and belongs to no one. So what exactly do we do there? We have our Maitri and Bharti stations there, like we have the Himadri in the Arctic, and we must have the logistics to be able to do these things on our own without relying on so-called logistics provided by others. So just as in the case of critical supply chains, we have learned a hard lesson through the pandemic that we cannot rely completely on one or the other. Just as we have learned a harder lesson with China dominating supply chains and making manipulative use of these supply chains, we have realized that supply chains in the hands of others, whether for defense or for healthcare or for any other thing, it's not a very wise decision. So as we step up to the plate, move out, beyond the horizon, so to speak, to the Arctic and Antarctic, these supply chains, logistics should be our own. And I think the Navy really should be in a different uniform, but front-ending it. Obviously, we don't mean to spook the others. It's not a securitization of our presence there in any way. But former naval officers, others should really be co-opted heavily and put alongside the scientists. And we should be in mission mode with a special purpose vehicle for our Arctic policy. And the Navy can come up with very fine people trained to look at these things in a much more broader and strategic manner. So I leave that thought as well. One last thought is about, the perhaps not my last thought, but I will make use of the 20 minutes given to me as well. Blue economy. Now, when we speak of blue economy, there is a great tendency today to look at simply the surface. We don't imagine a blue economy in all its dimensions. And I think the blue economy must be analyzed for what it is, which really is subsurface also. It is a seabed also. And blue economy does not end with the Indian Ocean or the Indo-Pacific. The blue economy concept should also relate to areas further afar, like the Arctic, for instance. So I think we need to use these notions that we have, the vision that we have of Sagar, blue economy, to make them more acceptable globally and applicable in other parts of the world. There are a couple of other points now, which are striking me. They kind of pop out of this piece of paper that I have. Skilled manpower. Are we doing enough to have skilled manpower in this country to address this great vision that we have for the Arctic? Where do we stand in terms of our present capacity? Do we have enough domestic academic capacity? Do we have Arctic studies listed anywhere in any textbook in our universities, in relevant courses? Are there lectures being taken in these institutions, to sensitize people about the whole business of the Arctic, the geopolitical, the scientific, the minerals, etc.? And I believe we're not quite yet there. Do we have adequate budgets? Mr. Arvind Gupta mentioned the lack of a budget for the Ministry of Earth Sciences. And what can we do about that in mission mode? So I think national capacity has to be built. We have 25 institutes and universities currently involved in Arctic research in India. Is that adequate? How do we measure up when we look at the Chinese, when we look at the others? China considers itself a near Arctic nation today. But even without that, the kind of capacities they are building, do we look anywhere, likely to come close to that? Only about 100 peer-reviewed papers have been published on Arctic issues in India since 2007. Is that adequate? Are we doing it only in English? Are we doing it in multiple languages? Because today, if you want to get the nation to talk, greater grand strategy, India's vision into the 21st century, we need to also publicize our thoughts and ideas beyond the language that we are currently using for this conference into other languages, into Hindi primarily, I would imagine, where a larger number of people can have access to these thoughts. We are today overall trying to anchor our strategic thought in indigenous strategic thought, whether it is the Vedant or whether it is Kautilya or Thiru Valuvar. But we need to therefore reach out to the masses in India with this body of knowledge that we are creating. Lastly, I think we need to develop the capacities for grabbing opportunities. This will come through manpower, adequate manpower, human resources. For instance, when we get acreages, say under the ISA, we shouldn't have to wait for 15 years before starting any kind of seabed mining. And these are opportunities that might come our way elsewhere in the Arctic as well tomorrow. So how do we go about that? How do we ensure that we are capable of diving equally deep, 6,000 meters, as the Chinese or the Japanese or the Korean vessels can? How do we ensure that we are competitive enough to scan the seabed for its polymetallic nodules, for its thermal vents, for the cobalt, for the gold, for whatever other priceless rare earths that exist there? And are we capable of doing this on not just a scientific scale, but an industrial scale? For that, we need to build capacities also. In the Indian Ocean, you are aware that the Chinese are already there. Off the Rodrigues Ridge, I believe the ISA had given them a fairly large quantum of acreage. Today, as we speak, far out into the southern Indian Ocean, south of the Andamans, deep down south. They're already mining for cobalt and other things in the Indian Ocean. What are we doing in the context of these multilateral institutions like the ISA or the Arctic Council, where we are one among, I think, 13 odd observers? How do we get our foot in and ensure that we have the benefit of all these things? At the end of the day, the Arctic will remain very important to our part of the world, because as the ice caps melt and the sea levels rise, one wonders what will happen to the smaller vulnerable island nations around us. And every time I have visited the Maldives, this thought has occurred to me, that it only takes a 3-meter high wave to sweep over the entire atoll, and where will these people go in the future? So India will have to think in broad strategic terms also, preparing for the deep end of the 21st century, 50 years, 80 years from now, and create capacities that we leave behind for future generations so that they can have a head start when they are dealing with these challenges. That they don't have to look back at the past 50 years and say that generations that came before us, they spoke about these things, but nobody quite applied their minds to create these capacities. So we must create capacities not just for today, but for the morrow and for the distant morrow also, deep into the 21st century. That is something that is likely to get India up there as one of the major players in the Arctic. So with these few words, I will end my introductory remarks. We have very fine speakers here in this panel. We have Captain Anurag Bisen, who will speak first. He will speak for about 20 minutes. Captain Anurag Bisen of the Indian Navy is a serving officer with 34 years of experience. He has spent 8 years in the NSCS and is now with us at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses. And talking about subsurface issues being important, he's a submariner. So I think he sees the world through a periscope, but a periscope with a 360-degree eye. So he has a very broad vision through that experience that he brings to our institute as well. He has been working on maritime issues, and out here also he's working on broad issues, including the Indo-Pacific, maritime coastal security, polar issues, and a couple of major conferences that you are attending or will attend on the Arctic. So we look forward to hearing your views. And may I take this opportunity to also introduce Dr. Rahul Mohan. He is a Scientist F, International Cooperation and Outreach from the NCPOR in Goa. So he's kind of an insider. But he comes far away from anything to do with the oceans. He has more to do with the Ganges. The waters that he deals with are the freshwater channels or the Ganges. So he's from Varanasi, and he has a master's in geology from the BHU. And I think he has spent a lifetime working across the spectrum, including NIO in Goa. And he's currently also in the thick of things. So we look forward to hearing your views as well. With these few words, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to chair this event, and also patiently listening to my opening remarks. And the floor is yours, Captain Bisen. You have about 20 minutes. We are running a bit late, so we will try to wrap this up as quickly as possible, but leave adequate time for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There is much that I want to say, and the time is short, so let me dive straight into my presentation. The scope of my presentation is on the screen in front of you. I am seeking to answer some questions before offering some recommendations of my own. These questions are: what is capacity building and capability enhancement? Why do we need to build capacity and enhance capability on the Arctic? What does Arctic policy state about capacity building in the Arctic? And what is India's present capacity and capability on the Arctic? At the outset, let me attempt to define the difference between the terms capacity and capability in general and with respect to Arctic in particular. Capacity relates to material adequacy, that is, possessing the primary tools required for the intended task or mission. This would include possession, acquisition, provision of requisite infrastructure and equipment. With respect to India's capacity in the Arctic, it would, among other things, relate to having an ice-class research vessel capable of operating in harsh Arctic environment, requisite number of research stations to maintain year-long presence, necessary logistics and administrative wherewithal to ensure it, and the needed research equipment and infrastructure to undertake the desired scientific research in the Arctic. This could include but not be limited to atmospheric labs gathering environmental data, satellites, ocean observation systems, and mooring buoys gathering the required parameters. Capability, on the other hand, refers to possession of the domain-specific qualification, expertise, and skills, and is realized incrementally over a period of time by way of intellectual and educational processes of training, learning, operational experience, and equipment exploitation. An important consideration between national capacity and capability is that in the former case, the timelines can be shortened with enhanced national economic prosperity, such as through outright acquisition of a ice-class research vessel off the shelf or renting one, as is the present practice. However, capacity, particularly in niche and critical domains, is acquired by nations over a period of time, since it's fiercely guarded and protected by a select few nations possessing it. It is also in this context that the clarion call assumed by Honorable Prime Minister for the Atmanirbharta assumes special significance. So what I'm trying to say is, while the capacity can be built fairly rapidly, the capability enhancement could be time consuming. I'd like to illustrate this with an example of my own professional domain of submarining. In our neighborhood, Bangladesh and Myanmar have acquired submarines in recent years. It is assumed that they would have been adequately trained by the nations which have provided those submarines to them. This represents an acquisition of capacity which is relatively easier. The capability in this case would refer to successfully ensure a prolonged, defect and accident-free operation of the submarines by having the requisite skilled manpower to operate, sustain and support these boats, and optimum exploitation in their missions of surveillance, intelligence gathering and anti-submarine warfare abilities that the countries will have to self-own and self-acquire over the years. Acquisition of aircraft carriers by China is another example. It may be relatively easier to build them by possessing the requisite financial and clandestinely acquired wherewithal, but successfully conducting carrier-based naval aviation, which has been around for 112 years, or orchestrating the complex coordination of an integrated carrier strike group is a different ballgame altogether, and will take several years before China can acquire that capability. This could be one of the reasons that Liaoning, despite being in commission for over 10 years, is yet to venture outside the Western Pacific. Why do we need to build capacity and enhance capability on the Arctic? Now, this has been, actually, my task has been made easier, but I would still like to give some figures to what has been discussed in the earlier two sessions. Impact on India's climate and monsoons has been adequately discussed, eloquently described by Dr. Rajan. Rising sea levels have also been discussed adequately. The impact on India, it endangers not only India's population, India's 1,382 island territories, but also, it has immediate consequences because of the neighborhood that we live in. It can influx a trigger of migrants from India's immediate neighborhood. DG mentioned about Maldives. The 2009 cabinet meeting underwater of Maldives is vivid in public memory. It has been estimated that by 2100, if Bangladesh's sea levels are to rise by 80 centimeters, it would have an influx of 30 million people. It would need relocation of 30 million people. And where are those people going to go? India would be the first port of call for these people. So it is going to have a catastrophic impact on India, these climate change issues. So it affects India's economic security, water security and sustainability, weather conditions and monsoon patterns, coastal erosion and glacial melting. We have heard about the 3 poles. Himalayas outside the two poles are the largest source of fresh water in the world. And India, as Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi mentioned, that it is a tripolar country. The Arctic and the Antarctic ice melt also helps us to understand the glacial melt in the Himalayas and vice versa. Then, of course, we have the opening of shipping routes. This is the most profound impact which is going to happen on the global system of trade, since 90% of trade is carried on ships. Northern Sea Route, you can see it on the slide, how it shortens the duration as well as economics by about 21 to 25%. And although necessarily shorter does not mean faster, and it is years before it would actually become a reality, but that potential is there that it could completely transform the system of global maritime trade. These are the three routes which are spoken about: Northern Sea Route, Central Basin Route, and Northwest Passage. The ice is melting away from Russian coastline, so it is the Northern Sea Route which is becoming ice-free first, and Russia stands to gain through the ice melt. You can see in this that between 2015 to 2030, the ships will be able to traverse the polar routes with the help of an icebreaker, and by about 2045 to 2060, it is predicted to become completely ice-free, where ships without any ice classification can traverse the polar routes. Energy security and mineral wealth. Arctic contains a wealth of minerals, gypsum, diamond, copper, zinc, you name it, it's all there. Yakutia has about 25% of world's diamond supply. Alaska, placer gold, uranium, copper, nickel, and iron. Canada, over 50% of all minerals are there in the Arctic, in the Russian Arctic. Greenland has about 25% of world's rare earth minerals. And Arctic can actually answer India's critical deficiency in rare earth minerals. We heard about hydrocarbons. 1/10 of world's oil and about a quarter of world's gas is presently produced in Arctic. It contains 13% of world's undiscovered oil and 30% of natural gas. We've already heard that. 52% of all these hydrocarbon reserves are located in the Russian Arctic. And Russia aims to be world's top 5 producers, LNG producers, by 2025. India is the world's third largest energy consumer. Our oil imports are about 83 to 85%, and they're second largest in the world. Gas imports, we import almost half of our gas requirement, and our share of gas in the energy consumption is abysmally low at 6%. It is targeted to be raised to 15%. The world average is 24%. Indian investment in oil and gas projects in Russia it's the largest investments by Indian companies in the hydrocarbon sector anywhere in the world, and it is about $15 billion. The Western exit because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict presents huge opportunities for Indian companies to invest in the hydrocarbon sector in Russia. Most of the Western majors have announced the exit. BP, Shell, ExxonMobil, Equinor. Equinor has given away its assets for $1.2 billion for €1 to Rosneft. Similarly, ExxonMobil has written down $4 billion worth of its assets. We need to have capacities in the hydrocarbon sector to be able to work around the sanctions. There are companies, Total has remained invested in Russia, in Yamal, even at the height of sanctions. Since 2014, they have 20% stake in Yamal. Similarly, Japanese companies have remained invested in Arctic. We need to find out how they have remained invested and how can we ourselves, invest in the Arctic. Then strategic contestation has been spoken about much in detail, and I don't want to labor about it. I would just like to mention about Russia. In the popular discourse, especially in India, we of course hear about Russia and China militarizing Arctic, and there is not much mention of United States activities in the Arctic. I would just attempt to show Russian American activities in the Arctic. You would know that it's an Arctic country by virtue of Alaska, which it acquired in at a cost of, I think, 7.2 cents an acre in 1867. It has been it has been ambivalent about Arctic, and it announced its first policy only in 2009 on the Arctic. Then in 2018, since 2018 is the time when we have really seen this, contestation heating up. They announced the establishment of the second fleet, which was actually set up in 1950, and it was disestablished in 2011. DG mentioned about polar icebreakers. They have 3 polar icebreakers, out of which 2 are operational, and they're over 40 years old. They are building new icebreakers, first of which is supposed to come by 2025. It vociferously opposes Russian and Chinese activities in the Arctic. It has set up a Department of Defense in Arctic in September this year. Arctic is divided into 3 US commands, that is US Northcom, European Command, and Indo-PACOM. In June this year, it established the 11th Airborne Division in the Arctic, which gives them a capability of 12,000 Arctic-specific forces in the Arctic. They've been conducting under ice operations in the Arctic for years, and the one they conducted in March this year was the 98th such in the series. I mentioned about the Polar Security Cutter program, in which they aim to acquire 3 heavy polar icebreakers. They have a follow-on program of 3 medium icebreakers after this. United States is the only country in the world to have a national strategy on the Arctic, which came out last month in October. They also have an Arctic strategy by the Department of Defense, by Department of Homeland Security, Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Coast Guard. They have also set up recently Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Center in Alaska. And in August this year, they announced the upgradation of their Arctic coordinator to an ambassador for Arctic affairs. Recent trends we already heard in the previous session, so I'll not go into it. What I'm trying to say is that India has the legitimacy and the right credentials to be a peacemaker in the Arctic. Further, another reason which did not really come out and which I want to allude to is Arctic represents the only region in the world where India's 2 most important strategic partners, that is United States and Russia, and the principal adversary, China, are locked in a triangular contest. And Dr. Chaturvedi mentioned about Arctic exceptionalism. In my own, analysis, Arctic exceptionalism is a baby which has been thrown out of the bathwater, and it is the relations between United States and Russia, Russia and China, and United States and China, which is going to determine the fate of Arctic. And since these countries are so important to us, we remain engaged there, and we need to understand the dynamics of the region. Of course, there is strategic signaling. We have to be there because we are one of the observer countries, and you remaining there as an observer is contingent upon having a demonstrated performance there. It is also a geopolitical assertion with an eye to the future. 1 in every 6 people in the world, inhabitant, is an Indian, so we need to be there and remain engaged. Our own relations with the Nordics, importance of Russia, and it also has convergence with Biden's climate agenda. So basically, our remaining engaged in the Arctic ticks all the boxes, and we need to have capacities to be there. Now, let's see what Arctic policy talks about capacity building. The Indian Arctic policy is cognizant of the deficiencies in our capacity and capability on the Arctic. And that is why one of the 6 pillars of Arctic policy is about national capacity building. I will not go really much into it. You can read it. It's there in the open domain. And since the time is short, but I would just broadly say that it seeks to expand the capacity and awareness of Arctic-related scientific research by strengthening NCPR. We intend to speedily acquire the research vessel, strengthen training institutions, and build indigenous capacity in shipbuilding, and so on and so forth. Now, this is really the core of my presentation. Where do we stand in terms of present capacity in the Arctic? What I have done here is I have tried to make a comparative table, and I have compared our capacities and capabilities with China, Japan, and South Korea. You may well ask why. The 4 of us, along with Singapore, became observers together in the Arctic Council in 2013. And there were 5 nations which were taken as observers. If you see, the green is the first, and so we were one of the 14 high contracting parties to the Svalbard Treaty, along with Japan. At that time, India was under the British rule. China itself signed the Svalbard Treaty in 1925, and they discovered that they had signed Svalbard Treaty in 1991. You can Google it, and it's an interesting story. South Korea signed Svalbard Treaty only in 2012, 10 years ago. We were the last among these 4 countries to set up the first research station. China has already set up the second research station. Again, we were the last becoming a member of International Arctic Science Committee. We were the last, for the first expedition to the Arctic. We have also started a Nordic summit since 2018, but the other 2 countries have already, taken lead. China has actually also did broach this with Nordic countries in 2016, but so far they have not yet agreed for a Nordic summit with China. Our Arctic policy came out this year. The other 3 countries' Arctic policy has preceded us. We became, of course, observers together. We are yet to get a polar research vessel. This was brought out. And Svalbard Integrated Arctic Earth Observing System, we are an associate partner, while the other 3 countries are formal partner. University of Arctic, Dr. Arvind Gupta spoke about. We have got only NCPR, which is a member of UArctic, which it became in 2019. China, I will show you, has got 13 institutions which are affiliated. These are the task forces which are there of Arctic Council. As you can see, that we are member of only 3 task forces. China and Korea are members of 5 task forces, while Japan is member of 6 task forces. This is the list of institutions which are affiliated to University of Arctic. You can see that there are 13 Chinese institutions, 2 Korean, 1 Japanese, and our NCPR is affiliated to. Arctic Yearbook came out 5 days ago for this year. I did my colleague, in fact, did this search, and there is only one in last 11 years. There is only one country-specific article in Arctic Yearbook related to India, while there are 19 such nation-specific Arctic articles in the Arctic Yearbook. The key international collaborations are there on the screen. We have collaboration with Norway and Japan. We also have signed an MOU with Polar Knowledge Canada, and Dr. Thamman Milot mentioned about having an Arctic station in Nunavut shortly. With Russia, we have a bilateral dialogue, and for some reason, MEA has not announced it, but the Russians have been announcing. The second iteration of the dialogue was held, and this I picked up from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs in, I think, August this year. And there is also some kind of a cooperation between the 2 National Security Council secretariats. China has, of course, trilateral dialogues with Japan and Korea on the Arctic. It has bilateral dialogues with Russia, United States, Norway, Denmark, UK, and France. And it also runs joint expeditions with Russia. The China Nordic Arctic Research Center, it set up in Shanghai in 2013. All the Nordic, it is funded by all the Nordic countries. What I'm trying to say is that the other 3 countries have got far more, collaborations in the Arctic compared to us, and we have got a long way to cover before we can think of matching them. Now, researchers. So I just want to, point out some broad deficiencies which we have. I have compared the same countries, and I have also put Pakistan in this. This is from UNESCO database. We have 252 researchers per 1 million inhabitants. It is less than Pakistan at 352. And the world average is about 1265. And you can see Japan and South Korea are 3 and 4 times the average. So we really need to, address this at a very basic level. The gross domestic expenditure on research and development, we are among the lowest in the world. We have been spending 0.7% of GDP on research, while the world average is about 1.9%. You can see Republic of Korea is at about almost 4.5% plus. So this is another area that to build capacities in the Arctic, we have to first, put money into our research. I will also, show you the budget of Ministry of Earth Sciences. It was discussed that how much money do they get. You can see this is from an Indian Department of Science and Technology website, statistics and research. From last 6 years, we have been constant at 0.7% of GDP. This is again Indian data, percentage share of national research and development expenditure by objectives. Exploration and exploitation of earth and environment, which is really the charter of Ministry of Earth Sciences, is 2.3% of our national research objective. So this is where we stand, in terms of research, overall earth sciences and ocean sciences research. If you see Ministry of Earth Sciences, it gets 2.3% of the total research grant which center doles out. And DG mentioned that is it adequate? I would say it is grossly inadequate. Coming to budgeting, Ministry of Earth Sciences is the nodal ministry for all Arctic scientific research in the country. It has its headquarters at New Delhi and 2 attached offices, 2 subordinate offices and 5 autonomous institutions, out of which NCPR is one of them. The budget for this year, this is demand for budgets, is 2,653 crores. Translates roughly to about 331 million US dollars. Now for this, with this budget, it is supposed to provide services for weather, climate, ocean and coastal state, hydrology, seismology and natural hazards, explore and harness marine living and non-living resources in a sustainable manner, and to explore the 3 poles of the earth, that is Arctic, Antarctic and Himalayas, a tall order, I would say. The polar research in the country is budgeted under an umbrella program called Polar Science and Cryosphere. It looks after the research in Antarctic, Arctic, Southern Ocean and Himalayas. For the budgetary estimate for the previous 3 years was 365 crores, which translates to about 120 crores annually. For this year, the PACER budget is 140 crores, about 17.5 million US dollars. And the budget for NCPR is 23.67 crores, about $3 million. Just to put this figure in perspective, Korea Polar Research Institute, which is one of the institutions looking after Arctic research, it's a government-sponsored institute in Korea. It runs a research station in Svalbard, a number of pan-Arctic observation sites. It's involved in about 20 Arctic large and small projects, sends 200 expeditioners to the Arctic annually, and it gets 13 million US dollars in research grants.
Can wind up in another minute or two?
Sure.
Thank you.
Again, China had earmarked about $3 billion for Arctic research in the next decade in 2018. There are no estimates or figures to research. Also, another figure between 1985 to 2000, and from 2001 to 2016, China had increased its expenditure by 18 times on Antarctic. So that is the kind of focus that they are putting on research. I also understand that we have no manpower which is specifically recruited for Arctic, and the scientists working on Arctic are loaned from Antarctic program. DG mentioned about national academic capacity. It remains polar studies is absent from our curriculum for secondary and senior secondary school books. We have our academic capacity therefore is extremely low when compared to South Korea, Japan and China. And it needs to be substantially augmented at primary, secondary, higher secondary, undergraduate to postdoctoral levels. Now I've painted a bleak picture, but I would like to add that despite all these constraints and despite working at such frugal capacities, our scientists have really made us proud, and Indian scientific contribution, despite being modest, is much sought after, and we have increased our ranking in scientific publication as this indices in Scopus, Science Citation Index and NSF database will show. Similarly, we have increased our citations, scholarly citations for India, and we currently stand at number 5 at G20 in publication and number 10 in citation, and in top 20 we are number 5 and number 11. So I'll come to my last 2 slides. Some recommendations. Arctic policy was essentially to have a whole of government approach, because in Government of India itself we were not looking at Arctic as a region. But to build capacities beyond that, we need a whole of nation approach, and for that we need the participation of industry and academia and think tank. I would recommend that Ministry of Earth Sciences be renamed as Ministry of Ocean and Earth Sciences. While it may be argued that ocean sciences is a part of earth sciences, but it is to mitigate the sea blindedness of the of the bureaucracy in Delhi that this word ocean needs to be there. And 3 of the 5 autonomous institutions of Ministry of Earth Sciences have the word ocean. So I would recommend that. Of course, expedite acquisition of polar icebreaker. Since I have the liberty and the benefit of my DG sitting as my chair, I would make bold to recommend that we set up a center focused on Arctic research at IDSA. And I would say this for several reasons. It's been alluded to by Dr. Arvind Gupta, by DG himself in the opening address, that IDSA has been doing work on Arctic, and we have got resident expertise, and publications from IDSA are more than any other similarly placed institution in the country. So to take this forward, I would recommend that we establish a center at IDSA. I would also recommend that a think tank for earth sciences, oceanographic and polar affairs under the aegis of NCPR be established. And they also offer a Master of Science program in polar studies, and they should be given a deemed university status. This has precedence. There are several ministry institutions which have now become universities. Rashtriya Raksha University is one such example. So this could be looked at. And the Empowered Arctic Policy Group, which is being set up, I would recommend that members from academia, think tanks, and industry be included in that. Bilateral discussions with Russia, Japan, and Nordics on Arctic, including think tanks at track 1.5 and 2 level. And of course, these recommendations are there, and they have been spoken about in the other sessions as well. With that, thank you very much for a patient hearing, and I conclude my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Bisen, for a very enlightening presentation, and I cannot agree with you more on all that you've said, particularly the need to ramp up our capacities. You spoke about the budget, which I think is extremely important. And why not, in fact, think of raising the budget in a year in which the very motto of our G20 presidency is one Earth, one family, one future. We have been saying so much about Mother Earth and nature and India's affiliation to this great force of nature. It's only natural that we use this coming year, to think more deeply about how we want to beef up our capacities with regard to the Ministry of Earth Sciences. And Earth, of course, in a holistic sense, because in any case, 3/4 of the world is covered by water. So why not bring in the concept of ocean as well? I'm not very keen, in fact, to compare our budget to Pakistan's. I'm loath to do so because their researchers may actually be researching how to make bombs, so we can keep them out of the discourse. But it's very important to bring a holistic strategic vision, and I think Captain Bisen succeeded in doing that. Before we even move to the next speaker, I wanted to suggest that not only will we consider doing more with regard to Arctic research on the lines of what was suggested, he's discussed it with me earlier, but that our institute, Uttam, Dr. Sinha, if you can, think about it, we should do an event bringing in all the 3 poles in one event, because it's time that we linked up Arctic with the Antarctic and with the Himalayas. For that has been spoken about quite a bit today, and the scientists seem to be straddling both the Antarctic and the Arctic. So perhaps an event focused on the interconnectedness of these great, climate systems in the 3 poles. That should be our next event, and possibly in the next 2 to 3 months, if we can put it together, that would be like icing on the cake, and it will be a follow-up to what we are doing. So I now turn to our next second eminent speaker, Dr. Rahul Mohan, please.
Namaskar and a very good evening to all of you. I think I'm the last batsman of the day, and I'm a child of the last 60s. So probably if you remember the test matches during that time, the last player was not supposed to score any runs. So on that note, probably, and my previous speakers have already eloquently spoken the highs and lows of the polar program, the India vis-a-vis Arctic. But I'm an optimist, and I believe that every turtle would have a day. So let's hope in the best. And I've titled it "The Arctic Connection: Strengthening Indo-Arctic Capacity Building Endeavors." First of all, let me thank Ambassador Chenoy for inviting me and Captain Anurag for pestering me to come over. Thank you so much. And it is my first visit, and really proud to be standing in front of all of you because, as Dr. Thamban pointed out, it has some connection to Goa as well. Manohar Parrikar, the Defence Minister, the Chief Minister of Goa, and I followed him a lot. In fact, I had met him a couple of times, and I was an admirer of that gentleman. Unlike Anurag, I am still a student, and as you would see, my area of operations, I look after the Indian Antarctic program, other than the international cooperation and outreach. So I'm rather a misfit today because I'll be speaking on Arctic capacity building while I look after the Indian Antarctic program. Something has already been spoken about the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research based out of Goa, part of the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We provide you the platform to go to Antarctica. We are a small unit of 43, 44 regular scientists with a lot of floating population that we call as contractual scientists. They are our real torch bearers, and the road to Arctic is rather long and quite arduous. You can see the first slide. There are different compositions of water there. You can see ice, snow, water, permafrost, and you can also see the effects of the changing permafrost in the Arctic. And you can see a human walking. So there is a human connect, and we have all talked from morning till now the vagaries of the climate change, and there can be no two discussions about climate change. There is climate change happening, and let us take it on the face value of what we all are seeing. Okay, so Arctic Council probably, as you all have listened today, that it is in limbo for the moment because Russia is the current chair, and you know that how geopolitically sensitive things are. Although I firmly believe that politics should not come when science is there. And probably why I believe is because I'm that part of the community from Antarctic fraternity where you have seen the treaty, Antarctic Treaty, being implemented and being carried forward without any problem, in spite of the problems that you had in the world. China and India are neighbors in large minerals, yet we work. You had the Falkland Islands issue, yet UK works with Argentina and UK works with others. But this is the first time that we are seeing that in Arctic Council, there are issues because of politics. And not only in Arctic, probably this audience may not be privy, but we are also started to have problems in Antarctic. Okay, so this, because this is last talk, this will be slightly repetitive. Please forgive me for that. And you can close your eyes and relax your eyes and maybe moist your eyes for some time. So we are responsible for the country's research in the polar and southern ocean realms. So these are the broad thrust areas. So I'm not going to talk on what is written in the slide today. With a small community that we have, yet we focus on polar sciences. We have a large Indian Antarctic program, which is a big operational challenge, an Indian Arctic program, which is much simpler, but then there are a lot of needs of the Arctic program, as rightly pointed out by the chair. The Himalayan cryosphere is a very small program, but yes, we need to keep our domain there as well. Ocean sciences, Southern Ocean is a critical component. I always say that it's a cog in the whole wheel of the climate change, and you need to understand ocean science, especially vis-a-vis the Southern Ocean. We have a large geoscience program which has been entrusted to us. be it the extended continental shelf, the EZ, and now the exploring the hydrothermal sulfide mineralization in the capacity of the DOME project, that is deep ocean mining, and we have a lot of operations and management. Yes, being an Antarctican and looking after Antarctic program, I can't miss showing my research basis. In Maitri is a pretty old research base and needs revamping, whereas Bharati is comparatively fresh look, 2012, and made out of 135 containers, and some of the people who were involved are sitting right in front of me. The Indian Himalayan Research Base is a pretty small one in Lahaul Spiti, but there we are monitoring the glaciers, and you know why it needs to be done, because you have heard a lot since morning. I need not repeat it. This is, of course, a research base, a small little baby in Arctic. We need to expand. Yes, this is for 7 to 8 people, but then it's the bread and butter currently. So this is the history of Indian Arctic research. Svalbard Treaty in way back in 1920, and as rightly pointed out, we put our foot in Arctic much delayed. Probably, I'm not privy to the reasons, but I can say that probably we were too busy with Antarctic. First expedition to the Arctic in 2007, and the research base, this is a leased research base, and whatever I'm talking is all in public domain. This is Himadri, 2008, and we had the first Indianized mooring, I would say a multi-sensor mooring, moored, bottom-tethered mooring in the fjord, because we feel the fjord is a spot representative of the Arctic. And then we became partners in the Grue Badad laboratory in the Svalbard. So this is how Ny-Ålesund looks like. It's a beautiful scientific village, and those of you who are keen on history and look and read history would be aware that this was a coal mining area. Nevertheless, now science is a domain, and there are many different reasons for doing science. I'm not going to deliberate today on that. There are 11 countries which have the research bases here, and different capacities, different sizes of research bases which are leased out. So in brief, we had till now 14 expeditions. Pandemic affected even the Arctic program, and we had about 600 expedition members. So I would say some capacity building is surely being done. Major research areas, we cannot do everything. So we are doing only few niche areas, which has been recognized by Svalbard Science Forum, the Arctic precipitations and cloud monitoring, and the importance of aerosols, which are very critical. And as I said, long-term monitoring of the Kongs Fjord, looking at the climate change. The Geological Survey of India and some component of NCPR is also looking at the glaciers, a couple of glaciers, I would say, in the fjord area, closer to the fjord area, and looking at the mass balance, because the world is worried about the mass loss. And another key component is, just to remind you all, that the pollutants, the Arctic Ocean is surrounded by countries, and pollutants is a big nightmare. So this is just to give you an overview of the mooring that we have. The mooring has different sensors, which can take temperature, salinity, nitrate, fluorescence, and the mother mooring also has hydrophones, so that you can look at ice calving episodes and citation soundings as well. This is barnacles with, when you take out after a year, this is the state of the mooring, and it is an arduous task putting back the mooring into the fjord. So we are monitoring the glaciers in Svalbard by a small team of Geological Survey of India, and of course NCPR, along with that JNU as well, largely to understand the glacial dynamics, mass budget, and for that, we do have the GPR surveys on glaciers. We have the automatic weather stations to probably develop a relationship vis-a-vis the climate. when we talk about climate, it is important to connect the atmosphere and try to look at the cloud physics. And this lab is being used by many other countries, including Italy, India, and some more countries. And few equipments that we have put, largely looking at aerosols and the clouds. Talking about aerosols, we have started an initiative which is known as Polar Net, Polar Aerosol Network, trying to mimic similar equipments in Arctic, Antarctic, and Himalayas. The problem is, if you look at the data sets, each has been taken by different set of equipments. Each equipment has its own errors as well. Remember that any equipment, even the thermometer that you use from Hicks to another company, would not have a similar error, but would have an error. So it is important to look at the errors of your equipment while using it. And therefore, this secretary was very strong in saying that all equipments in Antarctic, Arctic, and Himalaya looking after the aerosol should be of similar make, similar error, and similar conditions. Some long-term observations and water sampling in fjord, largely looking at microplastics, bacterial community, and looking at some other emerging contaminants that the environmentalist or environmental chemists are more interested in. Yes, we are a small working group, but we do have representations in the scientific committee, the International Arctic Scientific Committee, and although a couple of people in each, but in a small way, we do contribute. So we are in all the scientific working groups currently in the International Arctic Scientific Committee. So yes, we don't have an ice class vessel. We need one definitely, and from morning, time and again, it has been told. Who doesn't want an ice class vessel when you are tripolar, when you're looking at Antarctic, Arctic, and trying to develop a relationship with Himalaya, you need an ice class vessel, no doubts about it. So this was an achievement where two of our youngsters participated on a Norwegian cruise and they reached North Pole in September. So this was an important event for us, and some previous participation, virtue of being member of FOPS, I pursued this personally for participation on Aeron Arctic expedition, and I am still pursuing for many more berths through my own international collaborations that I have on Aeron. And this Arctic Svalbard coastal cruise was largely taken on a small vessel to test our abilities and how far north up we can go in the Svalbard. Looking at the ongoing and future plans, we need to look pan-Arctic because what we are looking at is a small dot in the Arctic. As rightly pointed out by Anurag, we need to have closer cooperation with academic institutes. Looking at joint centers, courses, and degrees, I fully agree, but then manpower needs to be added on. You can't have with the current manpower establish network of observatories. This is critical, and I say that it's not important that India should be doing it, but India can do it in cooperation and collaboration with the friendly countries. Excuse me. And look at big programs where we can focus and we have to put funds and ask others to join. Like China is doing it everywhere. Why can't we do one or two big projects like China? I'm not saying mimic China because you cannot compete with China, but let us do in a small little way and try to work with NGOs like Arctic Circle. Some of the international participations that we have, Arctic Council definitely, being an observer, SIOS, elected as a board of directors of SIOS, NISMAC, Arctic Circle, UArctic, yes, as rightly pointed out, we are part of the FOPS and International Arctic Science Committee. Trying to step ahead and make further headway towards Canada, we signed an MOU and trying to see that if we can implement the couple of projects this year itself. I hope that we'll be able to travel to Canada, or at least some of our colleagues would be. A lot has been talked about the Arctic policy. I'm not going to dwell into it. It is very simply written. It is freely available. Please download and read it. But I'll talk about the national capacity building, and that is what we are talking about. And Anurag has put things critically. I'm more softer in putting things. But as was talked about, we are creating an online content for UG and PG under the SWAYAM portal, and for that NSCS has designed this, and along with UGC trying to develop courses for UGs and PGs on Arctic and the polar affairs. Just small little initiatives of capacity building. We are developing into some centers beginning down south from Kochi, Cochin University of Science and Technology, and NCPR Polar Sciences. Activities include webinars, training sessions, workshops, and MG University is largely looking at polity and social aspects. So these are the two centers which came up in 21-22. Before I end, I hope that you must be thinking that this fellow should stop and we should ask questions. So probably I'll try to. Can you play that? Yeah. Okay. So we'll play a small film for 5 minutes, and by the time I can have sip some water and take your questions. Thank you so much for giving me the time.
It's a very unique community. You know, you suddenly come to a 79° north, then you are among many different countries. And so I would say it's extremely well-run operation out here.
So I've just collected a sample of the mountain sorrel. This is a location where the glacial water melts. And I'm actually working with the microorganisms associated with the rhizosphere of these flowers in the Arctic. And if they produce any monoterpenes, which have a biotechnological application.
Sampling is on trawling of the water surface. So we want to know whether the water surface of these fjords are these microplastics. Yesterday we have done sediments. Today we are doing with the microplastic net. We are trawling it for 20 minutes at 2 knots of speed, so that we'll get to know whether the microplastics are present on the surface of these articles.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Rahul Mohan, for actually walking us through the Arctic. It's not every day that one can go there. I know that there are some in this room who have had the good fortune to travel all the way to the Arctic. But for the rest of us, it's very helpful to see what it is like out there. Thank you very much for your very, very instructive presentation, delivered with great precision and covering a wide range of issues. Now we are at the very end of our event today, but I will be remiss in my duty if I did not involve the learned audience also, and to provide you an opportunity to engage our two speakers. So may I request you to kindly raise your hand and introduce yourself and pose your question. And please also make it clear to whom the question is addressed. I rule myself out. So we have two colleagues here who will try their best to answer your questions. And then, of course, may I begin with my own question? In that case, I'll come to the floor. So I found that a number of people are carrying rifles, high-powered bolt-action rifles that we'll normally associate with hunting, no less than a 30-06 Winchester or something like that. So what is your SOP there for man-animal conflict? And I would assume that SOP should apply across the board to all the research stations and all the scientists who have to carry a rifle for possible encounter with a polar bear or something. Who's at fault? For the animal is simply on its own terrain. Animal rights activists, were you to do the dreadful thing of hunting it down in response to a threat perception, would still blame you because you are on the polar bear's territory. He's doing nothing to come in your way. What's the SOP there?
A good one, good question, I would say, to begin the innings. The rifle training is compulsory there for the simple reason, as you rightly pointed out, the polar bears are not supposed to be in Svalbard, but up in the north. But for food, because the ice is melting, and for food, they are coming now down into Svalbard as well. And therefore, as a prerequisite, you need to have rifle training as an essential component, largely to scare, but polar bear you can't scare. You would have to try to either. So either ways, be ready for dinner or. So it's a tough call, and it's not that easy with polar bears being sighted in the Svalbard territory. Yeah.
What's your SOP? That's my question.
SOP is to
If you
obviously,
were to, in
yeah,
India, if you
yeah.
were to kill, a protected animal,
bear, and you would have to tranquilize it somehow to see that you are safe. See, no, no, you are carrying a simple, yeah. So you try to kill.
is there a case there? The moment you
No,
shoot down a
luckily,
polar bear,
nobody has shot, but being a Svalbard territory, the governor has very clear SOPs that everyone has to get trained and get a license to go into the field. As simple as that. Yeah. So luckily, no killings as of now from our side.
yes, please, I'll begin with the senior gentleman at the back, please. Mr. Gill, please.
My name is Gill.
Yes, Mr. Gill, please. The floor is yours.
I am a former nautical advisor to the government of India, and I have retired as ADG shipping. Now, the first bulker, which came by the Arctic route, came to Bombay. I happened to, in those days, in the Marine Department. I had a long chat with him. I'll give you a copy of the report what he gave me. But when I now see there are so many problems related to the Arctic, we should review it in terms of Svalbard Treaty, that with the Antarctic Treaty, propose a new instrument or carry out amendment to the Law of the Sea Convention 82, which is very important because unless these legal things are straightened out, it will go on. Now, as regards manning, technical manning, well, I had been chief examiner of masters and mates. The syllabi of master mariners does cover polar navigation, ice navigation, but I think it needs little more revision. However, in the meantime, the department, when they acquire research vessels, they need manpower. What are they doing? They should think about it. They can work out a plan. So get hold of Indians. They go to foreign vessels and have experience. Today, I have quite a few Indian master mariners who are working on research vessels. So it is necessary to have a look at that. And with these words, I can say, Mr. Chairman, it is an interesting topic and multiply it further in the whole country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil Saab, for your, rather, I would say not a question, but rather an advice. It's not easy what you say to implement, but your thoughts are great, I would say. Nevertheless, I'm not the competent person to answer that, but I'll surely communicate to the person or persons on that, and maybe Anurag may be able to comment much better than me.
Thank you, sir, for your suggestion. It's well taken. In fact, in the Arctic policy, this has been taken note of. You must be aware, sir, that we are the third highest seafarer supplying nation in the world. And as Arctic NSR and the other routes open up, we have to have adequately trained and competent manpower to be manning those ships. So it is there in the policy and the roadmap, which is not in the open domain, that our Indian seafarers, both of the Indian Navy as well as the Merchant Navy, should be trained. And I understand that already talks are going on with some countries to provide training in polar and ice navigation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mayuri?
So my question is that, there seems to be a kind of perception in India about being a tripolar nation. But as your slides demonstrated, that there is also a lack of awareness regarding its importance in India. So how do you explain this contradiction, and what can we do about it? Like this gap between the self-perception and lack of awareness. Thank you.
Yeah, good question again. And Probably the answer lies in outreach. And each one of you sitting, probably I feel would be responsible that whatever you have heard since morning, you transmit it to the younger generation. That is the first outreach that everyone should be doing. Be it the child in your home or be it your neighbor, try to talk in very simple words, because we scientists are sometimes uh, more on scientific jargon. We talk a lot of jargon and kids don't understand that. So talking in their language is very critical and important. And I make it a point to go to schools in Goa and address them and talk to them and very, very simple, and encourage them to take up sciences, because what we see is the best minds are not coming into science. Let me be very honest and candid with you here. We are not able to transmit what we are doing in science to the younger generation. They don't know the Indian research basis. They don't know what is NCPR. What we are trying in a small way is we do certain types of celebrations, like we are doing in a couple of days. We'll be celebrating Antarctica Day. That's when the treaty was signed on 1st of December, and it's an open day on 1st and 2nd. If you are in Goa, please, you are invited. I'm through this forum, I'm inviting you. And we'll be releasing a stamp on Bharati, completing a decade of Bharati in Antarctica. So these are some of the efforts that we do, like we did an IISF in Goa, where we highlighted and we have made VRs to give kids the experience of being in Antarctica, being in Arctic, being on the vessel in Southern Ocean, facing the roaring 40s and 50s. Because I feel that for students, for younger generation, you need to connect with them. And with the mind capacity is limited to few minutes, you need to develop audio visual to a greater extent than writing textbooks. That's my take. I may differ here on many people here. You can write textbooks, no problem. But you're loading the kids already with too much of content. So give them audio visual, something that they relish. And this modern age kids love that. So we have developed VRs, virtual reality, and we try to expose not only kids but also senior citizens, because they should also know how we are investing the money in polar regions, because this is all taxpayers' money. People should know what we are doing. So an attempt is being done, and hopefully, and we do competitions as well. We have drawing competition for school kids, drawing what will be Antarctica 20 years down the line or with climate change scenario. And efforts are always there to reach out to the kids. So thank you for that lovely question. Thank you.
I just want to make one point here that is it not then necessary to ask all the museums, science museums across the country, to have a section devoted to the three poles and to make it an integral part of, modular part of any science museum that's being set up around the country? That's one suggestion that I would make. The second one that I would make, taking a cue from all that's been said today, particularly the need to reach out to the younger generation, is that in this day and age of great animation, where India has such incredible IT capacities to make, animated movies and stuff like that. Out of Hyderabad, we do it for Hollywood. Is it possible for scientists and the creative types to get together and to make a storyline which can be animated and which can actually be shown to children from a very young age about the importance of the three poles? And it should be a story. It should be something that catches their fancy about science, about research, about the holistic approach to Earth, as in not just the the Homo sapien part, but also the animals and flora and fauna, and to make it interactive and to make it exciting, like a discovery, a walkthrough discovery about the three poles, an animated film, animated cartoons, as in serious cartoons. So maybe that's something we can also give thought to. But it'll not come just from the scientists, and it cannot come just from the creative types. It'll have to come at the confluence of both these?
Thank you, Mayuri, for the question. And while I agree, and especially in India also, the scientific community is all for research on the basis of the three poles because of the similarities which they share. But you're right about the schism, because the schism, this is my own perception, that the establishment does not encourage this, probably because of the sensitivities which are involved in access to Himalayas. And there is a lot of outside interest into getting access there. In fact, we have an International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, of which the 8 nations are part of the Himalayan region. None of them encourage it, in fact. So much so, just as on 21st of November, there was a Chinese SITCA, I think, which held an Indian Ocean Forum. The Arctic Circle is organizing a Arctic Circle Third Pole Forum with UAE, Abu Dhabi, in January of 17th and 18th, 2023. So I think the official establishment in the country does not, encourage it because of the security sensitivities. But there is, from the scientific community, there is a great interest to be for the convergences between the three regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Any more questions from the floor? I see several hands going up. Yes, please. I begin with the lady here.
Thank you, sir. I'm Shivani Sharma. I'm part of the British High Commission based here in New Delhi. First of all, I want to congratulate NCPR because I've been following their several campaigns over the years, including Cool Scientist campaign and Women in STEM campaigns, which we also advocate quite a lot. And I really like your idea, sir, of science museums, dedicating a section on polar. Perhaps this is something which we can discuss with Department of Science and Technology as well in our capacity, and maybe bring some ideas from UK on how they are promoting these topics. My question is, first of all, thank you to Anurag sir for pointing out the budget constraints. I think budget constraints are quite evident in all the countries' budgets. And I can certainly speak from UK side. We too have budget constraints. Given that, where are the low budget avenues where countries can work together in Arctic, apart from joint research? What are the other ways we can collaborate? I would very much welcome thoughts so that we can take it forward.
Right, thank you. I'll take 2 more questions in this round. So, yes, Kushal.
So my question is regarding commercial activities in the Antarctic and the Arctic. For example, the krill farming which happens, which is a big part of the fish oil industry, and increasing other kind of commercial activities. So what kind of damage will this increasing activities do? And is there some kind of a check on whether, as in what damage is it doing, and how can we prevent those damage while engaging in those commercial activities?
Take one more, yes. You go ahead.
Sir, I have a comment rather than a question, and any of the speakers from the chair can answer to it. So,
if they can't answer it if it's a comment,
so,
you kindly make it a question.
Right, sir. So, sir, I feel that India's capacity building in Arctic needs to be enhanced, but in my own personal assessment, I feel that it needs to be done taking care of countries' self-interest in the region. We should be cautious of what China is doing in the region, but we should take forward our capacity building, looking our own strategic interests. Suppose we have best satellite launching capabilities. I think the Arctic region currently misses the...
Okay, question please, question please.
So what are the opportunities for India that could be explored in this avenue, particularly the satellite launching and satellite capabilities in the region?
Okay, I think that part will go to Captain Bisen, but just as in the Quad, we are trying to aggregate satellite data with regard to illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. I suppose there is scope here to do a little more. I see you as well, please. Yes.
Mine is only
Is Commodore Manik? Yeah, go ahead.
Mine is only a suggestion, rather, to have what I saw in the movie, that we can have survey officers, hydrographic branch officers attached to this to help you in your instrumentation and other purposes, like putting the buoy, lowering the buoy, etc., and of course to add to the overall integration of underwater data, etc. And for Captain Bisson, that we could part of capacity building was to have some naval officers go in the voyages for the Arctic, shipping, and send 2-3 bright youngsters for the voyages to build capacity to see what it is like before you make an icebreaker. You have some expertise on what is looks like, because nobody can translate those aspects. And of course, one suggestion for him, I saw one of the scientific officers recording by paper. I think we could give him an iPad.
Sometimes becomes too cold. His fingers are frozen, right? Yeah. All right. So I think both the panelists can have a go.
Okay, first to Shivani, if I'm not wrong, how to have collaborative projects which are low budget or rather without budget. And so the best answer is that you know it much better than me. You have been talking to us, and the fruits are really when scientist to scientist talk and interact. And one of the key components that I always preach, and I also talked to you earlier, is that have a seminar of one day of people who are interested in particular projects, and threadbare discuss it with the Indian scientific community. Then go ahead choosing only a couple of them, looking at the strengths of the Indians and looking at, supposing UK, look at the British strengths, and try to cohesively work like we are doing in SIVA project in Antarctica, looking at our strengths. And like we have our strength in operations, UK would bring in their masters of ice core drilling, and similarly. So the key area is to identify strengths and talk to scientists before we arrive at looking at projects that can be implemented. So that's my very simple and straight answer. About krill farming in the Southern Ocean, if I'm correct. Okay, so as you would know that CAMLR gives you rights to do the krill fishing or farming, as you would say, in Antarctica, but it is never limited to that. India does not do krill, but India can take requisite certificates to do that. Um, what is the damage? Any farming which is done excessive would have a damage, but I have not read papers on damage on krill because my interest doesn't lie there. But I have read papers on climate change and the effects on krill, because krill is moving southwards, and that much I can tell you. There are a lot of papers, especially in Science and Nature, which have come, which talk about krill moving down south, and that's a worry sign because
So all the whales will also go.
yeah, exactly. So the ecosystem, when Anurag was talking about ocean entering into Earth ministry, I was telling him that anyway we are an ocean planet. So, but it's a holistic view because Earth system science is holistic. So similarly, when I look at krill, definitely anything if you farm excess would have definite bearing on the catch. But these are my personal comments. I don't have scientific evidences right now on this table to prove what I'm saying. Okay. Looking at the satellite, somebody said for the Arctic. Yeah. Okay. Sandeep, would you like to answer that? Yeah. Yeah.
That's all. Actually, just last 2 years, Government of India established a new, totally new, I will say, under DOS in space. That is Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. And not only for government, but any agencies, academic or private entrepreneur, if they would like to launch a satellite or rocket or anything, if they are having interest, they can launch with the infrastructure being provided by initially will be from ISRO and even know-how also. So wherever anything is required, these other than the government need. If our science part is there, government is also requiring, then ISRO will develop and launch. But otherwise, anywhere, if we would like to launch a satellite, in space is there, and that is the nodal agency for launching any satellite or even rockets also.
Have coverage in the Arctic. Let me be very explicit
Yeah,
on that.
yeah. Actually, the question was pertaining to satellite launching, so I have answered. Otherwise, total polar coverage is there. We are having constellation of satellites.
So, regarding Shivani's question, I think I can straight away think of 4 or 5 areas where we can, low-hanging fruits. And this is there in the Arctic policy as well. First is indigenous peoples. India has got a Ministry of Tribal, welfare. We have got more than 100 million indigenous people. And in Arctic, you are aware that there are 6 permanent participants group which have an outsized influence on the working of the council. The Athabascans, Aleuts, Inuits, Samis. There is scope for collaboration. They have been living there for thousands of years. They have they have developed their own sense of traditional systems of medicine. We can collaborate with them on our own with our own traditional systems of medicine. We have got a Ministry of Ayush. So all this has been taken account of in the Arctic policy, and there is I think there is some work going on into collaboration between the Himalayan people and the indigenous people of the Arctic. The other one is remote sensing capability. This people also asked. We have got coverage in the Arctic, and the policy talks about ISRO NISAR satellites which are being launched. So our satellites can actually cover the vast distances which are there in the Arctic. We can offer that, which we have got that capability which is low cost for survey, for remote sensing, and that can be offered in the Arctic. Our own communication capabilities, India's communication capabilities are the lowest in the world. The cost per GB data cost is the lowest in the world. We can offer that to the Arctic. Hydrographic capacity, India has made hydrographic charts in the Antarctic with collaboration with Russia, if I'm not wrong. And that capacity can be offered in the Arctic as well. So these are some areas that, these are low-hanging fruits. Without much investment, we can collaborate. Dr. Arvind Gupta had mentioned about UPI. That is another area where digital payments, we can extend to the Arctic. This voyage was mentioned by Dr. Arvind Gupta also and Commodore Mamik also. I would just like to give my observation here. The Russians are strongly opposed to any outside, especially uniformed personnel traversing through the Northern Sea route. That's why there has not been any Chinese Navy, PLA Navy taking passes through the NSR. In fact, the French 2 or 3 years ago, there was a French logistic vessel which did that NSR passage, which was protested to by the Russians. So I don't think that is going to bear fruit, telling the Russians that please take us. Maybe on the Northwest Passage, we could think of collaborating with the Canadians or the Americans and do a passage. But certainly there is a case for our naval personnel taking passage on, we could do an adventure, this thing, sir, on a yacht. We could do, which is a completely benign way. And I have in fact written that we must do a passage on a, trans-Arctic passage. Thank you, sir.
All good things must come to an end. It's not my intention to even attempt to summarize these splendid, diverse discussions that we have had. I would fail to do so adequately. I would not be able to do justice to all these ideas and thoughts that have been expressed. So suffice it from my end to simply thank you all, and particularly to thank the 2 speakers alongside me, and to request the MC to kindly take over. But I just simply request the 2 of you and myself to kind of remain here so that when DDG comes up to deliver some closing remarks and vote of thanks, he is not speaking to an empty stage like I did in the morning. So.
Thank you for an insightful discussion. May I now request Deputy Director General MP-IDSA, Major General Bipin Bakshi, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful day. I'm sure I speak for all of us here, including the organizers, discussants, that we've had a very purposeful deliberation on a very critical issue. We've gained a lot of insights into the functioning of the NCPOR. We are thankful to the people who came from there, also of the SAC. Dr. Rajan in the morning gave us some fascinating insights into the connection between the Arctic and the monsoon. He gave us data going back to 10,000 years. Dr. Oza has unraveled the science behind all this data, and we're happy to see that it is being generated by some of our own remote sensing equipment. And just a few days back, a private company, Skyroot in India, has launched its own rocket and put 3 dummy payloads into orbit. So coming to that part about having some collaborations, even a private company can launch a satellite today. What we have learned is that we know a lot. We also know that we don't know a few things. And there are some correlations which we are still trying to understand. Navigating the icebergs and the geopolitics of the Arctic is going to be a big challenge for us, with 52% of the Arctic coast held by Russia. And there are challenging issues from USA, China we have spoken, also the other Nordic countries. Well, DG mentioned something about establishing camps and using of Navy there. And he was mentioning what would happen to the infrastructure at the end of it. So Dakshin Gangotri was set up in 83. And that station went under the ice, having been submerged in 1990. When it was being constructed, what DG is mentioning about the Navy, Dakshin Gangotri was constructed by the Army Corps of Engineers people. And incidentally, I had volunteered for that mission. And in the process, I was told to sign up that this expedition goes in the beginning of the southern hemisphere, the summer, which happens to be winter here. You go, so in Indian terms, you go in the winter and you come back. But in case there is some issue and I would have to stay back there for maintenance, I would come back at the end of the next summer, so which means 18 months out. So I dropped out and joined the para brigade. We saw that expedition went on the MV Polar Circle, which was hired from Finland. I'm happy to see on the slides, though it is not mentioned, we have ORV Sagar Nidhi. So I just checked, so it is an ice-breaking vehicle. Though it can only cut 40 centimeters of thin ice. So hopefully we are moving on the way. You require more, but this one can only cut thin ice. Though it is an ice class vehicle, your ORV Sagar Nidhi is something new. I did not know about it. I'm sure we'll keep on building capacities, go for deeper cutting vehicles in the years ahead. But when it comes to the issues of this kind of research, I'd recently gone for a career counseling session to a school. Nobody in school wants to be a researcher. At least that's what I saw. Whereas children in Japan, I'm very sure I have met some of them, Korea, USA, it is a well-known career to get into research. And I'm talking more about technical research. So that is a career which we don't really think about. So on behalf of Team MP-IDSA, it is indeed a great privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. At the outset, I'd like to express my profound gratitude to the chairpersons and eminent speakers for their comments and that they have given their time from the busy schedules to share their thought with us. I would like to thank the Ministry of Earth Sciences particularly and the NSCS because they have collaborated to do this event and helped us to even get the speakers who would be giving us all these meaningful sessions. I would also like to thank Ambassador Sujan Chenoy, our DG, for helping us to conceive the event, for guiding us in the preparations, and also for chairing a session. Our gratitude to the attending dignitaries from the armed forces, from the Coast Guard, from the ministries and all the embassies who have joined us today. I'm grateful to the Non-Traditional Security Center, Dr. Uttam and his team, for planning and making this whole event so well coordinated. Also the conference cell, the technical staff and the support staff for helping us to do it. Lastly but not the least, I'd like to thank the participants from our institutes, the other think tanks and the media who have joined us today, some physically and some who have been able to attend by a remote link via webinar. We look forward to more engagements like this in the future, which are discussed today. Very good day and thank you.